The following program is classified PG. It contains adult themes, drug references, mild coarse language, sexual references, and mild violence. Southern Cross 10 recommends parental guidance for young viewers.
Hi, you know age ratings, right? That small thing at the bottom left corner that you cussed about on the way home when you wanted to buy GTA but got Simpsons Hit and Run instead? Yeah, those things. Every country has them in some shape or form, and they're all unique in their approach. Like, look at the certification guide for the South Park movies IMDb Parents Guide, for example. Yeah, it's a lot of countries. Some saying it's too filthy for anyone 17 or 18. Some people say it's okay for 15-year-olds, which I think is fair. And some say it's not okay at all. And then we get to Sweden, of all places, saying it's okay for 7-year-olds. Like, I get the humor of South Park is dumb and immature while being semi-mature at the same time. But 7? I think they should have followed France's lead with this one with their 12 rating, which is the prime audience that will find South Parkers the funniest shit in the world, you know, laughing out their seats like they just jaws on the floor like Pam and Tommy just burst in the door when they see South Park for the first time and they instantly become fans of that style of humor for the next couple years of their life. Anyways, interesting enough on this side tangent, the French 12 rating is the same rating that they gave for Pulp Fiction, the first two 50 Shades movie, the third one is G by the way, The Wolf of Wall Street, and Game of Thrones. Those French teens must really love nudity and dragons, with the G rating being awarded to such family-friendly classics as Breaking Bad, James Gunn's The Suicide Squad, Saving Private Ryan, Apocalypse Now, and Blade Runner. But the catch is that all these have warnings attached to them. Point is, age ratings around the world are really weird, and today we are delving into one of the weirder ones, having gamers go angry and calling them the spawn of Satan. I'm going to break down the ACB. What is the ACB, which is called the OFLC beforehand, which had a certain group of gamers call them probably. Well, the ACB is the Australian Classification Board, i.e. Australia's own in-house age ratings board that decides whether your kid can handle Pixar's up or not. And well, spoiler alert, they say not until you're 15. So today, I'll be going through the history of the Australian Classification Board, explain the rating categories, going through various points about the Classification Board regarding movies, TV shows, and video games, and a mixture of the both, and other things regarding the board that don't think into the other categories. Think of them as thematic elements of this video. So get ready as we do a deep dive into the Australian Classification Board. Firstly, when did this all start? Well, it started in the glorious year of 1970. Wait, hang on, that's kind of late. Well, it is. Before then, in the beginning, Australia was like everyone else, with a system that was either you get in or you're banned. And there have been certain areas until 1970 where Australia had banned a bunch of crap, particularly individual states, like in 1908, where the state of New South Wales passed the Fetus and Public Halls Act 1908 edition, which had films obtain licenses to be shown in New South Wales. The way to obtain a license was to present the synopsis of the film to the New South Wales police a minimum of 24 hours before screening. They thought it was okay, it was passed and be able to be screened. They thought it wasn't okay, you would be banned and sent to the depths of hell. But then one of the most overused Simpsons lines is uttered. Now, it's in 1912 where the amendment is made to the outdated Fetus and Public Halls Act of 1908. Now, it is the new, improved and updated Fetus and Public Halls Act of 1912, where the first Australian film censorship guidelines were put into place. Now, you probably didn't ask what the guidelines were, but I will tell you anyways. The films that could not release in New South Wales at the time of 1912 had either or multiple of the following things. A. Scenes suggesting immorality or indecency. B. Executions or murders or other gruesome scenes. C. Scenes of debauchery, low habits of life or other scenes such as would have a demoralizing effect on young persons. Or D. Successful crime such as bushranging, robberies or other acts of lawlessness which might be reasonably be considered as having an injurious influence on youthful minds. Now, all these are laughable in the modern age as a lot of films have deaths, like under the system, Bambi or The Lion King would be banned for having horrific scenes of murder, and you couldn't even suggest sex, like at all. Maybe this was what Gen Z wants to go back to. And does injurious even make sense to be a word? And there's another funny little word that most people in the world don't know, and that word is bushranging. Now, what's bushranging, you may ask, you uncultured swine? Well, it is the Red Dead Redemption of an early era of colonized Australia, where British convicts taking refuge as an outlaw and robbing banks and doing crime and all the other cool shit that outlaws do. I.e., you're told about bushranging when you're quite young in Australia, as it was become myth in Australian history, culture, legend, with the most well-known people in the bushranging business being Ned Kelly, Daniel Morgan, Alexander Pierce, and Martin Cash. Well, if Australia celebrated these bushranging legends so much, then why did we ban it off of our screens? Well, there was a couple reasons given for these bans. Well, one reason proposed by the book Women Film Directors, an International Biocritical Dictionary, written by Gwendolyn Audrey Foster, on page 127, it says that critics were concerned that bushranging films may have negative effects on cinema audience goers. And what was the main audience cinema goers at the time, according to a book in New South Wales? It was women. Another reason given, this time by the State Police of New South Wales, is that the bushranging films mocked the law and glorified criminal behavior. The bushranging genre was basically murdered, decapitated, mutilated, and burned, what was one of the most popular genres in Australia until the ban was lifted in sometime in the 1940s. In short, they say 40,000 people used to live here, now it's a ghost town, was the official slogan for the Australian bushranging film scene, except it was fully a ghost town because there wasn't a single soul who was left. Well, there was one, and it was Robbery Under Arms, the only bushranging film that survived the Australian bushranging film massacre. Robbery Under Arms, a 1920 film that has been described as being a bushranging yarn by IMDb user David240 in 1999. Geez, was IMDb even a thing back then? The plot is described as two brothers, Dick and Jim Marsden, become involved with the bushranger Captain Starlight. They romance two girls, work on the goldfields, and are captured by police after Starlight is shot dead. I can see why this film got through, as was the police first W in a bushranging film. Well, actually, the only educated film at how this film got past the Discord and Reddit admins over at the Australian Censor Board was that it stressed the moral messages of the story. But trying to watch it now is a bit hard because firstly, about the first 5 minutes of the film are still missing. Womp womp. And secondly, the text looks really hard to read because the video is the same resolution as YouTube videos in the early 2000s. Actually, I'll go watch it with it because I'm curious on how this one escaped and the others didn't. So I'll see you on the other side after I have watched Robbery Under Arms. Okay, before I spill the beans on what I thought about this film, there is some background context I want to give. So, this film, Robbery Under Arms, is based off of a book from 1888 from this fella right here, Rolf Boldewar. Wait, hold on a second. Something doesn't feel right. Oh, what the fuck is going on here? Now that's someone I'll call a liar. Robbery Under Arms had a budget of $5,778.17 Australian.
Ooh, that's kind of small. Yikes.
which, if you account for today's inflation, the budget would be a cool $88,922.86 Australian. And it was quite successful on its small budget, making $30,807.44 at the time, which in today's money would be $447,109.56. God damn, that's good for the time, but today that money would be baby shit. Now, we have an all-star cast of 18 people, quite minimal for a modern blockbuster, and it keeps getting lower when 10 of the 18 cast members don't even have a Wikipedia page. Also, the cast included the director of the film, Kenneth Branagh. Now, this isn't uncommon in the movie industry. Film directors like Quentin Tarantino and Martin Scorsese have made entire careers doing this. But with the cases of Tarantino and Scorsese, they usually subrogated to cameo roles with no more than 10 to 15 minutes of screen time per film. What's different with this film is that he is the top billed actor of the film, which is very rare to have. An example of this would be Kenneth Branagh, with his first movie as an actor being Chariots of Fire, with him playing the memorable role of Cambridge student at Society Day. Yeah, I don't think that's an actual proper acting role though. He did a couple direct-to-DVD type stuff and stuff for the BBC, the British Broadcasting Corporation, not the other BBC, you big black chook. Seriously, get your minds out of the gutter and onto the street. After all of that, he started his directorial debut with an adaptation that I'm sure every high school would love. Yes, William Shakespeare's Henry V, with the future Poirot man playing the title character. After that, he top-billed himself again in the next movie he directed, which was Dead Again. And then he did a short film called Swan Song. And then he directed Peter's Friends, and after then, his directing career and his acting got a soft divorce, with his directing mostly consisting of more Shakespeare material and other stories that are probably as old as Shakespeare's been dead. He did act in those, but he also did other random shit like an Othello adaptation, which looks like it was adapted by the same person who adapted the 50 Shades trilogy based off the poster. And he also starred in The Bastard Child of Superman Lives, Wild Wild West, which the only things I know about Wild Wild West is the theme song, the fact that the DVD has 2 fucking age ratings on it for some reason, and the fact it was a massive failure. Then he starred in that one movie I was trying to remember for the longest time that I watched a million times in the car when I was younger, which was The Road to El Dorado. And then he was in another big movie with Harry Potter and the Chamber of Secrets, playing the character of Gilderoy Lockhart. And around the same time he did the second Harry Potter movie, he was also a part of the cast for Rabbit Proof Fence, which is a film I always hear schools play but didn't get to experience for myself. After that, he didn't return to the major acting roles for a while and moved to directing with 2011's 4, which I always find weird that he directed 4 considering what movies he would direct and act in the future. It seems like one of these cases where Marvel gets a somewhat famous director to direct one movie and then they just dip. Sam Raimi. But I don't blame them. It'll give them exposure, and if they do well, studios would be more willing to greenlight the actual movies that they want to make, especially with Taika Waititi. Okay, enough with the backstory. I'll explain the French elephant in the room. So from 2017 to 2023, Kenneth Branagh directed, produced, and starred in 3 movies that were adaptations of Agatha Christie novels, which were Murder on the Orient Express, Death on the Nile, and Halloween Party, which were turned into Murder on the Orient Express, Death on the Nile, and A Haunting in Venice respectively. The only things I have to say about these movies is that Death on the Nile has one of the most pointless backstories of all time, where they spend half an hour on how Poirot got his fucking mustache through a war. Seriously guys, why waste my time like that? Now, between these 3 movies, he's directed 2 other movies which have been divisive to say the least. One of them being Belfast, which is probably the most Oscar bait movie of all time, right next to Bradley Cooper's Maestro, and the other film he directed was Artemis Fowl, a movie I'm sure everybody loves and is freely accessible. Okay, that's enough of the background context yapping bullshit about the French accent mustache man. God, why did that have to take so long? The real question is, what did I think of Robbery Under Arms? Well, I thought it was a bit above average. Like, I feel that the title cards will either be there for 7 years, or like 0.01 milliseconds. But there are some funny things I noticed in or while watching Robbery Under Arms. Firstly, there's a scene in the movie where they literally commit Grand Theft Auto, not like the game, well actually kind of like the game, but the actual crime of Grand Theft Auto, which I just found that really funny for some reason. Secondly, there are multiple moments in the movie where the film says blank characters wounded when they clearly look dead. Like, they are doing a good job acting if their job is to act dead, but they're not doing a good job at acting because they're supposed to be acting like they're wounded. Look, point is that he looks more fatally wounded than just wounded. Thirdly, there are multiple times throughout the movie where the title cards just spell the letter G in a way that looks like the alien version of our alphabet. Like, if this was the way that G's were written back then, well, this truly shows how unfancified Western, particularly Australian culture, has become. Also, at the beginning, it says that Kenneth Branagh has also appeared in a couple stage productions. So I decided to look at what plays he was in, and he's actually been in a shitload of plays from this list alone, from ausstage.edu.au. So I counted how many plays he's been in, and he's been in 135 plays. Cheese, it's rice. Now, just to know that not all these are plays, and some of these are just showings of his film, which are Robbery Under Arms, naturally, The Dingo, The Hayseeds, Splendid Fellows, Uncivilized, Typhoon Treasure, and 40,000 Horsemen, which still leaves us with about 133 of these supposed stage productions. What's interesting about this is that his stage production career started in 1911 with the stage production of Lucky Durham. It took him 9 years to make a film after his first appearance in a stage production, which was, funnily enough, guess who? Now, his final stage production was The Old Folks Home in 1934 at the Criterion Theatre, but cinephiles would go crazy over this theatre if it still exists today. Okay, I'll go and check if this still does exist. Okay, I did some research, and when I mean research, I mean putting in the address of where the Criterion Theatre was into Google Maps, and I found out it's no longer around. Apparently, it demolished its doors in 1935, a full 49 years before Criterion, the physical media label, was even established, by the building being, you guessed it, demolished. RIP Criterion Theatre, you would have really loved Akira Kurosawa's Dreams on 4K plus Blu-ray. But all hope is not lost, as there's still a relic of what was of the address at 258 Pitt Street, Sydney, New South Wales, 2000, Australia. It's the Criterion Hotel, which is a pub to discuss your favourite Criterion re-releases. I personally like The Great Dictator by Charlie Chaplin because it's the only one I have. Okay, one more note. Robbery Under Arms was my first experience watching a film that is completely silent. Even though I watched a film called It from 1927, directed by Clarice G. Badger, which is about a girl who has a human embodiment of the Rizzler. Even though it didn't have any audible dialogue, it still had music in the background, which is something the sound department of Robbery Under Arms is severely lacking the skills that the sound team of It had, which was definitely a weird, one-of-a-kind experience for me. A big part of that experience was my mind trying to fill in the content-deleted sound. So it was mostly thinking of two songs in particular. One of them was Happy Xmas War Is Over by John Lennon and Yoko Ono, which I think is a top 5 Christmas song of all time. And the other song is Touch by Daft Punk and Paul Williams, which, on another side tangent for a second, yeah, there's going to be a lot of these, get used to them. Random Access Memories by Daft Punk is a top 3 album of all time for me. Do yourself a favor and listen to Random Access Memories after you're done watching this. Thank God we don't have to talk about Kenneth Branagh no more. Now back to our regularly scheduled programming. After the bushranging kerfuffle in 1917, Australia would take a step for the future as they established a federal part-time censorship board in Melbourne. Because what better place to put a board that complains about films in the protest capital of Australia? The board consisted of 3 members, with the big man running the show being Sir Harry Wollaston. This is now where we turn to our history lesson from our pre-fetus era to our pre-fetus era. As we go from police saying fun is bad, it's the chief censor's time to do that. Now, what were the very first guidelines that if you disobeyed them to a T would get yourself a big spanking from Daddy Chief Censor? Well, his policy, according to Censorship, A World Encyclopedia by Derek Jones, was that he would ban anything, get ready, and this is going to be a long quote, indecent, suggestive, or insufficient dress, embraces overstepping the limits of affection, or which would be contrary to the proprietary in ordinary life, nude figures or positions of the actors which are suggestive of sexual passion or desire, any scenes that which might be considered offensive to religious feelings of any class of the community, or which might subvert the morality or virtue or be harmful to the young, especially of both sexes, or which might seem to encourage or to view indifference breakers of the law, and scenes from which the inference could be drawn that offences against the laws or rules that which govern the relations of the sexes in married or single life are matters to be overlooked or treated lightly. Oh goddamn, that was a lot to read, say, and take in. So, you're on Harry's good side if the film wasn't degenerate, sexual in any way at all, nude, hurting a priest's feelings, demoralizing especially to them kids, encouraging people to play GTA in real life, and scenes that might violate the two genders, straight marriage or single life. So if Harry Williston time traveled into the future and watched Damien Chazelle's Babylon, he would probably kill himself right on the spot. Also, before we move on, there are other guidelines listed saying that you couldn't offend British people and their allies, and the board could just throw your film out because they didn't think the public would find it interesting. Imagine today if every film was required to keep Gen Z's attention and interest. Most, if not all, films would fail that test, and every film would be required to have Subway Surfers gameplay, GTA driving gameplay, Family Guy clips, and some other clips from random fucking podcasts that nobody's heard of about in order to pass the test. I think I might have the idea for the greatest young adult dystopian science fiction novel of 2011 just there. Moving on now, we're going to have ourselves a time skip, because the next chief censor, Robert Sturgeon Wallace, didn't do anything interesting at all when it came to film censorship. But he did arrest two men who broke into his home one time. Bet you weren't expecting to hear that today. Time skip is over. Are you okay? Are you sure? Because now we're in 1928, where the next chief censor had been elected, and this chief censor goes by the name of Walter. And no, it's not Walter Hardwell White, who lives in 308 Negro Aloe Lane, Albuquerque, New Mexico. No, it was this man, Walter Cresswell O'Reilly, and this man became the most notorious figure in early Australian censorship history. Well, how did he get to this supposed boogeyman status that I've claimed he had one sentence ago? By using his Discord admin powers a bit more often than previous chief censors did. And some of the films that Walter used his Discord/Reddit admin powers on during this reign include... By the way, just as a quick side note before we get into these movies, I will not be watching all the movies I discuss in this section for the sake of my own sanity and will to live. And I will judge the film purely on the basis of it deserving a ban or not, whether or not the film is good or bad. Disclaimer out of the way, let's talk about the movies now. The First Blood of the Walter administration was a film called Dawn, released in 1928 and was directed by Herbert Wilcox. The film follows a nurse who was named Cavell, who executed a risky rescue mission to rescue British prisoners of war from the Germans. Eventually, Cavell is captured and sentenced to death, which sparked outrage from all sorts of countries, even the ones not involved in the war. Now take a guess why this one was banned. If you guessed medical procedures, you are wrong. It was because of the movie's intense and brutal depictions of modern warfare, trademarked. Oh, so there's no violence in the film at all, okay. And there was another thing preventing from its release that is not related to us, the Australian people. It was the German ambassador and the British foreign secretary wanted to banish it to the Shadow Realm because of its anti-German sentiment. Now, for the time, I think this was kind of reasonable because the British had just fought a world war against Germany just over 10 years ago at the time. This film was made and they didn't want to piss off Germany too hard. But since the British didn't like it, Australia got the memo and took it to heart because even though we got independence from the British, Australia was still Britain's bitch. Now, it has been since unbanned and released not only in Australia with a classification of I don't know, because I went to IMDb and they didn't have the re-rating listed, and then I searched the classification website and they didn't have it. So if I do find what it's rated, I'll put it on screen right now. Oh, son of a bitch, not again. And it did very well in the UK, and that's all we know when it came to the profitability of Dawn. Overall, did it deserve a ban? Nope, it didn't deserve it at all. Let's move on. And the movie that we are moving on to is The Ladies' Man, starring Tim Mellows and Will Ferrell and released in 2000. Wait, hang on, what the fuck? This is way too much into the future. All the way to the short film comedy version from 1928. Yeah, that's more like it. The so good old days, as I'm told by these so-called I'm born in the wrong generation teenagers on TikTok. Now, dear audience, do you want to know what this film is about? Sure you want to know what it's about, right? Well, the answer to said dear question is that this film is the equivalent of people who don't show anything about them when they post a Snapchat story. Because if you go to the film's Letterboxd page, all it tells you is that it's a comedy short film from 1928 and that it casts Charles Sale, Gilbert Holmes, G.L. Sherwood, and Bless Flowers. And there's basically no evidence that it got rated at all. Not just in Australia, but anywhere. Why did it even make the list then? Why am I talking about it? I think I should move on. Hold it there, Buster. Don't go yet. There's some new information that has just been informed to me. Apparently, it was banned due to the sexual overtones of the film. Which, from what the title sounds like, that is a statement that would be correct. Now, this is coming from one source, so take it with a huge, and I mean a massive, like 100 kilograms of salt. But still, a correction has been made. The correction police are out. For now. Now let's talk about the film that made the Walton administration go from a first blood to a double kill. And that film is White Cargo. That's not only directed by one person, but in a twist of events, it's directed by two whole people. Who are J.B. Williams, who made this and a year later made a film called The Chinese Bungalow. Then he dipped for 23 years and came back with a film adaptation of The Telltale Heart, a short story I had to study for school in conjunction with the trailer for Hereditary. And the other guy who directed it was Arthur Barnes, who didn't really direct any other things. He also co-directed The Chinese Bungalow with J.B. Williams. The only thing he actually did himself was a short film called Hospital School, and that was way further down the line, like his partner in crime for White Cargo in 1945. But his main specialty was being an assistant director, where he assisted the director on 18 different projects, including Scrooge from 1935, The Ghost Camera from 1933, and Lord Edgware Dies from 1934. Now, information on this film is limited. I can't find a way to watch it, but it does have an IMDb page and the Letterboxd page, and the IMDb page does have a big tag of miscegenation. And if you don't know what that is, have fun looking that one up. And that's probably the reason why it got banned, because of the law at the time dubbed the White Australia policy, something that I think every Australian school has to teach their kids at some point. For background context, the White Australia policy was an act that allowed the Australian government and the people to have legalised racism for anyone who wasn't a British white man. This act would have a ripple effect on Australia as the law led to the Stolen Generation, a group of Aboriginal Australians who were kidnapped by the state police when they were young, and they were put into white British households in the hope that they'll learn to be a proper contributing member to society through the lens of a British white person, in the hopes that they'll get rid of their culture and heritage and language and everything Aboriginal about them. It's a difficult topic in Australia, but progress has been made, as we said, sorry, in 2008, and many organisations have opted out of Australia Day and National Day because of its connections with the British starting their massacre on Aboriginal Australians on that day. Anyways, I think because no one currently has the attention span for me to go into modern Australian history and mass murdering for the sake of quote-unquote improvement to the nation, plus I needed a moment where it was a bit more serious so this video wouldn't drown in the too many joke disease. Seriously, I didn't want this video to become For Love and Thunder 2 Electric Boogaloo in here. But hey, I think this section is way too long. Maybe we should make it a bit longer. The next movie on this Watch Mojo top 20 of the most controversial movies in Australia circa 1940 is The Compulsory Husband from 1929. It is also known as Compulsory Hands depending on what front page site on Google you go to, which sounds like the title of a fetish adult video that only white women would watch. Now, if you had the hopes and dreams of seeing a film with such a title, well, you can thank IMDb user Gavin83 for saying that the film Compulsory Husband is lost to time. Damn it. But the IMDb Parents Guide still says it was banned originally, so it still has a reason for me to talk about it. But for what reason? After looking around at the IMDb page for the Compulsory Husband for 1 second, I found the plot summary, which states in the first sentence that the Compulsory Husband is about a recently engaged girl invites her parents to meet her fiancé. A plot that doesn't go well if you've seen Jordan Peele's Get Out, which confirms that the ban reason for this film was the great deadly sin of lust, or more specifically, the 7th commandment of thou shalt not commit adultery. Remember, this was a way more Christian and Catholic Australia than it is today, where today there's a Catholic high school in every suburb. The last Prime Minister supported one of the most corrupted megachurches in Australia and is passing laws where employers can discriminate employees based on religion. Yeah, it was more religious than that. Well, most of Western society was more religious back in the 1920s/30s. Even through the guise of comedy, which IMDb claims was the only genre of the Compulsory Husband, it was something that a very Christian Australia in the late 1920s would ban because a man cheating on his girlfriend was not considered normal to them. Imagine if they saw how much Gen Z joke about cheating now. Quick side note here, I had a look and the Compulsory Husband has 2 directors, Monty Banks, who has a funny name but I don't care about him for the moment, and Harry Lockman, who actually was the director of a Stan and Ollie film called Our Relations, which I have on Blu-ray with some other Stan and Ollie films for some reason. I think I saw the Stan and Ollie biopic with my dad, and he thought that he would get me the box set for me to get into classic comedy cinema. Shameless flex aside, another thing is that The Compulsory Husband is an adaptation of a book by John Gilder that was written a year before the movie came out. And unlike the movie, you can still buy and read this book today. Anyways, let's get a move on once again. Another one of the 7 films that Wikipedia claims was banned in Australia during this time is Applause, released in 1929. The film is about a comedy actress/performer trying to raise her daughter away from his toxic stage manager boyfriend. Now, this film has a returning element that we have been missing for a while. Say it with me, Applause is not lost to time. Hell, later down the track, it even got an age rating of PG in Australia. Allegedly. Because when I checked the Australian Classification Board's website, the rating for Applause was harder to find than the human Anyways, since the film is publicly available, will I watch it? Probably not. Now that we have that out of the way, what was the reason why this man wanted to shoot the film with a gun, dismember it, throw the body into the ocean, and leave it to die? Well, our top research at NERF, the No Effort Research Foundation, found that one of the only things on the IMDb Parents Guide was, by the way, this was put in the spoiler section of the IMDb Parents Guide, so be warned for a 95-year-old movie, that a main character takes pills and fatally overdoses. It is very mild, the overdose is not violent, and is relatively drawn out. Wait, how can a drug overdose be violent? Like, was he angry and trying to speedrun the pill drug overdose category? Also, one kind IMDb contributor has also had their say to provide their own MPAA rating, as if the fact that it got passed by the Hays Code guidelines wasn't good enough for you. And it also mentions brief suggestive content, which I'm being completely honest is probably the reason why it got banned. Okay, that's all I have to say for Applause. Next! Nino. Wait there again, buddy. The correction police is back and better than ever. Apparently, there was a little birdie who told me there was another argument to be had. And that reason is that this film contains something very despicable. Something I couldn't wonder how someone could ever put something like this into a film, ever. And that disgusting thing is chorus girls. Which I searched up because chorus girls is spelled like this when I first looked into Applause. And I can confirm it's probably a typo. Aside from the typo, this is kinda stupid because drug use would at least make a little sense. But no, they have to blame it on the damn chorus girls. And after looking at what Walter thought was one of the most disgusting things in human existence, honey, it's not that bad. I'm not sure he would even survive a gymnastics competition. That's the correction police going back to the sideline for the second time. And hopefully the final time. Nino, 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 Nino. Finally, we're out of the late 20s and onto the 30s. Woohoo, let's fucking go. And to start off the 30s, we have what's probably the most well-known film that Australia banned during the Walter Cresswell O'Reilly administration, which is the Oscar-winning and the so-called most disturbing black and white film according to that one video essay on YouTube, All Quiet on the Western Front. Released in the year where the two first became a free after the number 1 and 9 in that order, All Quiet on the Western Front is one of the most iconic war stories of all time. Originally a book in German, All Quiet on the Western Front has turned into a movie on 3 separate occasions. The most recent one was made in 2022, promptly called All Quiet on the Western Front, and was directed by Edward Berger. The second one was made in 1979, again called All Quiet on the Western Front, and this time was directed by Delbert Mann. And no, he is not related to Michael Mann from what Google tells me. And the first one to come out was released in 1930 and was directed by Lewis Milestone. And it was the one that got banned in Australia. Well, kind of. You see, the film was only banned in the protest capital of Australia, the loud state of Victoria. The state where you can find fresh new protests every single day. Now, this was the only film that I had seen in this little section of films banned in the Walter administration before starting writing the script for this video. And all I remember from the 1930s version of All Quiet on the Western Front is that I watched it as a part of a letterbox challenge and I was making a Kahoot while watching it. So, if you haven't seen any version of this, I'll summarize the plot real quick. Basically, it's about how some German school students get coerced into joining a war, think it's going to be all sunshine and rainbows, but when they actually see war for the first time, they're given an even bigger shock than what Karens felt when watching Deadpool with their 10-year-old boy. Then they realize that war is bad. Now, the reason for banning this to be classic is because of violence. Now, this isn't a film that just has violence. It has violence. Just remember that movie violence and gore special effects weren't as good in the 1930s as it is today. And as today, you can have some pretty realistic gore effects in movies like Smile and Midsummer. So seeing this quote-unquote low-level violence was probably horrifying and traumatizing to the audience at the time. So I could see why this was banned at the time if Mr. Walter was a pussy when it came to disturbing violence. Like, just look at this. But like, come on, this was an Oscar winner, so why ban it if it's so important to cinema to get the second best picture of the Oscars? Also, like some others in this section of movies getting banned through the Walter anime arc, All Quiet on the Western Front got re-rated after audiences could deal with those intense death and war themes. It got a rating of A at some point, and yes, don't ask me what that A rating means yet, we'll get to it eventually. Then, in June of 1944, it got re-rated to a PG for low-level violence. Quite the shift from the original decision from the protesters about a film that was protesting. Later that December, it was submitted again for classification and got the same rating and reasons. Then, it took until December of 2011, a whole 17 years from the last decision, to be resubmitted to get a PG, but this time for mild themes and violence. So that's a brief classification history of All Quiet on the Western Front from 1930. Let me know if you found that interesting. Maybe you can contact me through one of my various means, like Omegle. By the way, if you're wondering what I thought about the 1930s version of All Quiet on the Western Front, I thought it was alright. I gave it 3 stars at the time of when I watched it, which translates to an alright in my book. Okay, back to the movies that no one knows about or gives a shit about. And this is what I mean when I say movies no one gives a shit about. Young Woodley is a 1930s British drama directed by Thomas Bentley. It was an adaptation of a controversial play made by John Van Dutren. And when I mean controversial, I mean it had the plot of where a schoolboy was falling in love with his headmaster's wife. Yeah, so this play is for the people who dated Kawakami in Persona 5, you sick fucks. And this aspect is probably the reason why the play was banned in the UK and was only put to stage in 1928. And it was because of its negative depiction of public school life, but the Americans fucking loved it. They loved it to the point where the creator of Young Woodley would actually move to the US. Now, there was a silent film adaptation attempted in 1928, but obviously this fell through. Which the film was finally made a whole 2 years later, which is the film I'm currently losing my mind over. Now, when this film adaptation reached our shores, we didn't want anything to do with it, so it was banned, naturally. Now, it's actually conflicting on what it was banned for. Because it was up to speculation, because like many magicians, Walter never revealed his secrets. Now, you might think it was the student principal's wife relationship that would have probably gotten the film stuck with the ban hammer, and I would probably agree with your assumption. But other sources said that Young Woodley was banned because it was gay, so I don't know who to agree with. But I'll go with the gay one because it's funnier. Eventually, the film went to the appeals board with several cuts made to it, and it was finally passed by the censors. Let's go, gamers! And apparently the cuts made to the film didn't spoil the continuity of the production. Which, after the same article said that there were several cuts made to the film, I find that claim really hard to believe. And since this film is not publicly available to watch, I'm going to have an even harder time believing that line. So in conclusion... Ha! Gay! The Devil's Playground is an adventure drama Australian film directed by Victor Binley. Now, there's a lot of debate about what information about The Devil's Playground is correct and incorrect. Take Wikipedia and IMDb say that the film was made in 1928, but the newspapers at the time say it was made in 1930. Another one is the name, where The Devil's Playground is also called The Pearl of the Pacific and Trabonia. One final note about this is whether this was a talkie or not. Because some sources, again Wikipedia, says that this was a silent film, but yet again the newspaper says it was Australia's first talkie. Now, the interesting thing is that this was given a reason on why it was banned by the chief censor himself. Now, that's rare. And remember those 5 reasons I told you about why a film could be banned in Australia at the time? Well, The Devil's Playground violated 4 out of the 5 policies. For those who don't remember, the 4 reasons that were provoked for this film was A. Blasphemy, indecency, or obscenity. B. Likely to be injurious to morality or to encourage or to incite to crime. It didn't provoke C, but it did provoke D, which was likely to be offensive to the people of the British Empire. And finally, E, which was depiction of any matter, the exhibition of which is undesirable in the public interest or likely to prove detrimental to the Commonwealth. Which means that this film, it was treated as if it was wanted with 5 stars. And E has some more detail than the other ones from Walter himself. In Jane Landman's The Tread of the White Man's Foot, Walter said that the picture depicts the fighting, a native revolt against whites, including a murder of a missionary. And no, get your mind out of the gutter, we're talking about the religious figure, not the sex position. The quote goes on to say that this would be sufficient to ban the picture if importation into this country was sought. In addition, there was undesirable relationships between the white and the native island population. And it would be extremely inadvisable that an Australian production should exhibit to the world in pictorial form the actions of the whites towards native races in such an objectionable light. So he claimed racism against the white people, naturally. But there was another scene that was suspected to break this man. There is a scene where a character called Nanina, who plays the role of the romantic lead in this movie, is whipped. So even more slavery. And if that's not enough, there were scenes of native people who were actually Sydney lifeguards that were wearing blackface. Now, do I have photos of this? For a film I can't find online, there are 2 photos which I'll display on screen right now. Now, these images were courtesy of Cannibal Studies on a website called The Cannibal Guy, where the slogan is, "What's it like to be edible?" I don't know how I would know. I never even had a human before. And the first article claims that The Devil's Playground was the first cannibal film made in Australia. So, yeah, there's that. All these combined got the film not only banned in Australia, but banned to be exported to other countries for about 40 years. It wasn't until 1966 where the film was, for the first time, screened publicly at the St. Mark's Anglican Church Hall at Avalon Beach, which apparently caused some controversy. I don't know what the controversy was, but trust me, there was controversy. Overall, this was a fun little time capsule that we lost, but may I interest you in a business opportunity? And this business opportunity is a movie called The 5-Year Plan. I don't know the director of this movie. Hell, I don't even know who's in it. All I know is that it's a silent film from the glorious year of 1931. Go and invest now. But make sure you are not from Australia, because there might be some complications with that arrangement. So as you heard from my little business investment opportunity intro, I'm going to be talking about The 5-Year Plan. It's a 1931 film with a total runtime of 1 hour and 20 minutes. And what is The 5-Year Plan about anyways? Well, this film is basically a propaganda film. Now, there's a word that you hear a lot of people use but misunderstand what it actually means. Kind of like how someone says something is like 1984 or Orwellian. Anyways, The 5-Year Plan is a propaganda film about Joseph Stalin's own 5-year plan. It was a plan from 1928 to 1932, which focused on developing industry and collectivizing agriculture in Soviet Russia. From what I've read of it, it seems similar to something like Mao's Great Leap Forward in China, and both had dire consequences for both countries. So the TLDR for the film The 5-Year Plan is basically jerking off how good Stalin and his 5-year plan was. Is what I would say if I could find more information about what the film is. Like, while researching for this film, I had doubts that the film even existed, with my only source of information on what the film is about being the fucking TV Guide website, which is still loading where you can stream the 5-year plan to this very day. Hell, it doesn't even have its own Wikipedia article. That's when you know something is unknown. And no, for that one person asking, I can't watch this film because I seriously doubted it ever existed. Anyways, if we go back to Australia, at the National Library of Australia, there is an old article from the Western Star and Roma Advertiser from Queensland. It talks about how they, Walter and Company, didn't like this film because they were considered this propaganda and, like said before, jerking off Soviet Russia too much. So Australia banned it on the grounds of communism. But it wouldn't be the only film that was banned for communism under the O'Reilly rule, but you'll have to wait a bit longer to hear about that one. But not only do I have a sense of repetition, but I have another thing that might interest you. May I present to you the next film that Walter banned, Cape for... Now, if you're interested in another stage adaptation being banned, may I present to you one Cape Forlorn, released in 1931 and directed by Edward Andre Deport, or stylized as E.A. Dupont. Damn, I guess that's where J.K. Rowling got her name from. The plot for Cape Forlorn, according to Wikipedia, is described as a lighthouse on the coast of New Zealand, which is looked after by a lighthouse keeper named William Kell. Kell marries Aline, a dancer in a cabaret, who winds up having an affair with Kell's assistant, Cass. I had to look it up, and no, this does not use the same source material as Robert Eggers' The Lighthouse. Now, the availability of Cape Forlorn is a bit tricky. Basically, the only release of Cape Forlorn on modern physical media formats was in the UK on DVD in 2014 by a distributor called The Network. I wonder if Green Day were wearing their funny disguised mustaches again. But aside from Mubi, who acknowledges that Cape Forlorn exists but doesn't have it on the service, it might as well not exist, as you can't find this anywhere, even through other means. Like, I tried to search it up on YouTube and all I get is Pokemon playthroughs, campfire stories, a Minecraft gameplay that looks like it was made by a 9-year-old. So basically, I'm too broke to import it from Amazon or eBay. But what I can find is that Cape Forlorn also goes by the Love Storm, but you didn't know that useless information until today. Now, moving on to why I'm talking about a 1930s version of The Lighthouse. Now, thankfully, there is actual information on Cape Forlorn's ban from more than just one source. On April 10th, 1931, the Sydney Morning Herald reported that 2 films were banned. One of them was a comedy by the name of The Woman Between, a film directed by Victor Ziger. And unlike Cape Forlorn, you can find this online pretty easily. Which, by looking at the plot description and the original source material, the play Conflict by Miles Marliston, it looks like it was banned on the basis of sexual content and nudity. Back to the point, the other one mentioned was Cape Forlorn, the one I'm trying to talk about. The article doesn't actually say anything about why they were banned, but it does say an appeal will be made against the decision of the censor. Now, I have waited far too long to tell you why Cape Forlorn or the Love Storm, or whatever the hell you call it, got the ban hammer. since any source about the objectionable content of Cape Forlorn is the BBFC, the British Board of Film Classification. Let's see what they have to say. So, BBFC, what did Cape Forlorn get rated for?
Well, based on our assessment of the DVD that Network gave us, on 29th of January, 2014, we announced that we gave Cape Forlorn a PG-4, contains mild violence and threat.
Can you describe to me what scenes cause the mild violence and threat, please? I asked nicely.
No, because fudge you.
Okay. Travelling back to Australia now, it was announced by the Sydney Morning Herald on Saturday, the 25th of April, 1931, that Cape Forlorn was passed by the appeal board. Yes, let's go. Finally, it only took them 15 days to do it. I bet thousands of people were screaming joyfully in the streets and the church bells were ringing on this day, all because of this news. It says that the Censorship Appeal Board, which has approved the film with certain excisions. That's a scary word I don't know the meaning of. By the way, it means to cut something off in a surgical context. Wait, that isn't right. I'm sure the writer meant exclusions, but maybe he had a brain tumor surgery shortly after writing this and he got the words mixed up. The short article states further that these alterations are stated by the authorities of the picture, again, Cape Forlorn, to number about 3. I think they mean scenes cut here, but it's cut off by a comma, so I don't know what these 3 scenes cut or if only 3 scenes are in the movie. And to be comparatively unimportant in their relation to the main features of the narrative. Okay, but real quick, who calls the story of a film the main features of a narrative? It's not like something like it's the French Dispatch or VHS, where there are multiple main feature films as a part of a bigger narrative. And what about the scenes that were cut in Cape Forlorn in order to get it to the land of kangaroos legally? And the answer to that question is that the world may never know. Maybe it was the mild violence and threat. And after this epic anime arc, according to reviews at the time, Cape Forlorn wasn't even that good anyways. And if that wasn't bad enough, Frank Harvey, one of the top billed people in Cape Forlorn, appeared in the production of the play for Cape Forlorn, which is what the movie's source material is based on. And oh yeah, at the Criterion Theatre. Remember that one that was burned down would go by the same name of the big physical media company? Yeah, that one. Frank stated that this was because he wanted Australians to see the versions that Mr. Walter did not want them to see. Oh, by the way, did he mention he also wrote the original play the movie was based off of? Also, I looked at the Australian classification site and I can't find it anywhere, which means that the film is technically still banned in its uncut version to this day. Woo! That was a lot. I think that's all for Cape Forlorn for now. Maybe one day I will see Cape Forlorn, but I don't have it in the calendar at the moment, so the chances are unlikely. But I'll let you know on my Facebook page if I do end up watching Cape Forlorn. I'll be counting the days until I watch it. So... Hey kids, are you ready to talk about alleged racism in Australia? That transition definitely sounded better in my head. First thing about The Blonde Captive is that it's on the list of films that were banned in Australia article on Wikipedia. But this film is separated from the row talking about the other films that were banned during the time of the Walter administration. Plus, the actual Wikipedia article for The Blonde Captive actually has a section for its controversy that isn't just 2 sentences long. So that's how you know it's controversial. So The Blonde Captive is a documentary. By the way, I'll get back to why that documentary is in quotation marks. Drama film by directors Clinton Childs and Paul Wivington. Which, by the way, The Blonde Captive is the only film that both Clinton Childs and Paul Wivington have ever directed or have been ever involved with, apparently, according to their letterboxd pages. To answer why this film was so controversial in the 1930s Australia, where to start? The film's plot is about some Australian explorers who are on an expedition to find the living descendant of Neanderthals. Now, you may be asking, who are the Neanderthals? What this film calls Neanderthals is actually Aboriginal Australians in real life. Now let's upgrade from that alleged racism to actual racism, because this film is racist to Aboriginal Australians. Some of the racist remarks include: it compares the attractiveness of various Aboriginal people with grotesque cannibalistic people who are obviously descended from Neanderthal ancestors. Yeah, it's pretty bad. It even compares the Aboriginals' behavior to the behavior of monkeys. Now, calling people monkeys is a pretty common offensive joke nowadays, but back then, calling someone a monkey was pretty offensive and racist. It even says that they practice repulsory barbaric traditions. To add insult to injury, the narrator, who was someone by the name of Lowell Thomas, says that here is human life at its lowest form. As you can tell, it was a pretty racist film. So racist, in fact, that even in the White Australia Policy Australia, the Australian government called the blonde captive out on its racism by saying that the blonde captive was going to be harmful in the development of research relating to Aboriginal people. And yes, I just did rephrase that because I didn't know how to pronounce this word. And if you didn't know what that word means, it means the research of humankind. So what did the first-time directors of Clinton Childs and Paul Withington do with the controversy of their film? Well, after the premiere of The Blonde Captive in New York City, Columbia Pictures went back to the editing room and added a subplot for an extended cut, maybe. In total, Columbia added about 15 minutes of footage of the subplot, which consisted of a white American woman ending up in a shipwreck and ending up marrying an Aboriginal person. Consequently, relabeling the film as a docudrama, which is where the film gets its title from, kinda. See, the funny thing about the title is that it's a lie. No! Why? With the woman in the film actually not being blonde or captive and only being in the final 5 minutes of the movie. I bet Dune's Part 1's marketing team saw this tactic and said, well, I know what I'm doing tonight. Now, The Blonde Captive was marketed as an educational documentary with the tagline, an absolutely authentic, amazing adventure. Yeah, right. Now, it's speculated that it was advertised as an educational film to get around the censorship guidelines in relations to nudity. Like, looking at the poster, this screams more porno than educational to me. Now, how the hell was this film even made? Well, the filmmakers had gained permission for filming on the premise that they were making an educational film about Aboriginal life. After returning to the United States, Albert Octavius Neville, the at the time chief protector of Aboriginal Australians in the state of Western Australia, became worried about what the film was going to become when asked the filmmakers for updates, and the filmmakers gave them answers of varying levels of confusing or nothing. When the film came out, the people realized what had been done, and it was banned in Australia and has not been unbanned since, with the film only screening in North America, although it is available on YouTube and Tubi. So let's go and watch it to see if the claims are true.
I thought I had it all together, but I was led astray. The day you walked away, you were the clock that was ticking in my home. Changed my state of mind.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Welcome to Freaks, the first film that Australia has banned that has appeared in the Criterion Collection. And trust me, it won't be the last one. Freaks, everyone! The film was released in 1932 and was directed by Todd Browning. Now, if you aren't satisfied with the title of Freaks, we also have The Monster Story, which is questionable if it's even called that, Forbidden Love, or Nature's Mistakes. Now, Freaks is a drama and a horror film, which we'll get back to horror films in the Australian government soon enough. Just wanted to point that out. Now, where's a plot summary for Freaks? Oh, here's one. Freaks is about a lady trapeze artist who violates the code of a slideshow when she plots to murder her husband. Sounds pretty horror to me. Now, you asked for the first time today, why did freaks get banned in Australia? Well, it's complicated. Now, firstly, as just a warning, it's very questionable if freaks actually got banned in Australia, with very few sources confirming it was actually banned. So this example might be a bit sus, but we have to go with the flow for now. So I couldn't actually find out why Australia banned freaks, but I could take an educated guess based off what other country banned it for. Yes, multiple countries, aside from Australia, decided that freaks was too much for them. Namely, the two English-speaking powerhouses of the world, the Great Britain and the United States of America. Now, out of the two, the Brits were the ones to give reasons for banning freaks. Now, the UK banned freaks because of its alarming content and its too explicit display of humans with the stark list of physical disabilities. So it's making fun of wait, that isn't the right word. Perfect. Like I said earlier, this film had some problems in the not-so-glorious United States of America. According to an article by Lloyd Farley that was published to Collider, there was allegedly some test screenings of freaks by MGM, the distributor of freaks. And to say that these test screenings went bad is an understatement. Apparently, halfway through one of the preview screenings, a lot of people ran out of the theater. It even got to the point where one of the customers in one of the preview sessions tried to sue MGM. Her claim was that the film caused her to have a miscarriage. Wait, what the fuck? As a consequence, MGM cut out almost 30 minutes of footage from the film, with the ending being changed. Wait, no way? On a side note, I think this film got into the Criterion Collection the same way films like Solo or Pink Flamingos get into the collection by being famous controversial movies that got banned in multiple countries at some point. By the way, we will get back to Solo and Pink Flamingos in due time. Another thing is that the ban for freaks has actually been overturned as it was rated PG on November 1st, 1975. And then it was rated PG again on the 9th of August 2004 for mature themes. Weird reason, but okay. Now, did it deserve the ban? Well, I think it did. Wait, I think the timeline is repeating itself. I don't know why, though. I'm not sure if I should worry about it. Yeah, no, I should probably get on to introducing our next film that was banned in Australia, Stingaree. Stingaree is a 1934 romantic drama based on a book of the same name. It was directed by William Augustus Wellman, which was actually the director of the first version of A Star Is Born and even directed Wings, the first film to win Best Picture at the Oscars ever. Yeah, Seventh Heaven was definitely snapped. Wait, back to the film of the hour. Wait, I think I might have heard myself saying that Stingaree was based off a book of the same name. Stingaree is a 1934 romantic drama based on a book of the same name. I'm curious on what the book was about. Well, son of a bitch, that's why the timeline is repeating itself. Even though I have talked about the Bushranger ban beforehand, and the ban had not been fully uplifted yet. Just know that this was a partial ban because Stingaree was only banned in not Victoria. It was only banned in New South Wales, because the ban on Australian Red Dead Redemption films wasn't fully raised until 1942 with the release of the film When the Kellys Rode. This is because of Jack Badley, the Chief Secretary of New South Wales at the time, thought that the horrible and atrocious crimes that were shown in When the Kellys Rode was baby shit compared to the crimes against a certain old friend of Kanye West. So in terms of the question of if these bushranging classics have been re-rated, for Stingaree, I found nothing. I don't feel like I need to watch it because I already watched Robbery Under Arms from 1920 and it was nearly banned for the same reason. So I feel like I would be repeating myself. And for When the Kellys Rode, did you mean When the Daltons Rode? Okay, fine. I'll talk to the timeline to see if it's okay to talk a little bit more about When the Killers Rode. Oh, thank God you answered. Hi, timeline. Can I just ask you a question real quick? Okay, thank you. Can I talk about another bushranging film for a bit longer? Only a bit longer? Okay, got it. Hope you don't collapse. Okay, goodbye. See you later. Damn it, I didn't ask how long a little bit is. Guess I'll just have to guess it. Okay, I don't have that much time left because you probably overheard, so I have to make this quick. Okay, I kinda already introduced what When the Killers Rode is, but in case your attention span is that of the average under 13 TikTok user, I'll give you a mini recap. When the Killers Rode is an Australian drama film by director Harry Southwell. The film is about Australian outlaw Ned Kelly and the story of the notorious Kelly gang. Well, at least some of the story. Now, this film is lost to time from what I can find, with this poster the only thing I could find in terms of photographic evidence of its existence. Now, the funny thing is that When the Killers Rode only has one person on Letterboxd who is claimed to have seen the film. Which, this is an open letter to that one Letterboxd user who has seen When the Killers Rode. Can you tell me a place where I can find it? When the Killers Rode was slated to release in 1934 in Australia, and it made that. Kinda. See, New South Wales was still a big meanie when it came to bushranging films, with them still banning bushranging films since the 1910s. Bro, it's been over 20 years. Just chill the f*** out. So When the Killers Rode was exiled from New South Wales for daring to make a film about a bushranger, they looked for new land, and boy did they find new land, and that new land was Victoria. Now, Victoria wasn't keen at first of accepting the idea of When the Killers Rode releasing there. So they changed it a bit, and when I mean change it a bit, I mean the film was cut. And the film was accepted and released to everywhere but New South Wales. And it didn't do well, with it only grossing £750, which in Australia is just enough to buy the new iPhone. Now, this isn't the end for When the Killers Rode, as if we jump to 1942 and New South Wales has just unbanned bushranging films and welcomes them back in with open arms. Now, it took until 1948 for the film to be re-released. Now, everything is good with the world, right? Right? I think my time talking about When the Killers Rode is ending very soon, so I'll leave you with one more fun yet probably useless fact for you all. Apparently, the director wanted to call When the Killers Rode the Kelly Gang originally, but the British Commonwealth didn't like the fact that the title had gang in it. So Harry Southwell changed the title of the Kelly Gang to the title we know it as today. Oh, I think that's time's up, otherwise the timeline will collapse. Well, it was fun. Well, see you when I can't talk about bushranging films. Bye-bye. It's nice to know that the timeline ain't going to collapse anytime soon. Even though I did jump 2 years into the future, which is definitely something strange to know. But should I worry about it anyways? Oh, where was I? Oh yeah, causing World War III. 2. Klondike Annie is a 1936 drama directed by Raoul Walsh and written by George Brendan Dowell, Marion Morgan, and most importantly, Mae West. Now, like a certain fella in Paris, Mae West was a bit of a provocateur. Think of her as a 1930s version of someone like Marilyn Monroe. Even after all the censorship shit she had to go through, her film still made a shit ton of money. With her most successful film being the 1933's I'm No Angel, grossing $2,250,000 on a $225,000 budget. Now, why did Australia ban it, you ask, for more than the 12th time today? Simple, because it starred Mae West. No, it wasn't because she was credited as a co-writer on the film. No. It was because she was on screen. Definitely a weird reason, but because they didn't want to deal with what they perceived as the oncoming filth being shown to their eyes. They just said fuck her and ban it. Now, we ain't the only area to ban this supposed filth. Actually, the entire state of Georgia banned this. It's nice to see Georgia get involved with something that they would see as scary, although it did settle to receive censorship cuts in other areas of the wide world. Now, for these markets, there were approximately 8 minutes of the film cut, which has since been labeled as lost to time. Now, from what I can see, Klondike Annie ain't publicly available to watch except for a Blu-ray that costs the same amount as a Criterion release, so no thank you. The scenes that were in the Lost to Time version included a scene where a character called the Frisco Doll, who is played by the Danger to Society herself, stabs another character called Chen Lo. Why yes, I haven't bothered to watch this movie. The other scene that was cut was a scene where the Frisco Doll switches identities with another character called Sister Annie and dresses her up as a prostitute. Now yes, the horny police alarm has gone off, as this is a very risky move at the time, to say the least. Now, the corpse that is this movie is already dead, but the one final shotgun shot to the head to truly kill this movie in the eyes of the censorship boards was the fact that Sister Annie, the one that became the prostitute, had the connection to the Salvation Army, or as it's actually known as, Salvos. Which, I mean, prostitution and religious charities usually don't go well together, and this was one of those times where that was the case. Now, the final thing I want to draw your attention to in relation to Klondike Annie is a certain thing that happened on September 9th, September 1st, 1975, where Klondike Annie was rated by the Australian Classification Board. Now, for how scandalous, provocative, and adult Klondike Annie is, it would only make sense to get an age rating to match how provocative, scandalous, and adult Klondike Annie is. So, it got the very provocative, scandalous, and adult rating of, drum rolls please, G, for the content is very mild in impact. Definitely sounds very adult. Maybe the next on our list will share the same provocative rating. Guess we'll have to wait and see. So you have waited, and now you'll see that the Green Pastures does not have the same provocative rating of Klondike Annie because it actually hasn't been rated at all. The Green Pastures is a 1936 fantasy drama film directed by Mark Connelly and William Kitney. The film is about showing the events of the Holy Bible. Yes, this film is about religion, which means it's controversial by nature. And people have different views on who God is. Some believe in one God, some believe in multiple. Some people think that Jesus Christ is a savior and him coming again, while others say he's just a prophet. Some think well, now we're going to go to the depths of hell for this one because we are having a look at an exploitation film. And one of the exploitations of the hour is Tell Your Children, a 1936 American film about the dangers of a certain type of nose candy. No, we are not talking about Peruvian or Colombian here. We are talking about TLC, but replace the L with a H. The plot of the film is basically someone gets peer pressure into taking some of that nose candy, then gets addicted to the nose candy, and has to live on the street and suck dick. I mean, they do a Simpsons hit and run in real life. Mix it in with some murder and attempted rape, or well, the nose candy descends into madness, and there you go. That's Tell Your Children. Now, it was originally named Tell Your Children because it was being funded by the church. Naturally. But then it got into the hands of producer Darwin Esper, who had a more sinful approach to the film. He re-edited the film to be more in the exploitation ballpark while disguising it as a moral guidance film. So the hey ya approach, but in movie form. He put on the moral guidance mask just so he didn't get scrutiny from the censorship boards at the time. But that doesn't mean the film faced any scrutiny from censorship boards. That's when Walter comes into the story. Well, here's the embarrassing part about this. I couldn't really find anything on the film's actual ban for one source. So you know this is top-notch YouTuber journalism. But this film went through a lot of different names, including Reefer Madness, The Burning Question, Dope Addict, Doped Youth, and Love Madness. All of these alternative movie titles are on outrageous demand, and it's too many damn names for any man to understand. Aside from that, the film was restored in 2004 in colour and was looked at by the Australian Classification Board in 2007, gifting it with a surprising MA15+ in my opinion. Also, the film is available online, so that means I can watch it. So, did I watch it or not? And the answer to that question is yes, I actually did watch this film for once. And it's funny for all the reasons the church didn't intended it to be. Firstly, they spelled marijuana wrong, because the movie's text spells it like marijuana. Also, I watched the colorized version of the film, and all the weed smoke was color-coded like the Call of Duty bullet tracers. And also, the main conflict centers around this girl's death. And you may think to yourself, how did she die? Well, she was shot by this while high on cannabis. Hi again. Today we'll be talking about The King and the Chorus Girl, a 1937 American rom-com directed by Marilyn Leroy. It is a film about a king who falls in love with a chorus girl. So the plot is in the title. Pretty cool, right? Now you may be thinking that this was banned because of the chorus girls, like why Applause was. But innocent child, that is not the reason why The King and the Chorus Girl was banned. The reason why The King and the Chorus Girl was banned goes way deeper than just containing chorus girls. You see, the reason why The King and the Chorus Girl was banned is because it paralleled real-world events. Now, what are these real-world events, you may ask? Well, those real-world events were the story of the Duke of Windsor, also known as King Edward VIII. What King Edward did here is that he removed himself from the throne, i.e. he didn't want to be king anymore. Now, why did he do this? He did this because he wanted to marry a woman by the name of Wallis Simpson. And the only reason that he couldn't marry Miss Simpson is that she was not only American, but she was also a divorcee. Now, this was a large controversy at the time, since Australia is connected to the Commonwealth thanks to the British politely massacring the land and its people. We had an obligation. And since this film mirrored the events of Edward and Simpsons, Mr. Walter decided to ban it because it was too much for the public to handle, which in my opinion is kind of dumb. Because art reflects the time it was made in, so this would be a great example of that. But nope, he had to ruin it. Damn shame, because the king on the poster looks more sailor than King of England to me personally. And one of the funniest things about this whole situation is that Miss Simpson didn't even love his ex-king. And another thing, like the other movies that have been covered so far, The King and the China Girl was also given a chance at redemption, and it succeeded by the film being re-rated decades later. It was given a new life under a G rating, which is only claimed on IMDb, and I could not find it anywhere else. So overall, this was an interesting case to look at, considering that in the near future from here, things would be banned because of real world events. Don't worry, I'll get to Manhunt at some point. Phew, I thought we weren't going to get another one of these again. Gang Bullets, also known as The Crooked Way in the UK, is a 1938 American action crime thriller drama that is directed by Lambert Hire. The TLDR of the plot for Gang Bullets is that there's a gangster who knows every single loophole in the law, like he's goddamn Saul Goodman or Law by Mike or some shit like that. And quote, has the tables turned by Saul Goodman himself and his assistant. And it was banned because it's going to be violence. Just get to the point already, you yapping piece of shit. Aww, thanks. Truly someone who did their research. Why don't you just write the rest of the script then, Mr. Random Heckler in the crowd that I just thought of when I wrote this? So yes, it was banned because of violence, thanks again to Mr. Random Heckler in the crowd, which, if you wanted a movie to get banned in Australia, a gun and some blood effects will do it. Also, again, I couldn't find a re-rating of Gang Bullets, so I don't know. There's not really that much documentation regarding this film being banned, so here's something so I don't feel that bad about this section barely making a page in script length. So here's an old poster of gang bullets for your admiration. It's in black and white, and son of a bitch, there's a gun. Why didn't I check this beforehand? Knew there was something sinister going on here. Oh, I forgot. You wanted to hear my opinion on gang bullets. Well, please come to the assembly area as we have an announcement to make regarding a certain elephant in the room that we need to address. Okay, sounds reasonable. Settle down, people. Settle down. May I have your attention, please? Before you ask, I'm a different person now because I wear different clothes now than what I wore in a previous section. I have an announcement to make. I have come to the realization of something. While writing, I have made a grave mistake in my research. Inaccuracy, if you will. An inaccuracy that would plague this video forever. So now I will address this video's inaccuracy. According to some of the internet, and when I mean some, I mean the wiki page on the Australian Classification Board on the rating system fandom wiki, said that the first age ratings came before the Australian Classification Board existed, and that its first existence came in the year 1938. It had 3 ratings at the time of its launch, but general exhibition, not suitable for general exhibition, and suitable only for adults. I was going to address this in the introduction of these ratings as something to keep in mind, especially when it came to the next administration of the chief censor, Mr. J.O. Alexander. But one day, it was brought to my attention that I've committed a great sin of pride if I continued the writing the way that I was originally planning to. I have misled you all, the viewers, to be told a lie, and that is something I cannot carry the burden of. I shall now correct my prideful deception. The Australian age ratings were created before 1938. It was created by Walter Cresswell O'Reilly when he just began his administration. It was created the year 1930, 2 years after he started his administration. He had created the rating system with 2 ratings originally. Those ratings were just for general exhibition and not suitable for children. Suitable only for adults wasn't a thing in Australia until the 1970 Australian Classification Board reforms were introduced. The source of this new discovery was in an article I read called Classifying Adulthood, A History of Governing Minorities in Media Classification. In the chapter, The Australian R Rating, Maturity and Genre, it showed a graph confirming that the Australian age ratings had existed since 1930. I am very sorry for this potential lapse in my judgment that I could have made. Please forgive me. I beg of you. Oh, that was weird. Oh wait, this might be even weirder. So this movie is called Birth of a Baby. It was released in the year 1939 and was directed by the brave soul known as Alfred Ernest Christie. The movie is about a baby being birthed. And this movie was framed as a drama, not a documentary, which is just wild to me. So the film was banned in Australia because Walter thought that seeing a fetus come out of girls wasn't in the public's interest, and probably justifiably so. But I think what happened in America with this movie is really interesting, because as with a lot of movies from this time, there isn't a lot of information on why these movies were banned, unless it's one of the 7 that is mentioned on Wikipedia of films banned under Walter. At the time of A Birth of a Baby's release, America was under something called the Hays Code, which is a subject that everyone and their mother has talked about when it comes to censorship on YouTube. Hell, even Nicolas Cage talked about it on his Netflix original limited series called The History of Swear Words on the episode on the word damn. If you want an in-depth look at the Hays Code and all the bullshit that went on with it, I suggest you read the Hays Code document on this website. The TLDR is that this man, William Hays, was peer pressured into cleaning up Hollywood and all the dirty shit it was into. So, Mr. Hays and a couple of members of the church created the Motion Picture Production Code, which is commonly dubbed the Hays Code, which is the equivalent of a parent telling their child what they can and can't do. There are some pretty funny guidelines which I won't read because I would be repeating the exact same information that everyone else has said to you. But I will say, the code does not like scenes of actual childbirth, in fact, or in silhouette. So since Birth of a Baby actually has scenes of actual baby birth, what did our good old pal do over here? What he did is that he appealed to the local and state censorship boards in the hope that the film could be played in an actually profitable theater. And this movie was even taken to the High Court in New York and lost, with New York citing that scenes of actual childbirth were indecent when presented to patrons of public entertainment. Although it is worth noting that it was shown in America in places like Minnesota. So the film is publicly available to watch, but I won't watch it because it would mean that I have to relive my trauma from my Year 6 sex education class. So that's Birth of a Baby. Yay. Yeah, it's time to move on. Hell's Kitchen is a Warner Brothers 1939 thriller by directors Louis Sayler and Edward Andre Dupont. The plot is about a man on a mission to find the best cooks in town through brutal cooking competitions, is what I would say if we're talking about Hell's Kitchen with Gordon Ramsay, which I found out has a Wikipedia page for each of the seasons. Like, Jesus, you only need one for the show itself. But this is the Hell's Kitchen, where the plot, according to the world of frankfob2 at hotmail.com on imdb.com, is about a paroled convict's efforts to improve conditions at a boys' reform school alarm the school's corruption warden who have been embezzling funds from this institution. And this is the Hell's Kitchen that stars a group called the Dead End Kids, and it has my favorite Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War character, Ronald Reagan. For the uninformed, like I was, he was actually an actor from the early 1930s all the way until 1964, with his final movie being Don Segel's The Killers. He was even the president of the Screen Actors Guild, or SAG, for a short period of time. Or as most people know them, as the reason why the back half of 2023 didn't have that many movies releasing. In terms of the film being banned, like a lot of the films on this list, Australia banned Hell's Kitchen because of violence. The reason why I wanted to give Hell's Kitchen its own section because I thought it's funny that Ronald Reagan was an actor. So I'm sorry that this section was a bit shorter than the others. Now that I've dealt with Ronald Reagan, who should I deal with next? Ooh, I think I have it figured out. And what did I figure out? Well, The Road Back is an American historical war drama released in 1937 or 1939, depending who you ask, and was directed by a guy named James Whale. It was based on a book that was banned in the country that had a failed Austrian art student as its leader, which in fact nearly caused a boycott of Universal Pictures from the German government at the time unless they toned down the hate towards the failed Austrian art student. Which, by the way, the plot of this film is about how war equals bad and the growing dangers of dictatorships, with dictatorships being used as an example, yet again being that Austrian failed art student. That's fun. Now, this film had very special conditions about its ban in Australia. Since its 1939 calling, everyone's pulled out their guns, big or small, because they didn't like this guy's art or something, I don't know. And since, if you do the maths of people going against each other to the power of millions, and you add guns to that power of millions, the answer you'll get is blood, bullets, and death to the power of the millions. And since war can be traumatizing to the people actively fighting in it, that's what All Quiet on the Western Front is all about. And so, presumably, the Australian government wanted the movie-going members of the general public not to see what was going on in Paris at the time. So, they banned The Road Back for the years 1939 to 1945, which those years may sound familiar to you because those years are which the fight between the failed Austrian art student versus capitalism, with the Soviets and the Japanese getting a feature in this fight. And what was the reason why it was banned in Australia, you may ask? It was given the reason of pacifism, and around the time is when Victoria hit up their ex, i.e. All Quiet on the Western Front from the year 1930, and decided to ban that film too for the same reason. And speaking of All Quiet on the Western Front from 1930... Of Mice and Men is a 1940 American drama that is directed by Louis Milestone. Way, that name sounds familiar. I think I might have heard it somewhere. Well, son of a bitch, we have a repeat offender. Now, Of Mice and Men is based on the novella of the same name by John Steinbeck. The plot of this novella is that two displaced migrant ranch workers called George Milton and Lenny Small, and they moved to California in search of a job during the Great Depression, and it's one of the most controversial books of all time. And it's evidenced by being banned in a lot of US public and school libraries. And for why? If we flash back to White Cargo for a bit, we'll see that the answer is right in front of us. Racism. Basically, the book had some racist language, including the word that the Rapping for Jesus guy said a couple of times in that music video.
My crew is big and it keeps getting bigger. That's 'cause Jesus Christ is my
nuclear scientist. And also has some derogatory language towards ableists and women people, where some of the men in the book that the only thing that women people want is sex. With an example being the quote, I think Curly's, the main antagonist of the book, married a tard. Now, after hearing that quote, you may think that tart is a shorter version of the word retard, but no. A tart is its own derogatory word towards women to describe low IQ women who only has sexual intentions. Or in other words, what the average professional Redditor thinks a woman is. Also, it has some pretty depressing themes and it has some tough violence. Surely, all of what I just described to you as a potential objectionable content will carry into the 1939 adaptation. Not so fast, buckaroo, because the movie is not directly based on the book. It was directly based off a 1937 play adaptation, which... interesting take in my opinion, because the play is not the original source material, which leads to being a case of the source material inception, and I don't know what anything means anymore, and I'm losing my mind. Okay, fine, I'll go back to talking about Mr. Walter. So, the Sydney Morning Herald reported on Tuesday, the 27th of February 1940, that Walter had gone and used his band hammer again. And I find it interesting that it draws comparisons of us, the beautiful country of Australia, to our next door neighbour, New Zealand. Hey, how sweet of them that they passed the film. Aw, do you want a cookie as well while you're at it? Walter said that he didn't give information on individual films. Ha! That one aged poorly. And that every distributor has a right to challenge their decision for umpire review before standing by that decision that was originally made. What was Walter's concerns with the film? For a start, he didn't let the theme. Now, what was the theme? Depression? No, it's described as a study of futility of existence. Yeah, I think we are off to a bad start here. Honestly, that theme sounds like some philosophy shit that would come from Jack. He also disapproved of the character of Lenny for being a half-witted giant. And it gets even worse. But off, he also didn't like the scene where, spoilers, George shoots Lenny. Okay, this is just getting ridiculous now. Where is the Nerf gun? Give me the Nerf gun now! So, to stop myself from going insane over Mice of a Man, I think it's time we move on to the next murder that old Cresswell committed. Oh wait, I forgot about the fucking Nerf gun. Comrade X is an American comedy spy movie made in the year of 1940 and was directed by King Vidor. Honestly, smart move to name that kid King. It had a guy called Clark Gable, who I just learned has been in more than 60 films during his career, which I know is baby shit numbers compared to someone like Liam Neeson, who's been in 167 films. Jesus Christ, he's seriously been in that much? But still, it is impressive for an actor of that time period to be in that many movies. Also, just to mention that he's been in arguably the most profitable movie of all time, which is Gone with the Wind from the year before Comrade X. I haven't seen Gone with the Wind, and honestly, I don't give a damn about watching it anyways. Now, on to the topic of the people in Comrade X being famous for other projects. Now, Comrade X wasn't a film that didn't ban at first, as evidenced by this article from Saturday, the 18th of October 1941, from the newspaper called the Barrier Miner, where they can say that Comrade X may be banned in New South Wales. How this happened is that the chief secretary at the time, Mr. Badley, gave Comrade X a good old recommendation to his mates at the state cabinet. This was done because there were some petitioners at the time who thought that this film was offensive to, those Russians. And presumably because Russia and Australia were buddy-buddy at the time because they needed to fight the failed Austrian art student, Comrade X was banned for that reason. So this is basically an example of how white people got offended for other cultures. So basically what Twitter was during its prime cancel culture era. But still, I find this to be an extremely funny reason to ban something, since the majority of films that got banned at this time was because of violence or sex. Let's see what's next. Oh no, this is gonna be bad, isn't it? Oh no, I have to talk about religion again? Susan and God is a 1940 MGM American comedy drama directed by George Cuckoo. And no, George's last name is not the name of that neon movie with Hunter Schafer in it. This film is about a society matron, which after Googling the definition of society matron, I am still very confused, whose newfound religious fervor was the 1940s version of having a Shakespeare renaissance, changes the relationships around her. Overall, I think that this is an interesting plot concept because it looks to tackle on how much religion can change a person. The main cast of Susan and God consisted of Joan Crawford, Frederick March, Ruth Huxley, John Carroll, Nigel Bruce, Bruce Cabot, and Rose Hobart. All very funny names to have in my opinion. Like, there are two people that have Bruce in their name. Now, this is not the only time that this happens when it comes to Susan and God, because if you know Susan and God, you'll know that there's one person in the main cast I intentionally forgot to mention, and that is Rita Hayworth. Now, why did I single out Rita Hayworth in particular? She surely can't be that famous. Well, she is more famous than you think she is, because she is featured in one of the most highly rated and most popular media of all time. I'm talking about Stephen King's Rita Hayworth and The Shawshank Redemption. Now, you're probably thinking, that's not The Shining, so how is it very popular? Well, also take into consideration that Rita Hayworth and The Shawshank Redemption got a film adaptation in the glorious year of 1994 in the form of The Shawshank Redemption. There's the aha moment. And I think, well, I'll be put to a firing squad if I say this, but I still haven't watched The Shawshank Redemption as of writing this. I know it's shocking, right? I own the Blu-ray and the book, and I've only completed one of the two. I'll probably be like this until my death. Just another thing I want to note, in terms of the reason for exile of Susan and God in Australia, it was the case of blasphemy or words against God. That's fun. There's not a whole lot of things online covering the ban of Susan and God, but according to the American Film Institute catalog, it was unbanned in 1948. But it went under a different name to keep the identity of its past hidden. The name it chose? The Gay Mrs. Tex Roll. I think they should have gone back to the drawing board on that one. So in summary, Australia banned anything that wasn't in line with their religious views. Definitely a good way to run a government with absolutely no faults or problems whatsoever. So that concludes me talking about some of the films that Mr. Cresswell O'Reilly banned. Yeah, I know this section could have been its own feature-length Oscar-nominated Netflix documentary, but the guy banned a lot of stuff and I wanted to cover a lot of the topics that Walter objected to. By the way, I promise that the other chief censor sections from the pre-fetus era won't be nearly as long as Mr. Cresswell O'Reilly's section. You may call that favoritism, but I call it he banned a lot more films than the other chief censors. So it's been fun, Walter, but I never knew you at all. I'll never get to meet you, but your candle burned out before your legend ever did. I think it's my time to go and move on from the films you banned. So let's go to the next chief censor, Mr. J.O. Oh, fuck. I think I'm forgetting something. Okay, I think I found the part of that something I forgot to talk about. And that thing I forgot to talk about is the film Love on the Dole. Love on the Dole is a 1941 British comedy film. Yeah, we're going that far into the Walter administration. It was directed by John Baxter, who, from what I know, is not related to Bella Baxter. But what I do know is that he died in London in 1965, which the most famous thing that John Baxter ever directed was a film called The Crook's Tour. But the thing I want to draw your attention to is a 1940 film he directed called Laugh It Off, and the poster gives the title a bit of a dark edge. He's definitely seeing some shit. Now, why did I pick this film to be the final send-off for the Walter administration? It was because it was banned for one of the funniest reasons for being banned in Australia. Now, the film was proposed to a censorship board in the 1930s, and they weren't happy with it. When I say a censorship board, I'm sorry to say it, but it wasn't Australia. It was the BBFC, the British Board of Film Classification. Remember them? And I think it was close enough because most of the people living in Australia were, at the time, British. Plus, the author of the original novel said that the movie is based on is Walter, so I'm counting it. The first thing was that there was a scene of a mob fighting the police. Now I see why they didn't like this. The second thing is that there was supposed prostitution. I think it's just beating a dead corpse at this point. We get it. And the third reason why, because it showed me much of the tragic and sordid side of poverty. Or as another source put it, it contained realistic depictions of poverty. The film ended up being made in 1940 purely because of the failed Austrian art student. And when the film hit our shores, Malta immediately banned it, although he never specified his reason for banning it, which means he banned it because of one of three things that I just named it for being rejected in the UK. Although this film's release in Australia does have a happy ending, where it was released in October of the same year by the Australian Classification Review Board, with it being blessed with a suitable only for adults rating. Did SOA exist before, after the Australian Classification Board was established? Honestly, I don't know at this point. And it's one of the few films of the time where you can see the classification on the poster, as you can see it right there. And also, I wanted to throw in the fact that in the UK, Love on the Dole is currently rated PG, just saying. Now, does Love on the Dole contain too much realistic portrayals of poverty for one person to handle? Well, yes, it does have realistic depictions of poverty, but it has a point. I did watch this film and I thought it was a pretty good film overall. And on the poverty bit, the entire film is about a guy who falls in love with a girl, but as soon as they're about to get married, no one wants industrial jobs, which the guy got an apprenticeship in. So now he has to try and make the relationship work. Somehow. So it has sympathy for the little guy, the working class man. So is Walter allergic to poor people? I don't know the answer to that, but I do have the whole answer to what I was trying to remember a moment ago, and it looks like it's going to take a while to get through. So bear with me for a bit because I need to explain some context for this section. While I was researching for the last big section I've just covered, I came across an interesting document. It was a document that opened a whole new world to a place I somewhat knew. This is an old article on the National Library of Australia called Faces on the Cutting Room Floor, written by Charles Higram, or as it calls itself, Film Censorship: The Unnecessary Secrets. The article was published on November 20th, 1965, a whole 2 months since the release of the certified hood classic known as How to Murder Your Wife. This article mostly talks about the Prowse administration, which was current administration at the time Higram wrote the article, but it does have something special in store for us. A whole list of films banned between the years of 1928 to 1965, and it had a ton of shit movies that I didn't cover in the previous Netflix documentary. So in order to keep this at a somewhat reasonable pace, I'm going to list off the movies that Walter did ban during his administration that I didn't want to cover in the previous section, with reasons why they were banned in a quick fire fashion. And I mean quick. Okay, here we go. Also, expect a lot of abrupt cutting in this section. The Woman Between, released in 1931 and was directed by Victor, I'm not even going to attempt that one. The film was banned because of sex. The Man from Chicago is a 1931 British crime film by Walter Summers, and it got banned because of violence. Maybe the real reason why it was banned because Walter had competition with the director in terms of first names. Keepers of Youth is a 1931 British drama film directed by Thomas Bentley. The film was banned only in Victoria because of sex. Hey, at least least it gives them something to cry about. Pickup is a 1933 American crime film directed by Marlon Gerling. Surprisingly, Pickup wasn't banned due to its tough violence or tough language, as the genre is usually known for. The actual reason that Pickup was banned was because of sex. 8 Girls in a Boat is not the precursor to 2 Girls, 1 Cup, but a 1934 American drama directed by Richard Wallace. It was banned because of sex. Evensong is a 1934 British musical directed by Victor Saville. The one thing that is in the Wikipedia page notes that I find interesting is that Evensong is the first appearance of Alec Guinness. When I first heard that name, I thought he was the creator of the Guinness beer that inspired the World Records book of the same name. But no, he was the guy who played Obi-Wan Kenobi. No, not the prequel version played by Ian McGregor, but Alec played the version in the original Star Wars film, Star Wars. Back on topic, Evensong was banned because of sex. Good Dame is a 1934 American drama film directed by Marlon Gerling. Something funny about this movie is that the poster that Wikipedia provides for Good Dame has the tagline, "She was too good to be true," which is the tagline for every guy who just broke up with a girl that they met on Tinder. And also the pose that the man and the woman make on the poster just look goofy as all hell. Unsurprisingly, Good Dame was banned because of sex. Barbary Coast is a 1935 historical western drama directed by Howard Hawks about the California Gold Rush. This one is special because this movie in particular, because Barbary Coast was not only banned because of sex, but it was also banned because of violence. Damn, Barbary Coast really got treated harshly. Maybe because the guy on the main guy looks a bit like a light-skinned boy. 10 Days That Shook the World is a 1936 silent historical film that was originally made in 1928 and was called October, the 10 Days That Shocked the World. Now, the reason why I'm holding that information about the film is that I need to say why 10 Days That Shocked the World was banned first. Because it wouldn't really be obvious if I went on and on and on and I didn't say what the reason for the ban was. So 10 Days That Shocked the World wasn't outlawed in the entirety of Australia. It was only banned in, yet again, the whiny capital of Australia, Victoria. And Victoria said that the 10 Days That Shook the World had communism in it and they banned it. Ooh, such a scary thing. Spooky. Also, one of the directors for this film had the last name of Einstein. A last name that not at all seemed similar to the last name of that one guy who was in Oppenheimer for a total of 3 scenes, where in one of those scenes his hat fell and Oppenheimer picked it up for him, I think. My memory's a bit fuzzy on that one since it's been a while since I've seen Oppenheimer, but just trust me on this one. The Duke of Windsor skis in Austria after an abduction is a pretty fucking long title for a film, Jesus Christ. Like, they really tried to set the record for the longest movie title for the record to be nearly broken 60 years later with Borat's 4 title. The Duke of Windsor skis in Austria is also a film that doesn't have a Wikipedia page and is a film that I don't really know if it actually even existed or not. If I don't see it, I can't believe it. Apparently, The Duke of Windsor skis in Austria was banned because it was against public interest. Well, that's one way to ban something. Little Rio is another one of the films where I can't find any more information aside from a beforehand list on whether or not it exists. Seriously, why do some old films have to be so hard to find information on? The other thing that I could find is a Wikipedia page that was in French saying that Le Rio is films pornographics, which, to translate what that means, here's a Scott the Waz clip to tell you that according to French Wikipedia, Le Rio is... Now, this is contradictory to what the list had said. The list of banned films, which I'm using as a main source for this section, says that Le Rio was banned because of violence. So, will we find out which one of these reasons is the real reason? And the answer to that question is who knows and who even cares? Avenue Kid is a 1938 American crime film directed by Bernard Vorhast. The film was banned because of violence. Each Dawn I Die is a 1939 gangster film directed by William Knightley. Obviously, the film was banned because of violence. The Fighting 69th is a 1940 American war film directed by William Knightley. Funny thing about the director is that he is a double offender, no, actually triple offender, because he also appeared in the Australian Censor Board sites before on the Green Pastures and the previously mentioned Each Dawn I Die. That was such a great film to talk about, the Green Pastures. Also, just like our buddy Lewis Milestone, William Knightley is also an Oscar winner, but not for this film. It was for the film The Adventures of Robin Hood. so not like our buddy Lewis Milestone. The Fighting 69th was banned because of violence. Island of Doomed Men is an American crime film noir released in 1940 and was directed by Charles Barton. The film was banned because of violence, but the plot section on Wikipedia for Island of Doomed Men does mention slavery, so I don't know. Maybe it could have been that. I don't know at this point. Babies for Sale is a fucking hilarious title for a start. Like, is this the film where the Beatles got their inspiration for their album names? Maybe I should add it to my movies where it's very awkward to take notes list on Letterboxd, so I can join such movies as How to Blow Up a Pipeline, Men, How to Eat Fried Worms, and the best one of them all, How to Have Sex. Now back to the topic at hand. Babies for Sale. I can't take the name seriously. Babies for Sale is also a 1940 American film noir crime drama. Wait, how the fuck is this film with a title like that a noir crime drama? Babies for Sale is also directed by son of a bitch, not again, it's Charles Barton. Does Australia more likely target people who've already committed offence to the censor board than the ones who hadn't? Contrary to what the title might say, Babies for Sale was banned in Australia because of violence. Passports to Alcatraz is a 1940 American thriller directed by Lewis. Wait, do we have a third offense? Lewis D. Collins. Damn it! Also, I think this one has a pretty funny title. Passport to Alcatraz was banned because of violence. Saloon Bar is a 1940 British comedy thriller directed by Walter Ford. Wait, I don't think those genres go well together. Saloon Bar was banned in Australia because of violence. But like what happened with the last time this thing happened, I'm going to assume that the real reason that Saloon Bar was banned was that Walter didn't want competition with his name. East Side Kids is a 1940 comedy thriller drama film directed by Robert F. Hill. It is a film, a part of the East Side Kids series, which had 22 films released from 1940 all the way through to 1940. God damn, I don't even think Marvel can even keep up with that schedule. And it also is the only film in the series not to feature the Dead End Kids. And no, Ronald Reagan did not join them for these films. East Side Kids was banned in Australia due to violence. Assassin of the Youth is a 1937 exploitation film directed by Elmer Clifton. Ooh, there's a type of film I think we'll see more often. It's supposed to be a PSA on the dangers of weed, which is very funny in hindsight because of the laws we have now that decriminalize weed. Now, Assassin of the Youth is considered a clone of a much more popular exploitation about weed. And it's another exploitation film we have covered so far, Reefer Madness, with them actually sharing a cast member, that being Dorothy Short. And surprisingly, Assassin of the Youth was not banned for drug use, but for violence. And finally, The Long Voyage Home is a 1940 American drama film directed by John Ford, which you might have heard the name John Ford because not only did he create the Ford Car Company, but also he made some of the most iconic westerns of all time, like Stagecoach from 1939 and The Searchers from 1956, which I had to study The Searchers for history with Hamilton, and I think you can guess which one got the more attention. Not only was the film banned in Australia because of violence, but for sex as well. Okay, now we're done now with Mr. Cresswell O'Reilly. We can move on to his successor, which was... By the way, quick disclaimer, this section will not be nearly as long as the last section, so please accept some pacing issues accidentally. Mr. J.O. Alexander. Mr. John Orlando Alexander. He was the successor to the throne. He was sworn into office on the 23rd of May of 1942. He was originally a bankruptcy registrar in Brisbane before taking the job of ruining 13-year-olds' days. According to the Daily Mirror, Alexander had come into contact with all types of people and believes that he has an outlook on life which qualifies him for this new position. Okay, you sound awfully confident there, Mr. Colin Firth lookalike. Surprisingly, he didn't actually ban that much for the first couple of years that he was in office. It wasn't until 1946, a whole 4 years before, Alexander banned something, and that was Indonesia Calling, a film that was banned purely because it criticized the Dutch. Maybe because the Dutch got to Australia first and didn't want to offend the first raiders of the country. I don't know. Now, this era isn't recognized on Wikipedia, and I don't know why that is. I believe this era of Australian film censorship should be recognized more because Alexander did something that majorly affected what films were allowed in Australia for decades. But that's 2 years away, so I'm just going to list the rest of the films that got banned before we are at 1948. So here is a list of films that were banned in Australia between the years of 1946 and 1948 and a reason why they were banned. Starting in 1946, we didn't have Indonesia calling, like I said previously, but did you know we also didn't have Prison Ship? The film was banned because of violence. Delinga was banned because of violence as well. And we also wanted black market babies for some reason. Moving on to 1947, which had one movie banned, No Orchard for Miss Blandish. And, yep, here we are, 1948. Could go in talking about violence, Brighton Rock, No Room at the Inn, The White-Haired Girl, The Miracle, The Night of the Hunter, Edge of Fury, The Last Mile, Passport to Shame, The Young Captives, Rebellion of the Hanged, Private Property, L'Eau de la Bunch, Miss Sardonius, The Helens, Viridiana, The Challenge, Night of the Eagle, Temptation Island, Look Into Any Window, Les Lions, Dangerous, Shock Corridor, The Very Edge, Never Let Go, The Lever Boys, The Molester, Lady in a Cage, Shock Treatment, Secret Paris, Uneffeminate Marina, Die My Darling, Underage, Naked as Intended, Malibu, and Hit the US Aggressors. I think I might have gone a bit too far into the future. But there is one group of films that this man, Mr. John Orlando Alexander Hamilton, hated more than all those films combined I just mentioned. And those films are horror films. Ooh, spooky. Something to keep in mind is that Mr. O'Reilly also didn't like horror films that much. What Alexander did was turn that slight dislike for the genre into absolutely hatred for the genre as a whole. Now, where did this madness start to manifest? It started in, oh shit, it's 1942 again, where he introduced the H rating. But this was only for advertisements to warn people of the great general public that the film that was being advertised was in fact a horror film. Now you may think the next step is to ban advertising for horror movies in Australia. Campaigns for horror movie advertising to be removed is still ongoing to this day. Like how in August of 2019, a couple of parents in Queensland wanted billboards that contain this poster of It Chapter 2 to be taken off. They wanted it to be taken down from places where children are likely to see it because A, the movie was rated MA15+, and B, the poster was allegedly terrorizing children of nightmares and visions of the silly dancing murder clown. And if you want more examples of parents bitching about ads for adult movies, I suggest you have a look at the Refuse Classification Twitter account because it's one of 3 or 4 things that account posts. Okay, back on track. Now, at the time, audiences loved horror films, but we skipped past to 5 years later and anyone wouldn't be caught dead watching one because no horror films were released in 1947. The horror genre in Australian cinema was at an ATL, an all-time low. Maybe the genre was feeling suicidal. I don't know if genres have animal-like feelings. But to add salt to the wound, the Customs Minister, the Chief Secretary of Victoria, and various parents and citizens associations joined Alexander at the time in their massive distrust towards this wretched genre of cinema. But like another Alexander I've heard, he could never be satisfied. And on Friday, the 23rd of April, 1948, John Orlando Alexander assisted in the suicide in the horror genre in Australia by saying that horror films have no cultural or entertainment value, effectively banning the genre of film from Australia. He also said that horror films' appeal extends to only a limited section of the community, a section whose mental outlook should not be fed with films of this nature. And to decapitate the horror genre's corpse, he also said that horror films were also a source of potential danger to women in a delicate state of health. And he didn't have to amend the code to do this change, because there was already a rule saying that the board could ban something that was undesirable in the public interest. Pretty broad in my opinion. Now, the normal and sane thing to do here is to apply this ban to only films that are submitted to the censorship board, right? Well, take into account that these people are not normal or sane people, and we get resulting consequences of all horror films being banned in Australia. Not just ones released after the ban, but ones before the ban as well. So this included movies like Frankenstein and that one character referenced in Black Skinhead. But later on, in the 1960s, the rules changed so horribly that made those before the ban able to be released, but that have to be heavily altered to reach a for general exhibition or the not suitable for children rating, which in some cases could cause major differences. But what about the films made after horror movie Order 66 was executed? Well, some tried, and those films are, and since there are nearly 40 films here, I won't go into them individually and just list them because they're all banned for the same reason. So ladies and gentlemen, the list that I delayed because of a disclaimer, the movies that tried to get released in Australia despite the horror bans are Creature with an Atom Brain from 1955, The Werewolf from 1956, The Man Who Turned to Stone and She-Devil from 1957, Attack of the 50-Foot Woman, The Revenge of Frankenstein, The Colossus of New York City, City of the Dead, Daughter of Dr. Jekyll, Island of the Lost Souls, which was a reissue by the way, The Fly, and The Horror of Dracula from 1958, The Thing That Could Not Die, The Return of the Fly, Alligator People, and Frankenstein 1970 from 1959, The Fall of the House of Usher, The Bride of the Beast, Jack the Ripper, and The Curse of the Undead from 1960, The Mask, The Pit and the Pendulum, The Curse of the Werewolf, Conga, The Hand of Death, The Brides of Dracula, and The Fresh of the Fiends from 1961, The Premature Burial, The Black Zoo, and The Fantastic Disappearing Man from 1962, Nightmare from 1963, and Kiss of the Vampire, The Virgin of Numenor, Curse of the Mummy's Tomb, Witchcraft, The Last Man on Earth, Curse of the Fly, Frankenstein Meets the Space Monster, and The Evils of Frankenstein from 1964. Those are all of them. Look at those chick. And also there are some horror films banned before the 1948 horror movie Purge, and they were The Haunted Barn from 1931, Frankenstein from 1931 but only in South Australia, Men Without Souls from 1940, The Invisible Ghost from 1941, The Man with Two Lives from 1941, and The Girl and the Monster from 1941. And after all of that, like Jesus, the horror genre in Australia's corpse has rose from the dead, except it took them 20 years to do so. Imagine if this guy saw something like Martyrs or Wolf Creek, he would have the biggest stroke the world had ever seen. Now, the horror ban was the only thing that John Orlando Alexander was known for in the world of censorship. So, just as we got to know, John Orlando Alexander will have to leave in the past where he belongs as a piece of history. But not only did John Orlando Alexander have a massive impact on not only the Australian horror community, but on the Australian Classification Board and how they would operate in the future. This would also massively impact the Australian film community as a whole. So, goodbye, John Orlando Alexander. I barely knew you anyways. You're just a candle in the wind. The year is 1964, and welcome, folks, to the Prowse administration. This was the last administration on our tour of the pre-fetus era of the Australian Classification Board. So did Prowse go out with a bang? Well, let's see. Richard John Prowse was sworn into the position of Chief Censor in the year of 1964. And compared to someone like Cresswell or Alexander, he wasn't really a big deal. He didn't really ban that much. But remember, it's not about the quantity of banned films, it's about the quality of the banned films. What Dick was famous for was banning films of high profile, very good films, might I say. Like, we got some of the most famous and influential directors here. And I mean famous and influential to film school students who want to make an art house film that's unintentionally shit, and Ari Aster. Okay, let's get back into the films. Yes, the deep dive is back for Dick. Let's celebrate. Woo! Wait, the year doesn't make sense on this. Anyways, L'Amore, translated to Love in English, is an Italian anthology drama film written and directed by Roberto Rossellini, with extra writing credits going to Tullio Panini and Federico Fellini. And since this is an anthology film, it's divided up into multiple parts. This time it's divided into 2 parts. The first part is called Una Voce Una, or The Human Voice in English. The plot is about a lonely woman who is in her apartment having one final conversation with her ex over the phone. Now, while this section looks great, it's not the part that caused the film its controversy. It was the second part, Il Miracle, or The Miracle in English, that got the controversy. It was about an obsessively religious woman called Nanina who gets drunk with a man, and Nanina gets, what's the replacement word again? Pregnant while she is asleep. and she convinces herself that getting unknowingly pregnant was a miracle while everyone else mocks her. Now, yes, it was banned in Australia for what seems like obvious reasons. It also had problems with other familiar places of censorship. Yes, welcome back to the Big Apple of the world, New York City. This is the place that premiered L'Amour fully uncut. After the Big Apple premiere, the second part of the film, Il Medico, was removed from L'Amour and was instead placed with another anthology film for international release. That film being The Ways of Love, with Il Miracle being joined together with Jean Ramour's Parte di Campane, A Day in the Country in English, and Marcio Panoni's Jaffori, which has no direct translation in English. Another thing that happened after the Big Apple premiere was that the National Legion of Decency and some Catholics didn't like the film and condemned the film because of blasphemy. This resulted in New York City authorities banning the film from being screened, which then distributor Joseph Burston sent them an Uno reverse card in the form of a lawsuit dubbed Joseph Burston Inc. versus Wilson, which went all the way up to the Supreme Court. And who do you think won this Ace Attorney legal battle? They decided that Joseph Burston was in the right and stated that the film was protected by the First Amendment of the Constitution of the United States of America. Truly, God bless America. Just something to mention is that in Italy, the home country of Roberto Rossellini, the censors found nothing wrong with the film and passed it with no issues. Won't be the last film to come out of Italy to be controversial all across the world. La Dolce Vita, The Sweet Life or The Good Life in English, is a Federico Fellini 1960 satire which he wrote with Eno Fasolino, Tullio Panini, Bruno Rondi, and son of a bitch, it's Pasolini. The film is separated into 9 sequences with 7 episodes, which involve people spending time together, people being frustrated, people believing in a prophecy, and several parties in a quote-unquote orgy, which is part of the reason why it probably got banned. I say probably because there is no definitive or reliable reason or reasons why La Dolce Vita got banned in Australia specifically, but I'll just go off of what other countries have said for this. So, for the first time, this movie had divided reception in the home country of Italy, which apparently led Fellini to being cheered on and spat on at the world premiere of the film in Milan. And when it came to London, it was shocking and offensive to A, general people because of the treatment of sexual content in the film, especially when talking about gay content, which being gay at the time in Britain was a criminal offense, and B, Catholics who gave way too much of a shit about religion because to them it was blasphemous. Only the hardcore Catholics in Britain actually found it blasphemous, the others didn't give a shit at all. So, since Australia is a mostly Christian country with one of the most popular flavours of Christianity being Catholicism, they probably thought they had every right to ban it because of how blasphemous and sexual it was. Now, how sexual was the film? Well, according to the users of IMDb, they say that the sexual content is, drumroll please again, mild, with the most explicit of the content being an implied sex scene and a scene of a striptease with no nudity. So big fucking whoop if I do say so myself. And a lot of countries gave this the big ol' 18 plus when it came out, which in hindsight is ridiculous. At least some countries are sensible enough to re-rate the film to a 12 rating, which I think is fair considering the film has a nudity-free striptease, child murder, and suicide. The Holy Trinity, everyone. Viridiana, again, has no direct translation into English, is a Spanish-Mexican dramedy made in 1961, directed and written by Luis Buñuel and co-wrote by Julio Alejandro. Also, this is another film that is in the Criterion Collection, so that makes it 2 films we've covered so far that Australia has banned that are in the Criterion Collection. The film is about a nun named Viridiana, who was sent to her aging uncle called Don Jamie. Like with the other ones so far, I couldn't find anything interesting on its ban in Australia because nothing about the movie bans from Australia at this time period are really that interesting. But I did find something interesting about the movie from another country, and that country was Spain. See, if you look further into the plot of this movie, there are mentions of attempted rape, manipulation, and even suicide, which you may think are perfectly valid reasons to ban the film at the time. But no, the thing that the Spanish didn't like was the original ending. The Viridiana knocks on George's room, which George is Viridiana's cousin, by the way. Viridiana enters George's room and slowly closes the door behind her, which this ending implies... So what did Lewis and Co. change the ending to be? They changed it to a quote, menage a trois between George, Viridiana, and Romana. And Romana is the Uncle Don's maid. Which, menage a trois, was always a lyric I see being censored in like the Just Dance games, but didn't know why it was censored until I looked up what the phrase meant. And for those who still don't know what menage a trois means, it means a arrangement in which three people share a sexual relationship. Now, some people, and when I mean some people, I mean film historians, said the new ending is even more debauched than the original ending, which, in the defense of Spain, there is an implication of no. So it's a bit less graphic than the original ending, but either way it implies Trinidad, or The Silence, is a Swedish 1963 drama directed and written by Ingmar Bergman, and is the third film I've covered so far that is in the Criterion Collection. Why do they keep appearing in the Criterion Collection? I don't know. The film is about two sisters, Esther and Anna, and their tense relationship as they go home. Now, for the first time, we actually have information from the Australian perspective, not just other random countries that banned the film or took it to court, thanks to refuseclassification.com. So, The Silence is a very interesting and influential film, to say the least. It has scenes of nudity, softcore intimacy, female self-pleasure, female homosexuality, and desires for cucking and public intimacy, which were all framed intentionally as unglamorously and as unerotically as possible, according to David Stratton. Apparently, nearly 2 minutes of the film was cut for an American release, and even more was cut for a UK release. It is unknown what cut of the film got into Australia, but we know for certain it was most certainly with. And there are a number of changes to the subtitles to remove sexual content. But God forbid you change the suicidal tone of the film. According to refuseclassification.com, about 4 minutes of the film was cut to make it to Australia. Now, what happened to The Silence circa 1970s? Well, it wasn't officially re-rated in Australia, unlike all the other films in this section, which they all got re-rated to M at some point. But The Silence saw all the other movies banned in the time in Australia being re-rated to M and said,
Oh, call an ambulance! Call an ambulance! But not for me.
So, the only way you can watch this film in Australia, legally, is through the Essential Bergman The Faith Trilogy box set released in 2006, which was not released through Criterion in Australia because we don't have Criterion in Australia, but I wish we did. It was released through Hopscotch Entertainment, and the box set, which included The Silence, Through a Glass Darkly from 1961 and The Winter Light from 1963. Now, Through a Looking Glass was rated PG for mild themes at the time, and The Winter Light was rated M for moderate themes at the time. So Hopscotch Entertainment had a bit of a dilemma here. Do they go with the classification board and get Silence rated and potentially throw this release in the water because the classification board banned it, or do they take it into their own hands? Guess which option they went with? Well, they decided to take matters into their own hands and decided to play it safe by slapping the box set with an R18 plus rating for the reason of moderate themes, which is funny and stupid at the same time because they put in a lot of effort to play it safe to the point where they should have just gone to the classification board and get Silence rated so they know what rating to put on the box. Were they scared that the film was going to get banned? Well, actually, they did get it rated circa 1970s with an R18 rating, but with no reason, and the reason usually back then was the content was high in impact. But at least it provides with some pretty funny classification reasons. But don't worry, we'll get to funny classifications reasons soon enough. Finally, we get another one with a funny name. Blob is an Italian-English psychological mystery released in 1966. It was directed and written by Michelangelo Antonioni and was co-written by Toronto Guerra. And also, it is the fourth film I have talked about that is in the Criterion Collection. Maybe this section is just dedicated to how much films are in the fucking Criterion Collection. Jesus. The film is about a photographer who shot a dead body with film in London. Now, this film was a breakthrough in terms of mature content in film. Basically, it's the last straw that broke the camel's back for the Hays Code. After being rejected by the Hays office, office because of its explicit sexual content, MGM went to Premiere Productions, a subsidiary distribution company. Through Premiere Productions, the film was released widely in North America. This was not the case for Australia. Now, there is a slight miscalculation I made, but apparently Prowse wasn't in office until 1964, and the person doing all the bands before that was a guy named Mr. C.G. Campbell, who was in the position from 1957 to 1964. So, sorry about my lapse in judgment there. Anyways, there was one thing that pissed off Mr. Prowse about Blow Up. And that was that there was a few seconds of nudity, which after looking at the IMDb parent side, the most we see in terms of nudity is some female breast nudity, which isn't that much for today's standards. Like, it's speculated that there was another reason why Prowse didn't like the film, and that was its anti-establishment tone. Now, for those in the same position as me thinking, what the f*** is an anti-establishment, it translates to anti-government, so you're welcome. And like I mentioned earlier, most of the films that were in this section were re-rated to M, and Blow Up takes the award for the second funniest classification reason for a film. And those reasons are drug use, low-level sex scenes, nudity. Like, goddamn, chill out a bit. Like, thanks for letting me know it's there, but you don't have to scream out your lungs for one of the reasons from the top of your lungs. Jeez. I'm so close to the end, I can almost taste it. Wait, that sounded wrong. Fellini's Satyricon is an Italian historical surrealist movie made in 1969. Nice, and was directed by Federico Fellini. You again? And was also co-written by Federico Fellini alongside Bernardo Zappiti and Bruno Rondi. You too? And also, this is another film in the Criterion Collection, which just proves that this section is just dedicated to displaying the purities of the Criterion Collection and how Australia hates each one of the fucking films in it. The film is about a man who tries to kill himself because his girl broke up with him and starts dating another man, but a sudden earthquake destroys his home before he has the chance to do so. And we also have a first in this section, a different reason why the film was banned in Australia. Again, thanks to refusedclassification.com, the film was banned because of violence and indecency. Shit. Basically, the offending scene is where a character named Onafia is tortured, and while she's getting tortured, a bunch of peasants light their torches from Onafia's quote-unquote vaginal flamethrower. What the fuck is that? Damn, that gives a whole meaning to the term pack and heat. In circa 1970, there was a cut of the film that removed the scene where Onifia packs some heat, was submitted to the classification board and received an M rating. And then in circa 1990s, Fellini's Satyricon was resubmitted to the classification board, with it receiving the same M rating but for medium level violence, sexual references. And while I didn't really look into what other countries said about Fellini's Satyricon, I did see that Parker Tyler said that the movie Fellini's Satyricon was the most profoundly homosexual movie in all history. Take that as you will. Finally, we are done with Mr. Robert John Prowse and the pre-fetus era of the classification board. Let's go! We've reached 1971 when the classification board was established. Woo! Now it's time to talk about what the letters actually mean. Okay, before we move on to the next part, there is just one more thing I want to recognize, and I didn't know where to put it, so I might as well put it here. And that is, in 1956, the censorship board increased the number of members from 3 to 5. This was done to cope with the new rising genre of entertainment media known as television. And some of the TV shows that the board disliked included Sunset Strip, Wagon Train, 7/7 Sunset Strip Pair, The Outer Limits, and Boris Karloff's Thriller. Just wanted to note that. Thanks for listening to me for this far, for this long. Now on to the next section. So, in the pre-fetus era, I throw around a couple of letters such as G, PG, M, MA15+, and R18+. Now, to the insane, you could easily identify what these ratings are, what they mean, and what their purpose in life is. But to the sane, you may think, what the f*** do these actually mean? Well, sane viewer, don't worry. I will help you with understanding the 13 most worthless combinations of letters in the history of the English language. So for this section, I'll go through each of the 6 main Australian Classification Board age ratings and explain how they deal with each of the 6 classifiable elements, which are violence, themes, sex, language, drug use, and nudity. Nailed it. Give you an overall on what reasons you can expect at each rating and some textbook examples of media that are a certain rating. Sounds good? Let's go through the Sinister 6 of Australian age ratings, shall we? The first offender on our list is the G rating, or general if you wanted 6 more letters in your life. This is basically the harmless rating, designed so everyone can watch and play these and not feel any sort of traumatization whatsoever. But it is worth noting that the Australian Classification Board says that while the G rating is harmless to basically everyone and everything, it may not appeal to the interests of basically everyone and everything. In terms of violence, according to the Classification Board guidelines, the guidelines for violence in films is that violence should only have a low sense of threat and menace and should be justified by the context. They also add that sexual violence is not permitted. Meanwhile, for video games, the guidelines say that violence should only have a low sense of threat or menace and should be justified by the context. Oh shit, they're the same thing. But not the part about sexual violence. They changed up the wording for that, saying that sexual violence, implied or otherwise, is not permitted. Moving on to themes, for films, it states that the treatment of themes should have a very low sense of threat or menace and be justified by the context. While for video games, it said that the treatment of themes should have a very low sense of threat and menace and be justified by the context. Not again, can you just change up your wording for once? For sex, both video games and film guidelines say that sexual activity should be very mild and very discreetly implied and should be justified by the context. With video games adding the line, sexual activity must not be related to incentives and rewards. That additional line will become a common thing across the age rating categories. For language, both guidelines state that coarse language should be very mild and infrequent and be justified by the context, with no additional line or lines for video games and interactivity. For drug use, both guidelines state that drug use should be implied only very discreetly and be justified by context, with video games adding 2 extra lines to this section, being that drug use related to incentives and rewards is not permitted, and that interactive, illicit, or prescribed drug use is not permitted. God, they must really hate drug use. Might come back to that one later. Ironically enough, we're the only country to allow drug content in a G or an everyone rating, although the only time I've seen it supposedly being used is in G-rated media was Just Dance 2017. I'm still trying to figure that out. And for nudity, both guidelines state that nudity should be infrequent and justified by the context, with again video games getting the extra line of nudity must not be related to incentives and rewards. I think that the limit for this content is Amadeus' director's cut, with one scene in the film having a naked man in the background and sexualized breast nudity in what is to be an implied G category. In terms of reasoning, this category uses the prefix of very mild, like very mild violence, very mild coarse language, very mild of themes. You get the point. Although this is 2 categories to have some scenes may scare blank reason, with G having some scenes may scare very young children. If the film, or sometimes computer game, was rated before the reasons were introduced, it would usually be labeled as general or the content is very mild in impact. Some textbook examples of G-rated media include things like the entirety of the Just Dance series and Mario Kart, 2001: A Space Odyssey, and Stop Making Sense. This is where things start to get a little spicy. PG, or parental guidance, is the next rating up from G. It denotes that PG-rated content is not recommended for viewing by people under the age of 15 without guidance from parents, teachers, or guardians. Isn't 15 a bit high, Australia? Basically, the content has to be no higher than mild, but can contain content that children may find confusing or upsetting. So let's go through the categories again. Now, most of these categories are the same, but they swap out very mild for mild. Like for themes, they changed it to the treatment of themes should generally have a low sense of threat, or sometimes they'll just cut off entire sentences. This is seen in the section for violence where it says violence should be mild and infrequent and be justified by context, and that sexual violence is not permitted. Same goes for drug use, where the PG section just says that drug use should be justified by context. And some are just the same, like how nudity is still the same between the G and the PG ratings. Something I'll mention now is how far these categories can go, because it's going to sound like I'm going to repeat myself 5 times, except for themes. We'll get back to themes later. For violence, usually bloodless violence is allowed here, with some cases allowed to have blood, but usually the blood has to be minimal unless you're an anime. In terms of gore, bloodless animated gore is allowed here. This is usually the case unless you're Hereditary. Oh, we'll get back to you soon, Hereditary. In terms of language, this is where you're allowed to say the words like shit, bitch, slut, whore, and pussy. And from what I've seen, you can basically say these words an infinite amount of times and retain a PG rating. But sometimes you're allowed to say words like but usually have them censored in some way, shape, or form. For drug use, comedic brief drug use is allowed of drugs like weed, like in the Simpsons movie where there's this guy smoking a bong for 0.5 seconds. For sexuality and nudity, PG is where the more explicit sexual references can be placed, but they cannot be detailed. Like in Green Day Rock Band having the line, "When masturbation's lots its fun, you're lazy." And also, this is the category where you can have sex scenes. This includes movies like The Iron Claw, surprisingly, and Another Round. But sex scenes in this category are usually implied rather than shown on screen. In terms of nudity, PG can have breast nudity, with it rarely being sexualized in something like a strip club. And sometimes PG can have brief full frontal nudity, depending on the context and how the full frontal nudity is shown. Also, this is the minimum age rating for sexualized imagery, which are basically used on anime because of the whole concept of fan service. The common reasons for PG are mild violence, mild coarse language, and mild themes. Some more examples of PG media include Perfect Days, majority of the Super Smash Bros. Franchise, the original Star Wars trilogy, and Minecraft. Now we're getting somewhere. Mature, or M, is the next rating after PG. This is the rating where the classification board calls the content as moderate, which means it's recommended for people 15 years and over. Why obsessed with the number 15 so much? Keyword, I said recommended because children under 15 can still access it without legal restrictions, which can be a good or a bad thing depending on what it is. Generally, these works require a mature outlook on the subject matter presented, which in theory makes the M rating in line with something like the American R rating than an American PG-13 rating. And yes, this rating does have both, but like most things in that section, I'll bookmark it and come back to it later. In terms of violence, M is the category that starts to allow mild realistic violence in small doses, but allows strong unrealistic violence in some cases, i.e. sci-fi or animated blood and gore. And also, in the M rating, you can talk about sexual assault/violence, but if you decide to depict it on screen, make sure it's brief and not realistic or detailed. With swearing, M is the gold mine when it comes to swearing because now M media can have the famous word. That word is which is probably in line with what Australia's culture is like, where you can't go 3 sentences without saying at least 2 times. But is still off limits here unless you're Elton John. And speaking about Elton John, you can have explicit drug use in this category, usually only of the pure Colombian or Peruvian variety, but usually the drug cannot be named. That also goes for the drug named after that weird PlayStation 1 game that's stupid expensive. And finally we get to sexuality, which is much more lenient than most Western countries, where we allow sex scenes in a rating that's supposed to be a substitute for PG-13, like in Rocket Man and Moonage Daydream. Yes, Moonage Daydream is a PG-13, I know, but it's a strong PG-13. This is also the rating where we allow full frontal nudity, but usually briefly, which is really hard to define because Hereditary has full frontal nudity of both genders for like the last 5 minutes of the movie, but something like Men does get the next rating up because the nudity is there more often. Anyways, this is also where you can get the term crude sexual humor, which is the term that is used 90% of the time on sex comedies. Also, the term action violence usually gets put here, even though it can be used in a PG rating. The term was probably invented because of the near 50 billion Marvel movies and Liam Neeson movies that release each year. Some more examples of M-rated media can include Schindler's List, Nope, Spider-Man PS4, and like majority of the mainline Persona games. Mature accompanied, or just MA15+, is a lot like the M rating but with a lot of changes, like puberty. One of those things is that this is the start of something that only exists in 2 of the main categories, 3 if you want to count the porn rating, and that is the fact that someone could get bounced for trying to buy the piece of media. In translation, this is the start of actual age restrictions on age ratings, sort of. See, the thing with MA15+ is that there's a light in the tunnel for people who are under the 15+ threshold. Like the American R rating, people under 15 can see MA15+ material if they are with a person that is their parent or adult guardian, and they specify that that person taking the underage person has to be over the age of 18 and must be exercising parental control over the child. So the skit in the beginning of South Park Bigger, Longer, Uncut wouldn't be possible in Australia in theory, because if someone who is under 15 is someone who looks like over 18 that vaguely looks like them, cinemas and physical physical media stores won't give a shit because the person's over 18 can say that they are the parent of the under 15 child and they'll let them through. And also, streaming services and digital stores won't give a shit because there's no age verifications for individual profiles and purchases on streaming services and digital stores. And also, if you plan to do the ding-dong ditch sort of deal but in a cinema where the parent is there for the opening credits and leaves the child there, that won't work either because the rules specifically state that children under the age of 15 who go to the cinema to see an MA-15 plus film must be accompanied by a parent or adult guardian for the duration of the film. And according to their rules, the parent or the adult guardian must also purchase the ticket for the child, which we know can only be enforced if you buy the ticket at the counter, which most people won't do nowadays because everyone is afraid of social interaction now. But what is in these movies, TV shows, and video games that makes it so there are so many rules and regulations about who can access it and how can people access it? The Australian Classification Board says that content rated MA-15 plus is strong in impact. That means we're at the big boy shit now. This means we can have realistic violence with frequent blood and gore, as long as the gore is not too realistic or detailed. And this is usually where the limit for any animated violence can go, because MA-15 plus can practically have anything when it comes to animated violence, as long as it's not video game violence or sexual violence, because there are still restrictions on that, just letting you know. With the classification code saying that strong and realistic violence should not be frequent or unduly repetitive. The language in MA-15 Plus is basically the embodiment of the phrase "the sky is the limit," since we have fully upgraded the language skill tree, with the final upgrade being able to use whenever the hell the filmmakers and video game creators want. Which can also be said about nudity in the MA-15 Plus rating, because in MA-15 Plus, the movie, TV show, or video game can have a lot of nudity in it. Usually, it has to be full frontal nudity to be at the MA-15 Plus level. Same thing goes for coarse language, with the guidelines saying that a frequent or very strong coarse language should be infrequent. And the wording for video games slightly changed to aggressive or strong coarse language should be infrequent and not be exploitive or offensive. Which, aside from Netflix, nothing has been rated R18 today for coarse language. Moving on, in terms of drug use, this is basically at the line of unrestricted, but we're not quite there yet. Usually films are allowed to call pure Colombian/Peruvian by its actual name of coke. And also, there can be use of drugs like black tar heroin and methamphetamine. But remember, drug use should be justified by context. Those are the words that the classification board stands by when it comes to drug use in MA-15 plus. And finally, sex. With MA-15 plus, the classification board says that sexual activity may be implied, which in translation means that as long as your sex scenes don't look suspiciously close to porn, you're good. Even then, that rule is implied inconsistently. Like, how the fuck does the 50 Shades trilogy, Babylon, Poor Things, and Midsommar have MA-15 plus levels of sexual content, but Beau is Afraid gets an R18 rating for having one sex scene that was important to the plot? And there is more examples I could give, but I will stop there from driving myself insane over sex scenes in an MA-15 plus rating. Generally, the rule with the reasons is that they apply the prefix of strong before the classifiable elements, with some of the most common reasons being strong themes, strong violence, strong sex/sex scenes/sexualized imagery, and strong drug use. Some more of the things that are MA-15 plus in Australia are almost famous. At first, the Deadpool movies, majority of the South Park media, and majority of the Call of Duty series and Breaking Bad. The final rating I'm going to be talking about in this section is restricted, or R18 plus, or more commonly known as slightly violent video games and No Man's Land. Unlike what people think at the first glance, this is not equivalent to the American R rating, but more so equivalent to the NC-17 rating. But it's actually somewhat commercially viable depending on who you are. The Australian Classification Board states that R18 content is high in impact and can include things that may be offensive to sections of the adult community. And unlike MA-15 plus, there is virtually no light at the end of the tunnel for underage people trying to watch/play R18 media, except in one case. A person can be under the age of 18 and play/watch R18 content as long as they're in a private setting and the person under the age of 18 is with an adult. And the adult has to be the parent or adult guardian of the child, which I think everyone under the age of 18 has followed to a T when trying to watch or play R18, right? Surely you guys did it. I hope you you did. Surely. Just checking. Okay. And yes, I did check the guidelines, and that is a rule in there and wasn't a joke. In terms of guidelines, there's practically no restrictions on anything because Australia likes to think that adult citizens of Australia can watch, play, and hear anything they want to. Hell, God give them free will for a reason. The adults like to think that Australia respects the law of free will. Well, they don't exactly follow the laws of free will. There are still some things that could be considered bannable, which include detailed instruction or promotion in matters of crime and violence, promotion or provision of instruction in pedophilic activity, descriptions or depictions of child sexual abuse, or any other exploitative or offensive descriptions or depictions involving a person who is or appears to be a child under 18, gratuitous, exploitative, or offensive depictions of violence with a very high degree of impact, or which excessively frequent, prolonged, and detailed cruelty or real violence are very detailed or have an extremely high impact, and sexual violence. Depictions of practices such as bestiality, necrophilia, or other practices that are considered revolting or abhorrent. And gratuitous, exploitative, or offensive depictions of activity accompanied by fetishes or practices that are considered offensive or abhorrent, incest fantasies, or other fantasies that are offensive or abhorrent. My fucking God. Wow. That's a lot. So what are the guidelines for the R18 rating anyways? Firstly, there are not any restrictions on themes, nudity, or coarse language, so we don't need to talk about them since we already present themselves with what they are and there's nothing else to them to really discuss about them. Now for the rest of them. Violence-wise for films, it says that violence is permitted, but the classification board still says that sexual violence may be implied if justified by context. So like the refused content guidelines said, there are still restrictions on sexual violence. But on the video games front, they're a lot more descriptive than the film guidelines, with it saying that violence is permitted, high impact violence that is in context frequently gratuitous, exploitative, and offensive to an unreasonable adult will not be permitted, and that actual sexual violence is not permitted. And also that implied sexual violence that is visually depicted, interactive, not justified by context, or related to incentives and rewards is not permitted. The one on the film guidelines is somewhat unique in the category of sex, where it says that sexual activity may be realistically simulated. But in case you were confused by the first sentence, they clarify in the second sentence, where they say the general rule is simulation, yes. The real thing, no. And yes, they have broken that rule a couple times, but we'll get back to that later on. And yet again, the video game guidelines are more descriptive, saying that depictions of actual sexual activity are not permitted, and also that depictions of simulated sexual activity that are explicit and realistic in nature are not permitted. The only other thing worth bringing up in terms of the guidelines for the R18 rating is the R18 video games guidelines for drug use. While having the standard line of drug use is permitted, they also have the lines of drug use related to incentives and rewards is not permitted, and that interactive, illicit, or prescribed drug use that is detailed and realistic is not permitted. In terms of the common reasons for the R18 rating, the most common one by far is high impact violence, followed by high impact horror themes, blood and gore, high impact sex/sex scenes, and references to sexual violence. Some famous examples of R18 media include every superhero TV show that Amazon's produced, The Wolf of Wall Street, American Psycho, Metal Gear Solid 5, The Phantom Pain, and The Last of Us series, except for the TV show, naturally. Okay, I think I've given you enough to go on with knowledge to understand the rest of this. Go forth, young one, and listen closely, because I would like to present the beautiful, dark, twisted fantasy of the Australian Classification Board. The first thing I want to talk about here is how the Australian government thinks that the same content can be worse, all because the person consuming the content can press a button. Something of a unspoken rule I've seen the Australian Classification Board follow is the rule about how blood is presented in video games, where if there's no blood, it's a G or PG. If there is fantastical blood, i.e. the blood is a different color, that's an M. And if you show actual blood, then you get an MA 15+. Now compare this to movies where red blood can be seen as low as PG. Now here are some examples that I think were unfairly judged by this unspoken rule. Also, fair warning as I may spoil elements, story, plot lines from all of these games. So if you don't want these games spoiled for you, please don't continue with this part of the video, go to this timestamp right here and just continue watching the video from there. Thanks for listening to me. Now back to me bitching about red liquid in video games. The first example I want to bring up is Persona 5 Royal. Now, when I bring this game up, I'm not talking about it should have a lower rating, like to an M rating, because I think that the current rating that Persona 5 Royal has of MA 15+, is appropriate. Because A, there are some sexual images in Persona 5 Royal that I could see as MA 15+ worthy. I'm looking at you, Mara. And B, I think that the MA 15+ rating fits the game stylistically because the red and white colors of the MA 15+ rating logo fits in perfectly with Persona 5's aesthetics and colors. But I'm not sure how Persona 5 Royal has the term violence listed in its consumer advice. Because the thing is that the original vanilla version of Persona 5 Royal, Persona 5, has not have the violence descriptor on the box, and they reckon that the violence is at a M level. But also the original game was MA 15+ with just sexualized imagery, so it wasn't like it was an M rated game originally. So that means that all the mental shutdowns, Persona Awakening battles, all of the all-out attacks, the Velvet Room torture, Joker's death, and the bit where Joker and the gang kill God with the power of friendship are all fine within an M rating, which I agree with. But then we get to Persona 5 Royal, where that is bumped up to an MA 15+ rating. Now, many would first speculate that the new content in the game is to blame for the change, specifically the third semester content and the new Showtime attacks. Now, I don't think that the Showtime attacks affect the game's age rating that much, because they are fit in line with the all-out attacks in the game content-wise, but in a bit more of a ridiculous and comical tone, which I think lowers the impact of the content in my opinion. And in terms of the presentation of blood, in most cases the all-out attacks are more graphic than the Showtime attacks, with only a few matching up with the all-out attacks. Plus, it's not real blood anyways. The personas in the game bleed a black, gooey sort of blood, so the blood is clearly fake and should lower the impact as well. So I don't think it's the Showtime attacks. Then what else could it be? Well, there's the third semester, of course. And there is one thing I think crossed over the line to the MA 15+ territory, and that is Kasumi's flashback scene. Basically, this is the scene where after Sumire gets fed up with Kasumi's success in life, starts to randomly run, which then Kasumi runs after Sumire trying to stop her. Then Sumire runs across the road, and Kasumi pushes Sumire to the other side so Sumire wouldn't get run over by Truck-kun, resulting in Kasumi getting hit by Truck-kun and resulting in her death. Most of the scene is seen from Sumire's point of view in a first-person camera, with the end of the scenes being shown from a top-down view, show Kasumi's dead body with a pool of blood around her. Yes, this scene is intense and brutal. Even saying it now gives me chills and makes me kind of emotional. But in my opinion, it's no worse than how Joker's death was handled, which got an M rating in the original game. Now, something to note is that the second half of the god-awful anime adaptation of Persona 5 got an MA 15+ rating for strong animated violence. So maybe they regretted the decision about what rating they gave to the scene where Joker gets 360 no-scoped in the head by Pancakes Lover 69. Another thing I want to bring up is how some of the video game adaptations will get a lower age rating than their original game. One example of this is Uncharted, where all the mainline games, including The Lost Legacy, got an MA 15+ rating, while the movie got away with an M rating, with both having content that is pretty on par with each other. There could even be an argument that the movie is more graphic than the games. This same treatment was also given to The Last of Us TV series by HBO, where the original game got an R18 rating and the adaptation got an MA 15+ rating. Now, it's not like the Uncharted movie, where the Uncharted movie is not a direct adaptation of the Uncharted games. No, this was a near one-to-one adaptation with the first Last of Us game that was made in 2013. Which makes me think that the only difference was the fact that you can press a button and the fact that The Last of Us looks pretty realistic for video game graphics at the time. And even with the re-release on PS4 and the remake of the original Last of Us on PlayStation 5, the game has retained its R18 rating, which I thought would have been a perfect time to change the rating to be in line with the TV show. But no, the classification board didn't budge. Now, if we're talking about TV shows and movies that aren't direct adaptations and are just in the game's world, there's examples like Cyberpunk Edge Runners having an MA15 plus rating, while the main game, Cyberpunk 2077, has an R18 rating. Mortal Kombat Legends, Scorpion's Revenge, Cage Match, and Battle of the Realms all have MA15 plus ratings, while the current games at the time of their release have R18 ratings for obvious reasons. Although there is the 90s live-action Mortal Kombat movies, Mortal Kombat from 1995 and Mortal Kombat Annihilation from 1997, which in theory should be put in this category because of the fact that the Mortal Kombat games were given MA15 plus ratings at the time and the live-action movies were given an M rating at the time. But I didn't want to put it in the same category because if you know anything about the 90s live-action Mortal Kombat movies, is that they're known for being exactly very faithful to the original game's source material and all of the presentation of violence at its very core. Which means that the 90s live-action Mortal Kombat movies are more of an adaptation of something like Mortal Kombat vs. DC Universe rather than the actual Mortal Kombat games. The problem of being faithful to Mortal Kombat's brutality was fixed with the 2021 Mortal Kombat adaptation, with it being slightly more violent than the 90s live-action movies. Another one of the adaptations that you can get into this section for a technicality is the Doom movies, more specifically Doom Annihilation, with it being an adaptation of Doom 3, which are both rated MA15+. Now, you may be thinking, why the hell am I talking about this? Well, I'm glad you didn't ask because Doom 3 is technically rated R18. It's all because of the playable toaster you can strap onto your head. Yes, the VR version of Doom 3, called Doom 3 VR Edition, very creative name, got an R18 rating for high impact violence, online interactivity. And this wasn't done through IARC, this was done through the actual classification board. And another example of this is the Witcher live action Netflix series, which yes, could be technically counted as a book adaptation since the games are based off of the Witcher novels by, I can't say his name correctly, but since The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt was the most recent Witcher material that came out before the Netflix show, I'm counting it as an adaptation of The Witcher 3, which The Witcher 3 Wild Hunt has an R18 rating, while the entirety of the 3 seasons of The Witcher Netflix live action show has an MA15 plus rating. One final example of this specific rule is the Amazon produced Fallout TV show, with it being rated R18 in Australia because of one episode, that being episode 3, which has a guy's head being squashed, which to be honest doesn't show that much blood detail than it could have, and a scene where they kill a creature in a way that the boys would be proud of. Now, this was most likely self-rated by Amazon themselves because I think that when this hopefully comes to physical media in the near distant future, the classification board will actually have a look at it and see that it deserves to get a change to an MA15 plus rating and be in line with the rating of the video games, because I don't think it's very R18 worthy. Hell, even the UK agrees. One adaptation that is not a original is R, but the adaptation is MA, is Alien Isolation, which yes, I did look it up to confirm it was an adaptation of the original Alien movie, which had an M rating, while the later movies, Alien 3 Director's Cut, Alien Resurrection, Alien Covenant, Alien Prometheus, and Alien Ruminus all have MA15 plus ratings, which is the rating that Alien Isolation has. Although this example isn't a video game adapted into a movie and it's more like the other way around, it's still an interesting example to point out. Another example of this sort of behavior is with World War Z, where the 2013 film starring Brad Pitt has an M rating for horror themes, violence, and infrequent coarse language. The games, World War Z from 2019 and World War Z Aftermath from 2023, both got MA15 plus ratings for strong violence, blood and gore, online interactivity. And no, I'm not counting the World War Z extended cut, which got an MA15 plus rating, because I think that's not watchable unless you pay $15 for a special Blu-ray off of eBay. One more example of this rule is Tomb Raider 2013. Now, the question for this one is, what is Tomb Raider 2018 based off of? Is it the original games that were released throughout the late 90s, the games that were released throughout the 2000s, or could it be the Tomb Raider trilogy that was released throughout the 2010s? All of them were developed by Crystal Dynamics, by the way. Well, it's mostly based off of the Tomb Raider reboot trilogy from the 2010s, with it being mostly based off of the first game in the 2010s reboot trilogy, that being the 2013 game, Tomb Raider, which gives it an excuse to fall under this category, with the original game being rated MA15 plus for strong strong violence, and the movie adaptation being rated M for action violence and a sense of peril. Jesus, why do you need to warn about peril? This isn't a PG rating. Now this is similar to the 90s Mortal Kombat live action movie situation, because that was intentionally PG-13, because you can't usually have large blood spurts in a PG-13 film, and rarely could you have two uses of fuck in a PG-13 film. So they changed it to only one half utterance of fuck and just showing bloody wounds. This is also similarly applied to the Assassin's Creed movie that was released in the year that they took a break from releasing Assassin's Creed games. Now let's talk about an adaptation that didn't even come out in Australia. Reservoir Dogs is a 1992 crime thriller that was directed by women's feet enthusiast Quentin Tarantino. You may know him as one of the 3 directors that film pros worship and have a shrine of. I know him as the guy who can't get enough of writing the N-word in his scripts. Now, Reservoir Dogs was Tarantino's first feature, and since his next film, Pulp Fiction, was very successful, it only made sense to make Reservoir Dogs into a third-person shooter video game adaptation in 2006. The game didn't really review well with critics and the Australian Classification Board. Now consider that at the time of 2006, the movie was rated R18, and video games could only go up to MA15+ at the time. So you knew this game was going to get rejected. The Classification Board cited 3 instances that made them ban the game. Some of those instances was the ability to blow heads off and torture police officers and hostages. I could see why that had no basis whatsoever. Even looking at the torture methods that they cited, none of them was the iconic torture scene from the movie where we don't see someone's ear cut off to steal his wheels stuck in the middle of you. The other thing that they cited was the ability to have a slow motion shootout. So by that logic, any game with bullet time should be banned in Australia. Although the film did get a re-rating in 2019 to an MA15+ rating, the game still remains banned to this day. The game was also banned in New Zealand, soft banned in Germany, and never released in Japan. Wait, no way. Another thing to point out is that sometimes this rule is reversed and the adaptation gets a higher rating than its original game or game series. One of the most drastic changes between video game source material and movie adaptations was with Werewolf Within. Now, if you don't know what this game is, it's basically a virtual reality video game version of a in real life game called Mafia or Werewolf depending where you live, which is the game that Among Us was based off of. If you don't know what Among Us is, then the game was given a PG rating for mild fantasy themes, VR, and online interactivity. Then the good folks at IFC Film released this, Werewolf Within, directed by Josh Rubin and released in 2021. The film adaptation gained itself a weird rating of MA15+ for strong violence. What I found even funnier is that in the United States, the game got an E rating, which is the equivalent to the Australian G rating, and the movie got an R rating. One that had a slightly less extreme fate was Gran Turismo. The Gran Turismo games consistently get G ratings because they are simulation racing games with an emphasis on following local traffic laws on a racetrack. There is nothing wrong with these games, unless your kid plays the game and decides that he wants to be a racist when he grows up. Then we get to the 2023 movie adaptation directed by the guy who directed District 9, where the G rating gets upgraded to an M rating because they wanted to put in a f*** in the movie. Some of the less extreme examples include Arcane Season 1, which is an adaptation of League of Legends for those who want to forget that fact, with League of Legends having an M rating for fantasy violence. Gaming experience may change online, and Arcane given the MA15+ rating by Netflix for violence, strong blood and gore, fantasy themes. Another example of this would be the Castlevania Netflix anime. Well, yes, the Castlevania games have gotten R18 ratings with Castlevania Lords of Shadows 2. That's not what the Netflix anime adapts. The Netflix anime adapts Castlevania 3 Dracula's Curse, which has a G rating with no reasons since it's an NES game, and NES games are ass old and don't age well, realism-wise, like milk. And the Netflix anime turns that G rating into an MA15+ rating for seasons 1 and 2 for strong violence, strong blood and gore, strong horror themes, and an R18 rating for seasons 3 and 4 for high impact violence, blood and gore, high impact horror themes, and high impact horror violence. Now, there is a other Castlevania Netflix anime called Castlevania Nocturne. I wonder if they have ever played SMT before, because this is based off of the 2 Castlevania games, Castlevania Rondo of Blood, and Castlevania Sympathy of the Night, which Rondo of Blood is an M-rated game for violence and Sympathy of the Night is a PG for mild horror or mild fantasy violence, depending which one you want to live in more. And they turned that PG and M rating into one R18 rating. Moving on from the boring Smash Brothers characters to someone people wanted in Smash Brothers as a character, the Halo TV show kind of falls into this category, with the show being classified MA15+ for strong science fiction themes and violence, and all the mainline Halo games being rated M thanks to a fuck-up by Microsoft, with them saying that Halo the Master Chief Collection on PC was rated M for violence, mature themes, users interact, when in reality it's rated MA15+ for strong violence, online interactivity. This is because of Halo Combat Evolved and Halo 2 retained their MA15+ ratings, except for Halo 2, where it's technically a PG if you only think Halo 2 is a map editor. Who knew a map editor could show an ass? A more clear-cut example of this is the Mario movies. Yes, both the Mario movie from 1993 and the Chris Pratt one from 2023, where most of the Mario platforms had been given G ratings, except for Super Mario Odyssey, which had to be different and get a PG rating. Seriously, you son of a bitch, why did you do that? Just stick to the mainline rating for your games. And the Mario movies both had PG ratings, with one having a way shorter reasons list than the other. A very similar thing happened with the Sonic movies and the Sonic Prime TV show, but Sonic tends to jump around the G and PG ratings a lot more for the mainline games than Mario does. So the lines are a bit more blurred when talking about Sonic in this category. Another thing that jumps around the age ratings a lot is Twisted Metal, which the Twisted Metal series can range from a PG rating to an MA15+ rating, depending on what game you're talking about. And the 2023 TV adaptation of Twisted Metal got an MA15+ rating with no reasons attached. And since it's not an adaptation of any particular game, but the entire series, that's when the lines get even blurrier. And if you want a strange example, then have a look at the Angry Birds movies, where the original games got a G rating because all it is here's a bird, kill a pig. And the movie adaptations is PG because they gave the murder birds the ability to talk, and when they talk, there's bound to be some crude humor and coarse language at some point. Surely. I remember Reservoir Dogs from the last bit. There's another example similar to Reservoir Dogs, but a bit more of a happy ending than the Reservoir Dogs video game. And that is the 2010 Alien vs. Predator video game that wasn't an actual adaptation of the movies, but a franchise reboot. And it got banned, all because of high-impact, bloody violence. Sega, the game's publisher, decided to appeal the ban and stand by the game's content as appropriate to release in Australia, which included decapitation, dismemberment, locational damage, impalement, eye gouging, and the use of human heads as trophies. Well, then it had to be banned. And after another look at the game, the Australian Classification Board sided with Sega and awarded the game an MA15+ rating because of the sci-fi context of the game and that violent scenes are not prolonged. A decision that Sega was very happy with their managing director for Sega at the time, Darren Macbeth, saying that we are very particularly proud that the game will be releasing in its original entirety with no content being altered or removed whatsoever. He said this is also a big win for Australian gamers. I don't think it's that big of a win when the game reviewed like shit and wasn't that good apparently. Another similar example is the 2010 South Park video games, with the TV show being rated M for the first 2 seasons before going full on MA15+ from season 3 to eternity. And if we go forward to 2013, where Australia refused to rate the games for reasons I will not disclose now, after making some changes, the game was released with an R18 rating. And the sequel to The Stick of Truth, South Park The Fractured But Whole, got a R18 rating without any censorship changes. I always found this situation odd, considering I don't usually associate South Park with being an R18 rated franchise, but it is what it is. And then there are boring examples where the adaptation sticks to the game's original age rating that the game got. This is stuff like Detective Pikachu from 2019, the Dragon's Dogma Netflix anime from 2020, the Cuphead show from 2022, Monster Hunter from 2020, the Resident Evil movies from 2002 to 2016, the Silent Hill movies from 2006, Witchcraft from 2016, Five Nights at Freddy's from 2023, Max Payne from 2008, and Hitman from 2007. I think that's enough video game adaptations I can handle for the moment. Let's move on to a time where the gamers revolted. Hi there. You may have noticed that the vibe has completely changed to be more of a story time online kind of setting. Well, that's because I have a really long picture book to read to you. Except there is no picture book, it's just me telling a GoPro a really long series of rants by a lot of people on both sides of the spectrum. So, this is a story about how Australian age ratings finally grew up to handle games with not only blood, but gore in them as well. So our story begins with the Americans, where they started to bitch about how video games are becoming way too violent in both ways. This part of the story has been told many times by many different people, so I'll give you the basic rundown of it. Basically, the games Mortal Kombat, Night Trap, and Lethal Enforcers got into some big trouble by a guy called Joe Lieberman because he didn't like that these games were on the market at all and wanted them banned due to the supposed harmful effects it had on people, i.e. making people violent. This led to one of the most infamous Senate hearings of all time, where Joe and another guy named Herb Cole brought in a representative for both Nintendo and Sega to answer their accusations relating to video games being too violent. The reason why this one was one of the most infamous Senate hearings is that Nintendo was beating up Sega hard in this hearing, and they were putting themselves in the favorable position in the eyes of the Senate. Although, there was one particular thing that aged poorly, and no, it wasn't Sega's attempted age rating system. It was the fact that Howard Lincoln, Nintendo's representative for these hearings, said that,
and let me say that for the record, I want to state that Night Trap will never appear on a Nintendo system.
Which that aged poorly when Night Trap got ported to the Nintendo Switch for its 25th anniversary with a teen rating. After the hearings were over and Howard sent a very poetic letter to Sega about their treatment at the hearings, we move on to the year 1994, which is the year that the ESRB was formed, but that's not important because we need to move over the sea to Australia. In 1994, the Australian Classification Board got its first major reform since its birth in 1970, where video games would not be rated by the same people who rated movies because they wanted to have their own ratings, damn it. The initial Australian Classification Board video game ratings were G, G8+, M15+, and MA15+. Only two of those ratings would remain the same to this very day. And you may have noticed something off about the system, and that is the lack of an R18+ type rating. At the time, if it was decided that a game would exceed an MA15+ rating and had possibly gotten an R18 rating, it would be banned outright. A decision I'm sure won't come back to bite them back in the ass. And that was the system that Australia ran off until 2005, where they merged the game age ratings with the film age ratings, officially being now called the Australian Classification Board. Before then, they were called the Office of Film and Literature Classification. They made the video game age ratings now G, PG, M, and MA15+. You may have noticed that there is still no R18 rating in the classification system for video games, despite the fact that 26 games were banned between the birth of the Australian game age rating system and the 2005 reform, and those games were Voyager from 1993, Dreamweb from 1994, Phantasmagoria from 1995, Duke Nukem 3D from 1996, Frontiers from 1993, Wanderlust from 1996, Sorority House from 1991, Tesseract House Guest from 1993, Vita from 1993, Strip Blackjack from 1991, Strip Poker 3 from 1991, Pocket Gal 2 from 1988, Postal from 1997, The Learning Channel, Tender Love and Care from 1998, Grand Theft Auto 3 from 2001, DMX XXX from 2002, The Getaway from 2002, Manhunt from 2003, Silverball Product Version 8 from 2003, Shock Nam 67 from 2004, Leisure Suit Larry, Magna Lard from 2004, Grand Theft Auto San Andreas from 2004, Singles Flood Up Your Life from 2003, The Punisher from 2004, and Narc from 2005. Whoa, That was a lot of games. This was around the time where eyebrows were being raised at the fact that there was no R18 rating for video games. On July 8th, 2004, The Age published an article called Out of Play. This article talked about the stupidity of Australia's lack of an R18 rating for video games. The article stated that in 2002, found that there was strong public support for an R18 classification for video games and recommended its introduction. But Darrell Williams, the federal attorney general at the time, said no, because he claimed that the likelihood of children getting access to adult computer games increases if the material is legally available. This tells you the mission statement of the Australian Senate at the time. Don't introduce the R18 rating for video games. Video games are a toy only for kids and teenagers. This was a sentiment that was supported by a lot of conservative children's groups at the time, including groups like Young Media Australia and the Australian Christian Lobby. And then comes the big daddy of them all, the defender of the faith and the biggest voice in the opposition to the introduction of the R18 rating for video games. It's Michael Atkinson, the 46th Attorney General of South Australia. I will say, he does look like Christoph Waltz from that Wikipedia photo. He was the biggest cockblocker when it came to the introduction of the R18 rating. He blocked several of the R18 proposals, and his mission statement was that R18 rating for video games equal stupid people will be exposed to damaging images and messages. He also backed out of a discussion paper being released for public consultation on the subject of an R18 rating for video games. Yeah, I would be pretty fucking mad too. More and more games were getting banned, which caused Australia to kind of be seen as the laughingstock for the international gaming community. Games such as Fallout 3, Fear 2, Project Origin, Left 4 Dead 2, 50 Cent Bulletproof, Reservoir Dogs, Mark Echo's Getting Up's Content Under Pressure, Soldier of Fortune Payback, Dark Sector, Silent Hill Homecoming, Necrovision, Crimecraft, Shell Shock 2, Blood Trails, Risen, Sexy Poker, Alien vs Predator, Mortal Kombat 2011, House of the Dead Overkill, Extended Cut, and Syndicate were all banned at some point during this time. Most of it was for stuff like high-impact bloody violence or drug use / sexual content was related to incentives and rewards. And some of the time, it's dumb, like Mark Echo's Getting Up Content Under Pressure was banned because it glorified graffiti. Can you see why we were considered the laughingstock of the gaming subreddits? But in 2010, there was a major development in the fight for an R18 rating in gaming, as on the 21st of March, 2010, the 46th Attorney General of South Australia, Michael Atkinson, stepped down from the role of Attorney General of South Australia, an event that was definitely celebrated in the Australian gaming community. This meant that the R18 rating for video games could actually see the light of day, and what was a good sign is that the next in kin for the role, John Rue, was in support of an R18 rating in video games. And what was an even better sign was that the opposition leader of Australia at the time, Tony Abbott, stated that if what happens with video games is roughly analogous to what happens in other areas, that seems silly. Instinctively, I'm with you, and it's something I'll be happy to look at if we are in government. But at an Attorney General meeting in Melbourne in May of 2010, there was an intervention. Not just any kind of intervention, but holy intervention of the likes of the Australian Christian Lobby, Australian Council on Children and the Media, the Australian Family Association, Western Australian Edition, Media Standards Australia, the Sporting Shooters Association of Australia, and some members of Parliament of Western Australia were not happy about an R18 rating for video games. But later that year, the federal government put an Uno reverse card on that holy intervention and pledged support for an R18 rating in video games in the Australian Classification Board, with the Minister for Home Affairs at the time saying that we need a classification system that protects young minds from any possible adverse effects, while also ensuring that adults are free to make their own decisions about what they play within the bounds of the law. How ironic that statement would become. Basically, everyone in the public wanted an R18 rating for video games because it just made common sense to do so. Even game stores got in with this, with the biggest game store franchise, EB Games, which is the Australian equivalent to GameStop, put out a petition for the introduction of an R18 rating for video games, and they got over 46,000 signatures in 2 weeks. But there was one important meeting to go, and that was the meeting of the Australian State and Attorney Generals laws of July 22nd, 2011. This is the meeting where they laid out the guidelines for the R18 rating in video games. Most states agreed, but there was one final cockblock. It didn't come from Western Australia or South Australia or those child and Christian groups. It was the Attorney General of New South Wales at the time, Greg Smith, who abstained to vote on the new R18 rating guidelines. But O'Connor did warn Smith that the federal government would override New South Wales' decision to abstain, and the R18 rating would be introduced into video games whether Smith liked it or not. But on the 10th of August 2011, Smith pledged in his allegiance to support an R18 rating for video games. Then the big day arrived on the 1st of January 2011, where the R18 rating was officially available for video games. What a long journey this was, but it got the happy ending that it deserved. Gamers from all across Australia rejoice as Australia finally matured into treating video games as proper entertainment and not just a toy for kids to waste their time on. The first game to be awarded an R18 rating was Ninja Gaiden Sigma 2 Plus on January 23rd of 2011, with it being awarded an R18 rating for high impact bloody violence. But just when the Gamers Republic of Australia thought that they have won their freedom, there was something sinister, shady happening with the Australian Classification Board. Something that violated the mission statement of the Australian Classification Board, that Australian adults can choose to see, hear, watch, and play anything they want. After all of the hard work of getting the R18 rating for video games, something else was starting to brew up again. A lust for blood, if you will. And it was something that they had been doing up until the announcement of their absence from using it. But after they announced their abstinence, it took them 6 months until their addiction started up again. Yes, the introduction of the R18 rating wasn't the be-all end-all when it came to banning video games, even though, in theory, the strongest content should receive an R18 rating. But that's not what the classification board thinks. They got the urge to ban a game within 6 months of the R18 rating being available for video games. And the game that caused the Australian Classification Board's relapse was Saints Row 4, the fourth entry in the long-running series whose only reason to exist is to provide a Grand Theft Auto before an actual Grand Theft Auto game comes out. It was announced that on June 19th of 2013 that Saints Row 4 was rated RC in Australia, which is code word for get the out of here and never come back again. Although the classification listing doesn't reveal why it was banned, Donald McDonald, the acting director for the classification board at the time, did release a statement on why they banned it, citing that Saints Row 4 has interactive visual depictions of implied sexual violence which are not justified by the context, which in translation means that there is an anal probe in the game and the player could use it as a weapon, which works by shoving the weapon up the person's ass and then launching them into infinity and beyond. So after the classification board complained about the anal probing, Deep Silver, the game's publisher, removed the anal probing from the game in the Australian version of Saints Row 4 and resubmitted it to the Australian Classification Board. And what did the Classification Board respond with? Yeah, what did we tell you? Just fuck off already. Just 1 month and 10 days later, the Classification Board revealed that Saints Row 4 had once again been rated RC. And what for? Well, it was because the player could use alien narcotics, and if the player used those alien narcotics, it would give them superpowers, which in the eyes of the Australian Classification Board is a big no-no. Because of their rule stating that drug use in video games must have more negative than positive effects on the player, which is stupid because it's not like I'm playing Saints Row 4 and then the next moment I'm desperately looking to have another hit of Colombian nose candy. So after that, Deep Silver removed the alien narcotics from the game in the Australian version. And what was the classifications board response this time? Okay, fine. Just release the game and don't bother us again. God. So, on the 2nd of August 2013, Saints Row 4 was rated MA15+ for strong violence and gaming experience may change online, officially meaning that the game was going to get released in Australia in whatever Frankenstein-like form it's in. Also, I like how the Australian Steam page for Saints Row 4 re-elected has a notice saying low violence version. Just something I wanted to point it out. This game solidified Australia's hatred of drug use in video games, which which was the reason why Risen, Crimecraft, Narc, Blitz the League, Shellshock, Nam 67, and Fallout 3 were banned. And all of those were banned in Australia before the introduction of the R18 rating for video games. I think the Australian Classification Board actually hates drug use more than Ronald Reagan ever did. Drug use related to incentives and rewards was the reason why State of Decay, the next game on the chopping block, was banned, which was only 7 days after Saints Row 4 got banned for the first time in Australia. Now, what did Microsoft and Undead Labs do to combat the ban? Well, they changed the name of one of the items, known as stimulants, to supplements, all because the stimulants restored the player's health and stamina. The game did get re-rated to an R18 rating on the 11th of July 2013 for high-impact violence, with the change making the drug use category going from a banned level to a PG level. This is a quite common tactic developers will use just so the game can get legally released in Australia. One example of this tactic was in the game The Bug Butcher. Released by Awfully Nice Studios in 2016, the classification board had a problem with the fact that there was an item in the game called Speed Power Up, and when you pick up the Speed Power Up, there is an animation where the player injects himself with a syringe. Since speed is a nickname for methamphetamine, the Australian Classification Board got the ban hammer and dropped it on the Bug Butcher's head. This ended with Awfully Nice Studios changing the name of the item from Speed Power Up to Boot Juice, and thus the game was re-rated to M for violent online interactivity. This happened again in the same year with Digitari's Paranoctal Activity, with the drug this time being Adderall, and if the player picks up Adderall in the game, the player gets a 15% speed increase. Well, 11 days later, they went to IARC to rate the game, and they gave them the Australian rating of M for mature themes. They also rated it again in April 2018, but this time the game was rated MA15+ for strong themes, although no one knows if any changes were made to these versions of the game. Other lesser known titles that got this treatment include Sludge Life, Of Birds in Cage, Uricha, Excessive Trim, Super Blood Hockey, and Hell Pie. There are a few more well-known games that were banned due to drug-related reasons. One of them is We Happy Few from 2018. This Gearbox published game got the ban hammer like everyone else I've mentioned so far in this section for drug use related to incentives and rewards. But this game didn't back up and wanted the game to be released in its entirety without any set cuts or censorship changes. The reason why Australia had a problem with We Happy Few is because of the joy pills and how the gameplay mechanics centered around the use of the joy pills, and that the use of the joy pills was essential for progression, which in the eyes of the Australian Classification Board constitutes as drug use related to incentives and rewards, which if we do the equation of video game with drugs related to incentives and rewards and Australian Classification Board, this equals to the game being banned in Australia. Now, Compulsion Games, We Happy Few's developers, said that they will challenge the ruling of the Classification Board because they believe that the joy pill mechanic was a part of the game's themes and was too essential to remove from the game, and that they stated that We Happy Few is a society that is forcing its citizens to take joy, and the whole point of the game is to reject this programming and fight back. And they said that the themes of We Happy Few were similar to Brave New World and Brazil, which is kind of not a good example to use because Brave New World was banned in Australia at some point in time. But the Classification Board agreed to review We Happy Few's rating, and the response was, go ahead. With the game getting an R18 rating for fantasy violence and interactive drug use on the 3rd of July 2018. At least the game got released in Australia. Just like Disco Elysium The Final Cut, which had a similar process to We Happy Few. Now, the original cut of Disco Elysium was fine in Australia since it was released on Steam, and games on Steam are not required to get a rating from the Australian Classification Board to get released on Steam. Now, when it came to the final cut, the developers planned for it to go on consoles, specifically the PlayStation 4, 5, Stadia at first, with it coming to Nintendo Switch and Xbox One and Series consoles later. And the policy for releasing this game on consoles is that you have to have a rating. And when they asked for a rating for Disco Elysium The Final Cut, the game got banned 12 days before release because of drug use related to incentives and rewards. And like with We Happy Few, they demanded a review, but they went to IARC to see if anything would help at all, and it didn't help. at all. So after the failure of IARC, they went to the Classification Review Board, where they agreed to drop the game's classification to an R18 rating because the cons outweigh the pros in terms of the drug use in the game and that it was not explicitly depicted in the game. Then they went back to IARC and got the rating changed from RC to R18 for high impact themes, high impact coarse language, and high impact drug references, which was slightly different from what the Australian Classification Review Board gave them, which was high impact themes, coarse language, and drug references. Another game that was banned because of fictional drugs that you could take was Katana Zero, where Devolver Digital, Katana Zero's publisher, just went straight to IARC for the Nintendo Switch release, since Katana Zero was a digital-only game and was not releasing into actual physical stores. And when IARC got back to them, the sentiment was for Devolver Digital to off a whole 2 days before the release date of Katana Zero on Nintendo Switch. I hope the next one gets banned a minute before it releases. This was because the main character uses a fictional drug called Chronos, whose effect is to manipulate time, which in the eyes of the classification board is a positive effect. So, Devolver Digital submitted Katana Zero to the Australian Classification Review Board in the hopes of getting the game unbanned. The reason on why Katana Zero is unbanned was because the drug use was unrealistic. The Classification Review Board deemed that the drug use in Katana Zero was unrealistic because of the game's pixel art style and the lack of detail. And now, Katana Zero is happily available on the Nintendo Switch eShop at $22.50 Australian with an R18 rating for high impact drug use. Even so, Netflix re-rated Katana Zero in 2024 to an MA15 Plus for strong coarse language, strong drug references. Just saying. Speaking about realism being thrown out the window, give it up for Postal 4, everybody! The Postal series is already quite infamous with the Australian Classification Board, with Postal 1 and 2 being banned for some period of time before being re-rated to MA15 Plus in the case of Postal 1 and an R18 in the case of Postal 2. So when March of 2023 came around, it was Postal's time to not shine. Yet it got banned, but not by the Australian Classification Board, it was the son of a bitch itself, IARC. And the reason behind the ban? Guess who? So since Running with Scissors was disappointed, they went to the Classification Review Board for salvation, which they did not get that salvation, with the review board standing by the decision that IARC made. However, if you want to play in Australia, just go to a website called steam.com and the game is ready for purchasing. Now, I want something a bit more realistic. I said a bit more. Another victim of the Australian Classification Board's digital war on drugs is RimWorld. RimWorld is a construction type of simulator where you control a space colony and make sure the people on that space colony survive. Or what would I know anyway, since I don't know a single thing about this game, but I do know one thing, and that this game got banned in Australia. The game was on sale for years on Steam without any problems until they wanted to go to the other side. Same sort of situation as with Disco Elysium, as London Studios and Double 11 put in an application for the game to be rated in Australia, and like with all the other examples, they said no. This was, of course, because of the drug use. And this was kind of stupid, as from what I've heard, drug use does have major consequences on the characters who consume too much and can do stuff such as overdose, get addicted to the drug, and have withdrawal symptoms. So they went to the review board and the review board gave them the answer that they wanted. So the game was re-rated an R18 rating for high impact themes and drug use. The board said that its decision was influenced because of the fantastical context of the game, the top-down perspective, making it hard to see detail, and the fact that the drug use had consequences. So hooray for a largely unknown indie game. Yeah, I'm getting tired of this. Can we move on to games that got banned for different reasons? Son of a bitch. So there's two other big games that were banned in Australia because of drug use related to incentives and rewards. Those were DayZ and Wasteland 3. In the case of DayZ, it was because it had the option to restore health by having the player smoke a blunt, which wasn't even in the game. It was a community-made mod. So wouldn't it make more sense to ban the mod than to ban the whole game? But since they are not Nintendo and don't know how to cease and desist mods, they just banned the entire game. game. So they removed the mod and retained their MA15 plus rating that they had gotten beforehand, with them adding strong themes to the rating reasons. And in the case of Wasteland 3, in the game, characters could smoke a drug called Rocky Mountain Moose Grass, which the classification board identified was a reference to the smoke that Snoop Dogg breathes in every 0.5 seconds. And that Rocky Mountain Moose Grass gave the players some stat boosts, which, as all of you know by now, is a big no-no from the Australian Classification Board. Also, there were some references to characters being stoned or bolted after taking a hit of Rocky Mountain Moose Grass, which made a more convincing argument that Rocky Mountain Moose Grass was weed. So the developers removed the interactive drug use from Wasteland 3, and the game received an R18 rating for sexual activity related to incentives and rewards online interactivity. So after all of that, there is still more, but for a different reason this time. And the game that I'm going to use to segue into the group of games that got banned for different reasons is a game called Mother Russia Bleed. Released in 2016, Mother Russia Bleed is a beat-em-up game that was developed by Leckato Studios. That's already a bad start. Well, what's worse is that in Mother Russia Bleeds, when the enemies in the game are killed, their bodies begin to spasm, and the player can extract a drug from their body called Necro. Now, when the player consumes Necro, the player can have two outcomes. A, the ability to go berserk, or B, regain health. Seeing as many games have attempted the drug use can heal tactic and fail, we can see why Mother Russia Bleeds isn't the exception. Also, Mother Russia Bleeds had different drugs that had different effects, more like healing, more damage, turning dead bodies into walking bombs. Wait, what the fuck? Although, with this situation comes a pretty funny Twitter thread with Devolver Digital and the New Zealand Classification Board going back and forth, with New Zealand claiming that the game wasn't banned in New Zealand, despite Devolver Digital saying it was. It was also speculated that the game's sexual content had something to do with the game being banned in Australia. From what I researched, the sexual content in Mother Russia Bleeds was that the enemies will make sexual advances to women, and that there is a BDSM club in the game. But I think it's the drug use that pushed it over the line, and I think this is a good enough segue by Linus Tech Tip standards into other types of reasons why games are banned in Australia, and that type of reason relates to the topic of sex, with the most common reason being reasons relating to sexual violence and sexual situations involving minors. And no, we are not talking about the Clash Royale card here. Now, sexual activity being related to incentives and rewards used to be a valid reason to ban something, but with the introduction of the R18 rating for video games, no video game has been solely banned because of sexual activity being related to incentives and rewards. But one game that has been partially banned because of its sexual activity being related to incentives and rewards is Valkyrie Drive Bikini Honey. I think I said that right. This 2016 anime adaptation is an action-adventure game that was not only banned in Australia, but in Germany, Iran, New Zealand, and Saudi Arabia, but it only managed to get a PEGI 16 rating. The other reason that Valkyrie Drive was paired with was sexual violence concerns. Now, what does this exactly translate to? Basically, there is a mechanic in the game to, if the player attacks an enemy, it can cause the enemy's clothes to rip apart, which gives the fan service people their time to shine. Also, Valkyrie Drive has a minigame where the player massages a female character. Although the female characters are somewhat clothed in this minigame, it is still not much. So according to the classification board, this is what counts as not only sexual violence concerns, but also sexual activity related to incentives and rewards. Interesting to note. Yeah, I got nothing else to talk about when it comes to this game, but while on the topic of sexual violence, there are about 5 games that were banned in Australia purely because of sexual violence concerns. The first of which is the scary game that PewDiePie played, Outlast 2, which got banned on not even a completed build of the game. Basically, the story goes that Red Barrel, the Outlast 2 developers and publishers, submitted Outlast 2 to the Australian Classification Board, and the Australian Classification Board decided to ban the game because of a scene of implied sexual violence, which the Classification Board provided a full breakdown of the scene, which I'll summarize as the following. The playable character gets caught with some monsters who prepare the main character for a ritual of sorts, which the player doesn't like. Then he goes into a forest where he barely sees a ritualistic orgy that the monsters are having with his wife, with her clearly not enjoying it. The player objects to what is going on, then a female monster goes up to the player and forces him to join in on the action. Although the board mentions that the second part of that is very much implied and there is a lack of detail there. Because of what's happening around the player, the board counted that is implied sexual violence and cannot be accommodated at an R18 rating. Red Barrel claims that the first time they submitted Outlast 2 to the Australian Classification Board, they attached a video from an alpha build of the game, which does not reflect the final game. And when they submitted Outlast 2 for a second time, it was a video of the final build of the game, which was reflective of the end product. Whether this was accidental or not, a version of that scene still exists in the final build of the game. But it seems like it had been modified to not include the wife bit and only showing the player being assaulted very briefly. If we want to go to implied sexual violence to just references to sexual violence, we can have a look at Blooper Team's 2020 game, The Medium, which made the fatal mistake of going through IARC, which ended up with The Medium swapping spit with Australia's Banhammer. But it was speculated at the time that the ban was because Blooper Team up on their submission and missed something that got the game banned, which was supported when The Medium was looked at by the classification board and was given an R18 rating for references to sexual violence, which is not really detailed online on what references to sexual violence actually refers to. Another game that had a similar fate was the game Song of Memories, which does a reverse of the Medium situation where the game got banned through the classification board, then was re-rated through IARC with an R18 rating for the same reason as the Medium. The other difference is that one is a psychological horror game and the other one is a Japanese visual novel. And if we want to go for way more realism than anime shit, then we can look at Kingdom Come Deliverance. Surely this one will have a different fate than the other one, son of a bitch. Yet Kingdom Come already got an R18 rating in 2017 and in 2019 twice. But it got banned in 2019 thanks to, once again, IARC. But funnily enough, just off the coast of Australia and in New Zealand, they gave Kingdom Come Deliverance an R13. The thing that supposedly triggered IARC was a scene in the DLC for Kingdom Come Deliverance called A Woman's Lot, where there is an attempted rape scene. Now, we can move on from attempted rape to implied actual rape. Let's talk about, Hotline Miami 2. This will be fun. Now, the Hotline Miami franchise is one of the most infamous when it comes to the Australian Classification Board, with both games going through hell and back with the Australian Classification Board. It started with the first game getting an MA15 Plus in 2013. It was then re-rated to R18 in 2015 through IARC, and then IARC said F off in 2019. And then in 2022, the game was reinstated with its original MA15 Plus rating. Now, this was because of the game's cartoonishly bloody violence, which was in line as being classifiable. But when it came to Hotline Miami 2, it wasn't the normal violence that got them in trouble. It was the sexual violence that got them in trouble. Basically, Hotline Miami 2 has a pretty infamous sexual assault scene in the game's tutorial, which you should know by now the board does not like. Even though the scene is from a top-down perspective and was contextualized as fake because of its film shoot context, and there was an option for the player to skip it, it wasn't enough for the classification board to keep telling Devolver Digital no, and no. Although it was accidentally available for a couple hours on the Nintendo eShop briefly with an MA15 Plus rating in tow. And even Hotline Miami's 2 developers have said for Australians to pirate the game because there ain't no chance that they'll get to play it legally. Now, I'm going to briefly talk about games that were banned because of minors. Some of the anime games that got banned because of their love of minors included Oshi no Love, Yuri Kyuri no Love Plus Love Will Die, Death Smiles 1 and 2, Mary Skelter Finale, Omega Labyrinth Z, and Mikyu Labyrinth of Death. The 2 games that got banned for loving minors but are not included as an anime game were Blade Runner Enhanced Edition, which actually has a teen rating in the US, and the thing that triggered the ban was IARC didn't like the fact that there is a mention of underage exploitation, and the other game is A Place for the Unwilling, which probably got banned because the game has a line
I was f***ing young girls, I promise.
which, like with Blade Runner, triggered IARC. Now, you may have noticed that there is an elephant in the room when talking about games that have been banned for sexual reasons, and that is, it's time to revisit South Park. South Park is one of the most well-known animated franchises of all time, and its claim to fame was the fact that the characters were children and liked to say fuck and shit a lot. It was also well known for South Park to stick its head into various political and social topics, and it was inevitable that South Park would get a video game adaptation. Although there had been many South Park games over the years, like the surprising amount of South Park games on the Nintendo 64, but I don't want to focus on those. I want to focus on the South Park game that came out in 2014, if you remember. South Park: The Stick of Truth, developed by Obsidian Entertainment and published by Ubisoft. This game tried to stay true to the show's style and humor while mixing in their own take on a turn-based RPG, and since it's South Park, they had to put in something that would most likely start a riot. Basically, the Australian Classification Board first banned this game in September of 2013 on the grounds of sexual violence and sexual situation involving minors, which, to Matt Stone and Trey Parker, seems like an invitation for a challenge. Now, Matt Stone and Trey Parker had been known to around with age rating boards before. They knew what they were doing. So, they implemented the changes and submitted the game to the classification board, and lo and behold, the game got an R18 rating for high-impact crude humor, sex scenes, and references to sexual violence. Well, what did they change? There were 3 scenes that the classification board had a problem with. The first of which involves and then
I'm having a dream again. Okay, dreaming.
the 2 other scenes take place in an abortion clinic where and the all these scenes were edited out of the Australian version of South Park: The Stick of Truth and were replaced with a splash screen that only South Park could pull off. This screen shows a crying koala on a tree with text saying censored at the top, and then gives a funny summary of what happens in more graphic detail than the game ever shows you. This tactic was also done in Europe, but they replaced the crying koala on a tree with the statue of David doing a face palm. And also, this was done by Ubisoft themselves, as they didn't want to deal with the potential problems of European age rating boards. Additionally, the game got further censored in Germany because of the presence of Nazi zombies. Which means if you want to play this game completely uncensored, you have to buy an American copy of this game. I honestly commend South Park for going this route and making fun of the censorship boards in their own unique way. And also, like Saints Row 4, the Australian Steam page for South Park: The Stick of Truth warns that the Australian version of the game is the low-level violence version, or the low-violence version of the game. And like with Katana Zero, IARC did re-rate The Stick of Truth to an MA 15+ rating for possibly the longest amount of reasons I have ever seen something get rated for. And that concludes the segment on games that got banned in Australia. Now I want to have a look at the time where 12 games were on the verge of an R18 rating or even a ban. I want to cast your mind back to November 2013. The PlayStation 4 and Xbox One had just launched, The Hunger Games: Catching Fire had just released into cinemas, and Australia thought, well, we haven't up in a while. Let's do that. Basically, John Rowe, the reportedly nice guy to boot, requested that the classification of 12 video games be reconsidered, as at the very start of the year, the R18 rating was introduced to video games. And he felt that some of these games could reach an R18 rating in Australia because they had reached similar ratings in other countries. Just because the others do crack doesn't mean that you have to do it too. Basically, he said that these games have different ratings in the US through the ESRB system and Europe through the PEGI system. He also noted that the ESRB doesn't have an equivalent to an MA15 plus rating, which in his defense is fair because a lot of American developers have asked the ESRB for a soft M rating. Basically, to categorize the games that are soft M's, stuff like Halo 4, Persona 5, the Mass Effect trilogy, and Batman Arkham Knight, and to categorize the games that are hard M's, stuff like the Mortal Kombat games, the Doom games, Grand Theft Auto games, and the Last of Us games, which would actually be a neat concept, but what help would this bring to the market of people who already don't read these? So, what were these 12 games that John had to put to the test to see if they could keep their original ratings? These games were Killer is Dead, Alien Rage, Tom Clancy's Splinter Cell Blacklist, Deadly Premonition Director's Cut, Company of Heroes 2, God Mode, Borderlands 2 Add-on Content Pack, Fuse, Deadpool, The Walking Dead, Gears of War Judgment, and The Walking Dead Survival Instinct. The common theme of all these games was that they were all rated MA15 plus in the past by the Australian Classification Board. And oh mate, John noted that overseas, especially in the United States, that these games were given reasons like intense violence, blood and gore, nudity and suggestive themes. Which is a stupid thing to say because in America, their 17 plus can still be legally bought by a child. That's not the law in Australia for our R18 games, so the comparison doesn't make any sense. Now, the Interactive Games and Entertainment Association, the Australian version of the ESA, hated this decision because all these reviews would cost about $28,000 per decision. Which, if you add all the games being reviewed, that is a total of $336,000 being spent on something that turned out to be fucking useless. Yes, all of the games that were reviewed ended up keeping their original ratings, which goes to show how stupid and out of touch some of these people can be at times. Like, if they ended up keeping their original ratings, then why waste all this money, time, and effort on something so useless? Especially if it's just going to get slammed by the industry and the fan base, and lose trust that you previously had built up with them. Also, thanks John for making me ask, why the hell did you need to review a DLC pack? Just curious. Now let's move on to something that can be just as frustrating, stupid, and useless as what just happened with John Rue and the review board. And that is world peace. The International Age Rating Coalition, or IARC for short, is like a trade union board, but for video game classification boards. Except it's not a trade union, and it's mainly run by the United States, and it's just a thing used for digital storefronts. Okay, this is getting a bit too convoluted, so... In the year that was 2011, the ESRB, the American Game One, developed a system where games on digital storefronts are able to be given ESRB ratings without the ESRB actually looking at the game. How this worked was that when a developer submitted a game to be published on the Xbox Store, PlayStation Store, or at the time, the Nintendo shopping channels, they would go through a quiz asking the submittee to answer the questions in relation to the game's content. Questions like, does the game have violence to human characters? Does the game have the use of strong language? And does the game contain any bodily functions such as belching, flatulence, or vomiting when used for humorous purposes or thought-provoking questions? And after all the questions had been answered, the game would automatically be given an ESRB rating. This system was only applied to downloadable only games. This is because these ratings can overreact and underreact at times, resulting in games getting higher or lower ratings than they should, or even get the game banned. And since the questions are generally of the blanket statement variety, it doesn't allow things like the game's context, framing, or art style to mitigate the objectionable content. After improving the system over the next year, they waited until 2013 to form what is known as the International Age Rating Coalition, or IARC for short. The founding fathers of the IARC system were North America with the ESRB system, Brazil with the Klasland system, most of Europe with the PEGI system, and Germany with the USK system. Then, in 2014, they expanded their stores list with the addition of the Firefox Marketplace. Oh, that's just disappointing. I wonder if in the next year another store will join the IARC list. Son of a bitch! 2015 was a big deal for IARC as 2 digital storefronts were added to the IARC supported stores list. That being the Nintendo eShop store on the Wii U and 3DS and the Google Play Store, but only in North America at the start, with everyone else getting it later. Also, 2015 was the year where a new country joined the alliance. The Australian Classification Board became a member of the IARC system in 2015. Now, this is where the story stops because the rest of it is kinda unimportant for now. Now, did the IARC system help bring more games into Australia? To that I answer, what the fuck did you think was gonna happen? So, in the first 4 months of IARC being in the Australian Classification Board system, IARC banned about 220 video games for an Australian release, which increased the total banned games in Australia by about 440%. Now, what games were banned, you probably didn't ask? Well, I'm glad you didn't, because Australia banned such classic titles as Douchebag Beach Club, Hobo Simulator, Drunk Driver, and Sherlock Criminal Case. Yeah, some games that got pretty low ratings got banned in Australia via the IARC system. This included the previously mentioned Sherlock Criminal Case, which only got an E10 plus in America. God damn it! Australia? Get your shit together. Some other games that got banned in Australia through the IARC system includes the Peaky Blinders VR demo, which when looked at by actual human beings got an M rating, and Life is Strange 2, with it previously receiving an R18 rating for drug use. Sometimes IARC can cause drastic rating changes for video games, all because it's a questionnaire and no humans looked at it. An example of this is pointed out in censored gaming video for the game The Coffin of Andy and Lele, where the game was originally rated G for general by the IARC system, which, considering the game's cannibalism themes, is probably a mistake. So much of a mistake that the Australian Classification Board had to step in and issue the game with an R18 rating for high-impact horror themes. But just when you think that the IARC system was just contained to the digital stores of the Nintendo eShop, the PlayStation Store, and the Microsoft Store, the IARC curse spread and leashed onto a next target. The home of John Wick killing Thanos with a dinosaur while in a squad with Goku, a stormtrooper, and Master Chief. Yes, it's time to talk about that game. Okay, fine, I'll talk about Fortnite. Fortnite is a survival game that was released in 2 main parts in 2017. The first part of the game was referred to as the Save the World mode and was released on July 25th, 2017 and was a survival zombie shooter with building elements. The game allowed players to build structures to defend themselves from the zombies. A pretty unique concept for this type of game but took far too long to come out. It took Epic Games 6 years to develop the game, with development starting in 2011, but was the wait worth it? To the over 1 million players who bought the game in the first 24 days of its release, it mostly got reviewed in the 80s range on Metacritic, and PC Gamer just had to give it a 55 out of 100. Now, just a few months later, Epic Games dropped Fortnite Battle Royale, a multiplayer survival shooter where the objective is to be the last man standing in a game with 99 other players. Now jump about 6 years into the future, and what's Fortnite's reputation now? Its reputation is one that takes more sponsorships than the average content creator. It's become sort of a meme at this point on how many collaborations Fortnite has done with many different IPs, to the point where there is a way to connect every media franchise that has ever existed to Fortnite. These collaborations usually come in the form of skins, where the players can play as whatever character that they want to and have the money to spend on, and provided that the skin was in the item shop for purchase when the player was playing the game. And some of the skins come from more mature franchises than others, which could lead to kids being exposed to franchises that they aren't mature enough to experience. And plus, Fortnite has a mode called Fortnite Creative, which allows players to build their own custom maps, and if they're popular enough on social media, get it published into the game. And some creative maps are a bit more towards the game's American teen rating. So, what do you do to protect the children that aren't the target audience for the game anyways? Make one of the worst decisions that video game company could make, of course. On October 3rd, 2023, it was announced that Epic Games and the International Age Rating Coalition teamed up and brought age ratings into Fortnite. Now, how exactly did this work? Well, every single cosmetic, creative map, and game mode now has an age rating thanks to our buddies at IARC. And certain cosmetics were rated teen by IARC, which means that they cannot be used on creative maps. They were rated everyone 10 plus and below. And at the time of when age ratings were introduced to Fortnite, there were about 413 cosmetics rated teen, which, broken down, is 1 music pack, 3 emoticons, 5 contrails, 5 emotes, 6 gliders, 28 pickaxes, 34 sprays, 74 back blings, and 125 loading screens, and 132 skins. Damn, Epic Games. And there are some inconsistencies with this, where skins like Kratos and Michael Myers were not given age restrictions, despite their mature origins. Meanwhile, Agent Peely having a gun strapped to his leg is considered inappropriate to players below the age of 13, and even then, players under 13 couldn't access Fortnite. This is because Epic Games put in a restriction saying that the age of the user has to be over 13 to play Fortnite, and those who were underage were faced with the new incarnation of the blue screen of death. Which makes me think, why the hell did they restrict the skins in the first place if the people that they're protecting can't even access the game? Now, I think that they did the age restrictions in preparation for 3 new modes that would come in Chapter 5 Season 1 of Fortnite, which were Fortnite Festival, Lego Fortnite, and Rocket Racing, because those modes all have different ESRB ratings, with Fortnite Festival having a teen rating, Lego Fortnite having an everyone 10 plus rating, and Rocket Racing having an everyone rating. Meanwhile, in the beautiful land on the other side of the ocean known as Australia, we didn't have different ratings for each of the Fortnite modes. In Australia, Fortnite Save the World and Fortnite Battle Royale, asterisks, are rated M for violence, online interactivity. The reason I put an asterisk for Fortnite Battle Royale is that the M rating didn't apply to all versions of the game at launch. Now, which version of the game got a different rating? That version was the Nintendo Switch version, which was rated PG, asterisks. At launch, the Nintendo Switch version of Fortnite was rated PG because it didn't have Save the World attached to it. And it never did, but at the time of the Switch version's release, I speculated that the Save the World mode was the reason behind Fortnite's M rating. But at some point in time, the Nintendo Switch version was updated to be M like all the other versions. Now, what proof do I have that Fortnite on the Nintendo Switch was rated PG? Well, the Australian Broadcasting Corporation has you covered. The ABC had a show called Good Game Spawn Point, which was a spin-off of a show called Good Game. Good Game Spawn Point was a show aimed towards younger audiences and focused on being a family-friendly gaming news, reviews, and comedy show. And they did review Fortnite, with a disclaimer saying that the Switch version is the only version kids should play because of its PG rating.
Unlike the PC and console versions, which contain the original Save the World mode and are rated M, the Switch version only has Battle Royale and is rated PG, which stands for parental guidance.
So you will still need to check with your grown-ups to see if this sort of game is appropriate for you.
So, now that Fortnite Battle Royale is M on Switch, what are the other modes rated? Well, Rocket Racing has a G rating, while Lego Fortnite and Fortnite Festival have PG ratings. And we'll get back to the fact that Fortnite Festival is a PG in Australia but a teen rating in America at a later time. One thing I found interesting about Fortnite is how they avoided the predatory microtransactions model, which is something that these next few games can't say for themselves. Microtransactions, the act of using real-life money to buy extra content in a video game. Hate it or hate it, it was a big part of the gaming industry in the 2010s and in the 2020s. And the worst part is that it came in so many forms. Some were better than others, like the Oblivion's Horse Armor DLC, The Witcher 3's Blood and Wine, or GTA 4's The Ballad of Gay Tony. These were the harmless / good type of microtransactions, where they can add a significant amount of content to the game. Hell, expansions like Undead Nightmare and episodes from Liberty City were released separately as their own thing on store shelves. But these aren't the type of microtransactions that I want to bitch about today. I want to bitch about microtransactions that give the player an advantage in multiplayer games, more specifically loot boxes. Because in September of 2023, the Australian Classification Board announced a stricter policy on, quote, gambling-like content within games. Now, all this happened because of one space-themed shooting game. Yes, Apex Legends. Okay, that game does have some ridiculously monetary practices, but we need to go back to 2017 because the game that actually broke the camel's back on loot boxes was Star Wars Battlefront 2, sponsored by EA. Even though some other games around this time had controversial loot box models, they were kept mostly within the gaming community and not the mainstream media. But since Star Wars is a bit of a big media property, the game's microtransaction model caught the attention of people who don't typically play video games, and safe to say that this blew up in EA's face. The gist of the situation was that Battlefront 2 had a system called star cards. Basically, these were upgrades you could equip onto the characters, and the way you obtain these star cards and characters was through the loot boxes. And this gave some players a massive advantage over others, which is a problem that the gaming community bitched about, but there was bigger fish to fry. Basically, some of the most iconic characters of Star Wars, Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, and most notably Darth Vader, were not accessible to the player when they brought the game. So some guy on Reddit did some investigating and found that it took either 40 hours of playing to unlock a single one of these characters, or you could just slip them a 20 and try your luck with the loot boxes. This led to two things. Firstly, the infamous censor pride and accomplishment reply, and governments all around the world actually looking at a loot box for the first time and saying, oh shit, this is gambling. Various governments responded in various different ways, like Belgium, who straight up banned loot boxes as they found them to be considered illegal gambling, and Hawaii, saying that Battlefront 2 is a Star Wars themed online casino designed to lure kids into spending money, and further elaborates by saying that Battlefront 2 is a trap. But, like I said, Australia doesn't involve themselves in this situation until 2023. The guidelines state that any game that has microtransactions related to chance is to be rated M as a minimum. And any game that contains simulated gambling will be given a minimum classification of R18, which implies that there's a rating above R18, which there isn't. I think that these regulations are reasonable, but the term simulated gambling worries me, because that simulated gambling is an intentionally vague word that can mean a lot of things. Like, does this only really apply to games where you actually spend money at an actual online casino, or could it include games that have gambling imagery but you can't gamble with real money, i.e. stuff like Palace from Persona 5 or the Luigi card game from Super Mario 64 DS, because if that is the case, they're f***ed. But another part of the patch notes is that the Australian government has added the term simulated gambling to their vocabulary, with the term being applied to games like the remix of Paper Mario The Thousand Year Door and Super Mario RPG on Nintendo Switch. The Australian Classification Board has also added the term chance-based in-game purchases to their vocabulary, with the term being applied to games like EA Sports FC series. Consequently, this resulted in the EA FIFA/FC series jumping from a green and very mild G rating to a blue and mature M rating for its inclusion of loot boxes. Okay, that's all the time I have allocated to talk about corrupt monetary practices in video games, so when you see me again, I'll be bitching about something else. I'll start off this section by asking you this question. Why do gamers actually look at age ratings? Is it to know what games are too mature for them? Is it for a general interest of age ratings, seeing if the game is finished and ready to be released? These are all valid answers, but the real answer is something more damaging to the company's press team, and that is to see if there's any new games that developers haven't announced yet. Age rating boards have been notoriously known for leaking info about games that developers haven't made public, or just leaking that the game even exists at all. One of the most well-known oopsies was with the ESRB and Smash 4. Basically, someone from the ESRB decided to take a photo of the complete base roster of Super Smash Bros. For Nintendo 3DS and upload the photo to the internet. This caused a massive debate in the Smash Bros. Community, as the photo had many characters that were not revealed yet for Smash 4. Characters like Jigglypuff, Ness, Ganondorf, Dr. Mario, Falco, Mr. Game & Watch, Rob, Wario, Bowser Jr., Duck Hunt, Dark Pit, and Shulk, and many people denied its reliability because of the fact that Shulk's face looks like a reskin of Little Mac, and that the 3 clone characters were all together in the roster. In the end, it was real, unlike what happened in Australia with Grand Theft Auto 6. In October of 2023, Reddit user Roger Top reported that Grand Theft Auto 6 was rated MA15+ by the Australian Classification Board for strong sex scenes, strong drug use. He claimed that the game was rated since April 2nd of 2023 and speculated that it was a mistake or a placeholder until the real rating was revealed. A lot of people had their suspicions about the listing since they would have speculated that the new game would have gotten an R18 rating from the classification board, not an MA15 plus rating. Plus, many others added that if it was truly an MA15 plus game, the reasons of violence and language would also make the cut for the list of reasons. Plus, to add on to it, the game was rated by IARC, not the classification board themselves, which makes this already suspicious post even more suspicious. And then, 30 minutes after the original post was posted, a comment by the person who posted the original post said that the listing was fake. The comment said it was because Rockstar Games was not capitalized, and on listings for other Rockstar titles, Rockstar Games is capitalized, and that the classification number was class 121212, which they noted was very generic. And after the post, this leak got buried into the ground with the listing for the fake Grand Theft Auto 6 being taken down. And if you want games that were actually leaked through the Australian Classification Board and turned out to be real, well, take a look at the Castlevania Advanced Collection. On June 18th, 2021, a classification listing popped up for a game called Castlevania Advanced Collection. The listing said that the title had an M rating and was for fantasy violence. The developer for the title was M2 and the publisher was Konami Digital Entertainment, which to many people implied that a collection of the 3 Game Boy Advance Castlevania games was on the way and was fairly close to being released. And after every Smash Bros. Fans' hopes and dreams in the September 2021 Direct, Nintendo revealed that yes, the Castlevania Advanced Collection is a thing and that you could play it right now. Speaking about Nintendo, there was a time when the classification listing for Kirby and the Forgotten Land was revealed a bit earlier than Nintendo wanted. This is because one of the reasons on Kirby and the Forgotten Land was online interactivity, which Nintendo hadn't revealed as of the time of the classification listing, which ended up being a fucking code redeeming system. That was a disappointment. And if we want to continue down the rabbit hole of age ratings leaking information about Nintendo games, let's talk about everyone's most wished for newcomer in the next Super Smash Bros. Game, Emio. So, the story goes that on a random Wednesday night at 11 PM Australian Eastern Time, Nintendo uploaded a teaser to their YouTube channel simply titled Emio, and the thing that got people's eyebrows to be raised was the fact that the video was age restricted. But this age restriction wasn't applied by YouTube themselves, it was Nintendo that put the age rating on the video. Although, at the time, this was only applied to the Nintendo of America upload of the video, not the Nintendo UK, which simply had a warning for 5 seconds of the video that this may be a bit scary. The content in the teaser isn't anything graphic or what would be called age restriction worthy, but I think they did this to get more eyes on this game, because all the teaser is this image. But when the next morning came, Nintendo Australia uploaded their version of the trailer, and even more eyebrows were raised as the ESRB M rating had been turned to an ACB MA15+, and the Australian rating had some reasons displayed. You know, the typical Nintendo game that has strong themes, violence, suicide references. And to add even more chaos, the New Zealand rating was displayed with a rating of R13 for violence, cruelty, domestic abuse, and suicide themes. So, people were really excited for what this Nintendo adult horror game could be. But then, a week later, Nintendo revealed it to be a fucking anime visual novel, which I was a bit disappointed, but honestly, it's the most Nintendo thing to do in this situation. Okay, I feel like talking about some more anime shit. Let's see. There's an Attack on Titan game for the Nintendo 3DS that was leaked through the Australian Classification Board, which ended up being a 46 on Metacritic. Oh, that's tragic. Super Monkey Ball Banana Mania was also leaked through the Australian Classification Board on the 15th of April 2021, which then was announced exactly 2 months later. There was a Pacific Rim fighting game that was leaked through the Australian Classification Board, which ended up being a late Xbox Live Arcade and PlayStation 3 title, with it releasing in mid to late 2013. Dare to Fly, Australian Open Tennis 2, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutants in Manhattan, Sniper Elite V2 Remastered, Alita Ryza 2, Lost Legends, and The Secret Fairy, and Borderlands Remastered Edition were all also leaked through the same method of submitting a game too early with the final title. But some developers are a bit more smarter than all their other contemporaries. On January 22nd of 2021, a random classification listing for Project 2021 21A appeared on the classification site. Eyebrows started to be raised at the fact that the industry details section said it was a virtual reality game, and even more eyebrows were raised when it said that the author was id Software and the publisher was Bethesda Softworks LLC. This got fans speculating on what type of VR project id Software could be working on, but as soon as they saw that R18 rating for high impact violence online interactivity, they knew what they were in for. The safest prediction that fans could come up with that Project 2021A was a VR Doom game of some sorts. Whether that be a standalone VR mode for Doom Eternal, a VR version of a previous Doom game, or just a new Doom game for VR in general, Bethesda couldn't hide it, and the gamers got that prediction right. Sony then revealed Doom 3 VR on March 3rd in their PlayStation blog alongside 5 other games. Microsoft did a similar thing just before E3 2019, where the Australian Classification Board rated a ton of stuff by Microsoft under code names like Halvex Take Home, Quantum Game, and Miami Street, which people on Twitter deciphered that Halifax Take Home was Gears 5, Miami Street was Forza Street, and Behemoth Game was Castle Crashers 2. Even though Castle Crashers 2 never existed and Gears 5 never got an R18 rating, it was still a lot to unpack before an E3 event. And the final game that got leaked through the Australian Classification Board was Silent Hill: The Short Message. Although it wasn't on the website as a listing, no. This was leaked through the Australian Classification Board's annual report for 2022 and 2023, as having an MA15 plus rating for strong suicide themes, horror violence, and coarse language. And to add insult to injury, they even spoiled part of the plot, where they say that the game takes place in a modern day Germany where the protagonist, Anita, explores an apartment building to discover what happened to her friend. And the Australian Classification Board beated the dead corpse of this game by detailing the game's self-harm content, which I won't detail because, to my surprise, this game was actually released and I don't want to say anything that would ruin the player's experience. And now, I'm done talking about video games for the rest of my life, and if I do, then what the fuck am I gonna do about it? Complain about video games again? Movies are a very dynamic medium, because anything can be considered a movie. As long as in the format of a video, it is eligible to be considered a movie in some way, shape, or form. And video can be played and displayed on basically anything, from a regular TV, to a phone, to a pregnancy test, to thin air. So my point is that film distributors really love one format and really fucking hate the other. I am talking about the fact that movies can be censored in cinemas, but when they go to digital streaming services, digital storefronts, or physical media, the same movie can be played in its completely uncut form. And this is not an uncommon thing to do in the film industry. And it's not just countries like Australia that get these changes to appeal to their strict classification board. It happens in the United States too, where most commonly R-rated movies get re-rated to a PG-13. Movies like Anchorman 1 and 2, Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice, Bully, and Taken 1 through 3 are just some examples of that rule. But the American front is not what I want to talk about today. Instead, I want to talk about the Australian front and how this weird practice applies to this continent. One of the first ratings to see cut is the R18 rating. Due to the restrictive nature of the rating, many film distributors will get the scissors as soon as they see that the film was given an R18 rating in Australia. Some examples include Chris McKay's Renfield, where they mainly removed a shot of a person being stomped on and exploding to achieve an MA15 plus rating. Chad Stahelski's John Wick Chapter 3 had a scene where they altered a shot of John Wick stabbing someone in the eye to where you can't see the eye being stabbed to achieve an MA15 plus rating. Bruno and The Hangover had their sexual content toned down for an MA15 plus rating in Australia. Movies like The Belko Experiment, Wolf Creek 2, Hellraiser, The Hero, Lionheart, Sleepwalker, Three Kings, and Total Recall all had their violence toned down for an Australian MA15 plus rating. But I find all these examples to be a bit boring because it makes sense why you would censor them, but Saturday Night Fever didn't. So the film was originally given an R18 rating for cinemas. This was then recalled and replaced with an M-rated version with several cuts made. Specifically, all of the language was dubbed over and all of the sexual content was cut, which at that point I gotta ask, why? In America, this version was rated PG. which kind of made more sense, but if you're going to censor the film so much by then, why do it anyways? Eventually, in 2002, the uncut version was submitted for classification and received an MA15+ rating, which meant that the M-rated version was no more. Although, it is pretty funny to see such an adult movie get censored to hell like this, which the people behind the bonus features of Freddy Got Fingered took to heart with having a PG rated cut. But now, I don't want to talk about films that were cut to avoid an R18 rating. No. I want to talk about the films that got an MA15+ or below and still decided to censor themselves. Case in point, Lady Bird. Lady Bird is a 2017 Greta Gerwig film that was censored in Australia for the same reasons as Saturday Night Fever, but was not as extreme as Saturday Night Fever's measures. Basically, when the film was first submitted to the Australian Classification Board on January 23rd, 2018, it received an MA15+ rating for brief strong nudity. Then, Lady Bird's applicant, Universal Pictures International, submitted a new cut of Lady Bird to the Australian Classification Board just 7 days later and came back with an M rating for mature themes, coarse language, and a sex scene. This was presumed to be the version of Lady Bird that was shown in Australian cinemas. Then, Lady Bird was submitted to the Australian Classification Board for a DVD release on April 20th, 2018, and got an MA15+ classification for strong coarse language and brief nudity. The differences between the original MA15+ rated cut and the censored M rated cut are quite minor. Basically, the cuts came down to dubbing over 2 uses of the word and removing a shot where the main character looks at a Playgirl magazine and the shot that shows a man's dick. Although I did find it funny that Australia didn't acknowledge the coarse language the first time around, because using the word will usually get you an automatic MA15+ rating. And can only be used in an M-rated film in very specific circumstances, which I will talk about later. Speaking about cutting out language, Taika Waititi's 2024 film Next Goal Wins got censored in the language department, with the film first receiving an M rating for just coarse language, which was for the one use of and then a censored version was rated PG for mild themes and coarse language, with the PG version censoring the F word by doing the classic radio edit move of just silencing the word. The same strategy was also applied to the 1991 film Hot Shots, the 2018 film Crazy Rich Asians, and the 2019 film Jumanji: The Next Level. And if you want to change from language being cut to violence being cut, then you have Bumblebee from 2018. But if you want a more similar example to Lady Bird, you have Manchester by the Sea. And then there's all these unknown films that get censored in Australia and no one makes a fuss about them because no one knows that they even exist. Films like Tenor, The Crime Is Mine, La La Crocodile, Ricky Rhino, Olympic Football Dreams, Redeeming Love, Penguin Blue, Elliot and Abby's Dead Aunt, and the list can go on if it wants to. Like, all of these got censorship changes in Australia, but I only care about the films to say their names out loud, so here they are. Are you finally happy yet? And those were just some examples. But there are still some big films that were censored in that violence category to get a lower rating from the Australian Classification Board. Case in point, Killers of the Flower Moon. The film got first classified on September 5th, 2023, and was rated an MA15+ for strong injury detail and suicide references. You know, pretty stock standard for a Martin Scorsese flick. But then, people started to notice that the page for Killers of the Flower Moon on the Event Cinemas website displayed an M rating, which got people in Australia worried that Killers of the Flower Moon was going to be censored in Australia theatrically. And those worries would be answered on October 9th when the film was given an M rating for mature themes, violence, coarse language, and suicide references. Now, this was confusing whether this was a re-rating done by the classification board or if it was censorship, but since nothing appeared from the Classification Review Board, it was assumed to be censored. And what was the thing that pushed it over the M line? Well, continuity to start, and also that someone's open skull was hoisted where blood and gore was shown. The skull was shown from behind, but you could still see the blood and gore. Overall, I think this was a pretty minor change in the grand scheme of things. Like 10 seconds being cut from a 3 hour and 26 minute film is not going to change that much. Although, it seems like the uncut version of Killers of the Flower Moon has been released on Apple TV Plus and other digital storefronts, which is a good thing, but still a pretty petty thing for Apple Studios to worry about. And now, I want to talk about something even dumber than worry about 10 seconds in a 3 hour and 26 minute film. Okay, I just want to touch on something that I find weird with the Australian Classification Board, and it's more so got to do with how the ratings are set up. You see, Australia doesn't have a typical PG-13 type rating. It's either PG, which is a 15 plus, or M, which is as well a 15 plus. Now, this is something that I already went over, but I want to talk about where Marvel fits into this. Since Australia doesn't have a PG-13 type rating, the majority of Marvel movies in the Marvel Cinematic Universe are rated M, and M means that the content in the film requires a mature outlook. And in what world do most Marvel movies deserve a rating as high as mature? Most of them are made for people under the M threshold. And I'll say that there are objections to this rule. The Deadpool movies, Logan, the Avengers, Infinity War and Endgame, Captain America Civil War, Doctor Strange in the Multiverse of Madness, and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3. All those movies, I think, would work perfectly fine as an M-rated film, and some even in the MA15 plus category, since some of the content in these films requires a more mature outlook, living up to the brands of the M and the MA15 plus ratings. And I think all of the rest should be PG. Now, granted, I have not seen the entirety of the Marvel Cinematic Universe film catalog, but I'm mostly sure that these films would deserve a PG rating. And maybe these would actually cross the border into the M-rated territory if I had actually watched them. And funnily enough, the Australian Classification Board has actually rated Marvel Cinematic Universe films with a PG rating before, but this only happened to one series, and it's not even the whole series, but most of the series. And that series is the Ant-Man films, with the first two being given a PG rating and the third one given an M rating for some reason. I would know, since I have never watched any of these films. Okay, quick side tangent over. I want to talk about something that actually makes the grade in terms of an M rating, and I mean something that actually really earns and deserves the M rating. That should do it. The Australian M rating has been quite notorious when it comes to how relaxed the classification board is on coarse language, especially with one word. The policy that most people believe and accept is that if you want to go up to the word you can swear as much as you want and say as much as you want and still retain an M rating. But that isn't always the case. Some movies get MA15 plus ratings for language when the worst word that they say is The reason behind that has to do with context. So, the Australian Classification Board would treat the coarse language either softer or harsher depending on two main factors. And those two main factors are tone and frequency. Although it seems like one is taken more seriously, with the aggressive tone being the thing that pushes it into the MA15 plus category. While with frequency, they will only apply an MA15 plus rating if it's a record amount. Things like Felix Gary Straight Outta Compton having the word be used 392 times, and Benny and Josh Safdie's Uncut Gems using the word about 560 times. But it begs me to ask, what is the limit for the M rating? What draws the line between the M and the MA rating when it comes to using the word Well, I'm glad you asked, because I have a video prepared for myself if I'm ever in this situation. Okay, let's see what the top one is. Huh. That's what a fetus sounds like? Well, I think there is something I need to talk about when it comes to the R18 rating and coarse language, because there is something that I need to point out. You can still get tagged with an R18 rating for language. The reason why is because of the old guidelines. Basically, if your film had an excessive and frequent amount of coarse language, you bet your ass it's gonna get slapped with an R18 rating. Shit like the uncut version of Predator 2 originally. And Pulp Fiction have the terms coarse language in their descriptors, and they had an R18 rating accompanying the coarse language reason. And you may think that this was killed off as new classification guidelines were introduced. Hell, The Wolf of Wall Street, the narrative feature-length film that has the most amount of swearing with a record of 569 uses of alone, and we can pretend that the years past 2014 don't exist, can we? The Wolf of Wall Street has MA 15 plus levels of impact according to the Australian Classification Board when it comes to the coarse language. So if The Wolf of Wall Street can't get an R18 for language, then has the R18 for coarse language died out? Well, not completely, but I think it's on life support. And the thing that is keeping it alive is Netflix. Since Netflix has the authority over what it rates, they can give one their own programming an R18 rating for high impact coarse language. And this actually happened with the first season of the Ricky Gervais Netflix series Afterlife, which is a weird choice because the rest of the seasons are rated MA 15+, and Netflix thinks that the series overall is an MA 15+ for strong coarse language, sexual violence, crude humor, and drug use. I think the reason why Netflix gave the first season of Afterlife an R18 for coarse language was because the word was used multiple times per episode, but I couldn't find an exact swear count for season 1, so I can only guess. I think I can only guess what the next thing I'm going to talk about is. Oh, I hope it's about the United States of America. God bless you, you stupid bastards. And I think I've hit the jackpot of predicting my own thoughts. This time, I want to talk about a seemingly common trend that is kind of weird as all hell. It's the trend between the Australian Classification Board and the American Motion Picture Association, or the MPAA for short. And that trend is about what the age rating boards seem to think on what teenagers can handle. Because the MPAA seems to think that very young teenagers and older teenagers are the only types of teenagers that exist. Meanwhile, as I've already mentioned, Australia seems to think that teenagers between the young and the old ranges exist. So it's very strange to see that some of the films that the MPAA considers as an R-rated flick for older teenagers and adults are given what many Australians call the PG-13 rating. Yes, I want to go through the films that were given an R rating in America but got away with an M rating in Australia. Now, I have been doing my research on this, and so far I have found about 354 films that follow this trend, and I'm sure there's tons more I've missed as well. So here's what I have so far of that list. Now, what I want to do is go through the films I have watched that follow the rule and see if I agree with the Australian M rating or the American R rating. And out of the 354 films I have found so far, I have only watched about 59 of them as of writing this. So you're going to be hearing a lot of opinions in a short amount of time. So make sure you're ready for them. Okay.
Let's do this.
Also, I'll be including TV movies that are rated TV MA in the United States and M in Australia, because the TV MA rating for TV in America is basically their equivalent to the R rating for movies. So I just wanted to let you know that those movies will also be counted if I've watched them. We'll be going from least popular to most popular, and let's start with, it's Bo. The least popular film I have seen with this rule applied is Bo Burnham, The Inside Outtakes. Now, Bo Burnham has most of his specials on this list with the exception of 2 specials. One of them being Make Happy from 2016. It was probably because of he used the F slur about 9 times in quick succession. And Words, Words, Words from 2010. And that wasn't caused by the Shakespeare porn. It was caused by Bo calling Bono of U2 a c***. And for the Inside Outtakes, I do agree with the Australian... I don't even need to finish that sentence to tell you that I agree with the Australian rating way more than the American rating. Give me something more challenging than a bloody Bo Burnham special. oh shit, this is actually a challenge. And not as in which one do I agree with more, which is the Australian one, but actually remembering that this film does in fact exist and I did watch it. Anyways, I want the challenge to be something about which rating I agree with more, not of actually remembering the damn film. So let's see what the next film in line is. Son of a bitch, I have another Bo Burnham special to add. The next film is Bo Burnham's What? And this is a more interesting case because there is a legitimate reason on why it could be both ratings. Well, there is some objectionable content in Bo Burnham's What, like how the F slur is said more times than the F word. There's a use of the N word, a song called Beating Off in A minor, the bridge and repeat stuff, and plenty of references to masturbation. But it's in the context of a comedy show, and there's no explicit detail accompanying those sexual references. So honestly, it could go either way. But I do want to justify the fact that when I first watched this, I was 14, so I'm going to lean more to the M rating here. And the next film is, guys, I don't want to keep talking about films I don't have a good recollection of. I think the only reason I watched Fingernails was for a Letterboxd Pro contest that I didn't even win, and honestly, this is one of the softest M-rated films. The only thing that got the M rating and the R ratings in their respective countries is because they say about 14 times, so an easy one for the Australians. Next up, we have Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan, and this is a weird one because the only reason why this film got an M rating to begin with is that the film was released in 1989, a whole 4 years before the MA15 plus rating being introduced. It's just that this movie feels like it doesn't belong in the M category, so the first time I'm sliding with the Americans. Hell yeah. And the next film ends the American winning streak right there because the next film is John Mulaney's Baby J, which you may think is in the same camp as something like Bo Burnham's What, and to that I say, why the hell would I think that? It's John Mulaney. This is more of an M-rated film than an R-rated one, because although there are tons of references to drug use and drug addiction, it's through the lens of comedy and reflection, so it's definitely an M-rated film rather than an R-rated film. And now, we're back at familiar crossroads we saw earlier when I talked about Friday the 13th, Part 8, Jason Takes Manhattan. And that is for the film Highlander from 1986, which to me feels a bit taboo in the M rating because of a couple of things. Firstly, the violence, and secondly, the sex scene. But they are not shown in ways that push it over the line into an R18 rating at the time, or even an MA15 plus. So as much as it feels uncomfortable to say, I feel like the Australian decision more rather than the American decision. And the next film's title is the most popular joke amongst the people who have never watched The Office and 12-year-olds. And that is the film She Said, a film that I don't personally like because it feels like something a YouTube video essayist could make a video essay on and be 10 times better at it than the movie ever dreamed of being. Ranting aside, this is still a tame R-rated film. The way the story told feels similar to a film, Women Talking, a film I have not seen, which Women Talking got a PG-13 and She Said didn't because it used the F word 27 times. So as I implied earlier, I think this film deserved an M rating way more than an R rating. Another one that is in a similar camp of how the is this rated R is Reality, but unlike She Said, I actually really liked this, and I believe that there was no reason for Reality to be given an R rating in the States. There's no sex, nudity, drug use, or violence, and for language, the worse the language gets is bitch. In Australia, the only reason why it was an M rating was because of sustained tension, so probably the softest R-rated film on the entire list, which is something that True Lies can't say, which True Lies feels like a PG-13 film more than anything. And the reason why it isn't PG-13, well, is because they say 4 times, which is something that the MPA will contradict themselves later down the road. Overall, it's probably just as bad as that PG-13 Die Hard movie content-wise, so I agree with the Australian decision more. Now, I want to talk about something that I really like, and that is Lake Mungo. It's a 2008 Australian found footage film that I would very much recommend going in blind for. It's the best way to experience the film. And for an Australian film, it was unavailable in Australia for a while, but easily accessible in countries like the UK and the US. But in terms of which rating I agree with more, I gotta say the M rating here. Because most of the disturbing things in this movie are mostly implied, and the only other thing that this movie has is a brief sex scene with no nudity. So I'm standing my ground and saying that Lake Mungo deserves an M rating, not an R rating. But I would not shout that out loud for How to Blow Up a Pipeline. The easiest way to get on a government blacklist, How to Blow Up a Pipeline is basically Breaking Bad, but instead of 2 people, it's a whole group, and instead of making bombs, actually they are making bombs, not brew crystal meth. Now, I do need to say that this film does contain 127 uses of but I don't remember it being that gratuitous. And the only other thing that the R rating has is that 2 characters snort some white Colombian booger sugar off of a phone. So for this one, I'm officially going with a draw, because there are equal reasons for the R rating and the M rating. And a movie that both has an R18 rating and an M rating in Australia is The Last Temptation of Christ. However, that rating was changed from an R18 rating to an M rating in a matter of 27 days. That story is for later, but the question still remains. Which country was right about Jesus dying on the cross and having sex with Mary? And I side more with the American rating because of the sexuality in this film. It's not that I think a 15-year-old couldn't handle The Last Temptation of Christ. It's just the same situation as Friday the 13th Part A, Jason Takes Manhattan, and Highlander, and that it feels weird being this lowly rated. I think MA 15+ rating would suffice the weirdness factor, but if they want religious stories about Jesus to be available to anyone, even if some religious groups call it blasphemous, then so be it. And so be it that a movie about Tetris is rated R in the United States, which is one of the strangest things I've ever witnessed in life. And it feels like a lot of the other ones. It got an R rating in the States because it used a bit too much of the MPA to give it a PG-13, but it has one of the biggest age rating jumps that I've seen for an adaptation. And apparently, the 31 uses of the F word were added in because they think the film would have been for babies if they didn't, which is kind of understandable, but this is Tetris we are talking about. A game that could get a rating below the G rating if it could. So, as stupid as adding swearing is to the Tetris movie, I'm agreeing with the Australian decision because of what people with common sense would say. Not sure if people with common sense would say that the first Child's Play movie deserves an R rating in the first place. It has 3 uses of and most of the violence is non-gory, and the gory violence is mostly directed to this very doll right here. So I definitely agree with the Australian decision for 1998's Child's Play more. But hey, that's just how I feel. But do I feel the same way for The Wicker Man from 1973? Yes, but not as strongly. My experience with the 1973 version of The Wicker Man was watching the final cut when it re-released into cinemas in about, I want to say 2023, and I really loved it. It does the cult plot horror really well, and it has a young Christopher Lee in it, which is the guy who plays Count Dooku in the majority of the Star Wars prequels. And if you want to watch Midsommar, but the family is around, then watch The Wicker Man instead. But what rating did The Wicker Man deserve more, M or R? In today's world, an M, because it's not really that violent, and while there is nudity and sex, the nudity is rarely shown, and the sex is only really shown in one scene, and that one scene has no explicit nudity and is dimly lit and is brief. So in today's world, it's an M rating. And what about the tragedy of Macbeth? Where does that stand on this? Well, I think it's way more on an M side of that spectrum, because while the violence can be bloody and a bit gory at times, the fact that this is in black and white reduces the impact quite a bit. And so I kind of can't take it seriously because the dialogue is pure Shakespearean. So M. That was quite simple, but will the life of Brian be as simple to decide as the tragedy in Macbeth? Not as simple, but still pretty simple. All I need to say that this film was re-rated to 12A in the UK, and I agree with that decision. Now, here is one of the trickster ones. 8 Mile, because, as I mentioned earlier, this film holds the title for the most uses of in an M-rated film, and this makes it a tough decision because this is on the Wikipedia article of list of films that frequently use the word So it is hard to say that in good faith that I agree with the M rating, because not only does the film have language going for it, but 3 sex scenes, although all of them have no nudity and are brief. So do I go with the safer option or what's just funnier? And although there is the frequent language is there and the 3 sex scenes are there, I'm going with the M rating because it's a movie about Eminem, and what else do you expect out of a movie with Eminem in it? And now to something I am more confident in saying my opinion on. Predator should have never been an M-rated film. Predator has always been the black sheep when it came to the M category because it feels like it should have been rated higher but wasn't for some reason. So you just accept that and the rating as low as it is, and it kind of becomes synonymous with the rating. I think an MA 15 plus would have definitely been a much better rating for this movie, but I do have to take into account that this movie was rated before the MA 15 plus rating was an option. So although it does feel a bit outdated, Predator is still a pretty gory movie at the end of the day. So I have to accept the M rating for this movie, but it is the reason why I can't sleep at night. So I'm more towards the R rating for this one personally, which is the same opinion I have of Neon Genesis Evangelion, the end of Evangelion. It's honestly pretty funny that the end of Evangelion got an M rating to begin with. I think they were just too afraid to watch the film themselves and said, just give it an M rating. It's surely not that bad. Like the hospital scene alone and that one battle scene where Asuka is in her Ava alone should have been enough to give it an MA 15 plus rating. Unlike Predator, End of Evangelion had the option of an MA 15 plus rating, but didn't get it for some strange reason that the world may never know. And not enough people know about the unbearable weight of massive talent. It's a very fun film to watch with Nicolas Cage and Pedro Pascal, and I think more people should give it a try because I want more people to watch it. I'm signing with the Australian decision. Okay, let's see what the next film is. For fuck's sake. Okay, this is the final time I'll be talking about a Bo Burnham special. Bo Burnham Inside is probably the tamest Bo Burnham special in terms of objectionable content, but it's probably the most disturbing one out of them all. Although it is tamer in the sex jokes and the swearing department, the themes of mental health just gives this Bo Burnham special an on-edge feeling that none of his other specials have. Although, I think it's obviously what I'm gonna say here. Bo Burnham's Inside should be M full stop. Up next is Ben Affleck's Air. I think we have too many of these, so I need to issue the company statement. And that company statement is, if the film is only rated R in United States for language, I'm automatically siding with the Australian decision. From now on, I will use the company statement whenever these sorts of films come up. The next movie on the list is Rocket Man. This has a very interesting story behind its M rating, but I'll save that story for later. I think Rocket Man is an interesting film to look at through this lens, because while the film has scenes of sexuality, swearing, alcohol abuse, abuse of booger sugar, and a suicide attempt, the film portrays the consequences of Elton's indulgence, and that is something worth recognizing when you're looking at a film from this angle. And so for that, I'm once again siding with the Australian decision because it doesn't glamorize the indulgence of alcohol, booger sugar, or sex, and shows how it can negatively affect someone in the long term. And the next one is fucking hell, Bo Burnham, I'm just done with this shit. Might as well just give up now. You may be confused on why I'm mentioning Bo Burnham's name again, even though I said I was done covering him. Well, I said I was done covering his specials, not the movie that Bo made in 2018 with A24, 8th Grade. And 8th Grade is generally considered to be one of the biggest fuck-ups by the MPA. This is because the main target audience of the film, being 8th graders, people who were going through 8th grade in American school were only allowed to see this film if they were accompanied by their parent or guardian, or just some random adult off the street. And let's just say 8th grade is the type of film that would feel very awkward to watch with your parents, especially if you're in 8th grade in the 2010s. As a result of getting the R rating, A24 set up special screenings of 8th grade so that everyone can go and watch 8th grade regardless of age, which was definitely a smart decision to do, even if it pissed off the MPA a bit. And if you ask me about my opinion on the film, it should have been rated PG-13. A very hard PG-13, but still a PG-13. The only objectionable content in this film is the 5 uses of a brief scene of implied masturbation, and the main character looking up what a blowjob is. A pretty tame R-rated film if you ask me, so obviously I'm agreeing with the Australian decision for this film. One of the weirder films on this list is Martin Scorsese's Raging Bull. Not the film itself, no. Its classification history is the weirdest part about the film, with it technically being eligible and not eligible at the same time. It's in the same camp as films like The Thing from 1982 and The Shining from 1980, where they were given M ratings when the films first got classified, but when the MA15 plus rating came along, they got re-rated to MA15 plus. So in terms of M or MA15 plus for Raging Bull, M. In terms of Australia's decision over America's decision, Australia's decision. One movie that I see less commonly thrown around as a up from the MPA is Almost Famous from 2000. It's also one of the biggest ups on the Australian classification board, where they must have gone their video game department to rate Almost Famous because it was rated MA15 plus when first rated because of drug use. It was then appealed and was re-rated to M for drug use. But what really gave the MPA cause to give Almost Famous an R rating? According to the MPA, they said the film contained language, drug content, and brief nudity. Now, I call bullshit on the drug content and the brief nudity being the reasons on why it got an R rating, because there have been many movies with PG-13 ratings with the same type of drug content and nudity. Now, the language is the real reason it got the R treatment in the United States, with about 28 uses of the F-bomb throughout the movie, which is pretty light for an R-rated movie in the United States. So, I'm going to be predictable and say the Australian decision was bullshit at first and reasonable the second time around. The second half of that statement could also apply to my opinion of Terminator 2 in this discussion. Like, this could be considered in the same league as Predator, but I don't think it is, to be honest, because of one thing. The film has aged, which means that the special effects don't look as realistic, and most of the gore in this film does not look realistic. Plus, I always associate this film as an M-rated film, so I'm agreeing with the Australian decision once again. Surely, the same opinion doesn't apply to Punch Drunk Love. It does, but in a different way. Like, how can a film about Adam Sandler buying pudding be damaged to a 13-year-old? This is probably the most PG-13 a Paul Thomas Anderson film has felt, in my opinion. Aside from There Will Be Blood, which is an R in the States because Daniel Day-Lewis got a strike on Paul Dano with a bowling pin. The only things that are preventing Punch Drunk Love from being a PG-13 is 1. The language, a staple we all know at this point, and 2. Phone sex. There is one conversation in this movie where Adam Sandler calls up a sex hotline, and in that conversation there are various references to masturbation and even an implied scene of masturbation, but that's the worst of the sexual content. And the thing is, even if you thought that the scene was inappropriate and wanted to skip past it for a less awkward movie night, the scene is essential for the plot because the whole conflict of this movie revolves around this one scene. So as I've said many times before and many times more, I agree with the Australian decision more for both Punch Drunk Love and There Will Be Blood. And I'll say the same thing for I'm Thinking of Ending Things, because this one makes even less sense to give an R than Punch Drunk Love. At least that one had phone sex. And the only thing that gets I'm Thinking of Ending Things the R rating is the use of in a sexual context and seeing a man's ass. Is using the word in a sexual context really damaging to young teenagers? Just a genuine question, MPAA. Another genuine question, how the did Akira get an M rating? It's in the same camp as End of Evangelion, where I think the classification board was just too afraid to watch it and just slapped it with an M rating because it just needed a rating, where there is bloody dismemberment and bloody violence that feels more like an MA15 plus than an M. But unlike End of Evangelion, Akira didn't have the option to go for an MA15 plus rating, and I guess this is the best that they could have done at the time. But still, I'm leaning more towards the American decision than the Australian decision for Akira. Now, the next one, Stand By Me, requires me to repeat the company statement. If the film is only rated R in United States for language, I'm automatically siding with the Australian decision. Okay, moving on to the next film, which is One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. This is a very interesting film because it's a film that has an M rating and had the word in it, and it was released before the MA15 plus rating was introduced. And other things going for this film's content is a scene of suicide, euthanasia, implied sex, and breast nudity. With all that said, I'm going back to my old ways and siding with the M rating for One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest. Although, if it was made today, it would definitely get an MA15 plus. And if we jump 47 years into the future, we have Tar, and which Tar getting an R rating made me just as confused as End of Evangelion getting an M rating. Like, this film has 7 uses of and natural nudity. I've seen PG-13 movies with more objectionable content than Tar, so M. Just like Triangle of Sadness, which has the combo of language and a brief sex scene, which is probably one of the most common ways to achieve an R rating. So this is pretty standard for the M rating in my opinion. And Priscilla is also pretty standard for M rated material in my opinion. Like, you could apply most of what I said about Almost Famous to Priscilla, with maybe the addition of the term domestic threat, since the classification board likes to notify people if a film has domestic or family violence. And although Priscilla doesn't have any actual domestic violence per se, it does have scenes of domestic threat. So Australia had the better call on this one. But I'm genuinely not sure who had the better call on The Whale. Like, The Whale starts off with the main character masturbating to gay porn, but it's not graphically detailed. And that was enough for Thailand to give it a G and for Turkey to give it an 18 plus. Gay porn aside, the only thing that gained the film an R rating was the F-bomb being jumped 27 times and the S-slur being dropped 1 time. So I think I'm going to be calling it a draw for the second time. It can go either way in my opinion, but Blade Runner can only go one way, and that way is towards the American front. Like Predator, Blade Runner has always felt off as an M-rated film because of the film's dark themes and bloody violence, and the movie still retained its M rating even when the final cut was rated, and the final cut is even gorier than the original. So I like the American decision more than the Australian decision for Blade Runner in my opinion. And I want to put the last sentence in reverse. I could mention Portrait of a Lady on Fire, which has implied sex scenes, nudity, references to a suicide, and a character trying their damn best to get rid of a baby inside of them. So, although some of that sounds disturbing, it's not presented in a graphic manner. So Portrait of a Lady on Fire is an M in my eyes, and so is Alien. It's a horror movie that's pretty tame by today's standards, and makes sense as an M rating, since this movie doesn't really have that much violence for a horror movie, and the only really graphic scene in the movie is the chest bursting scene, which has been parodied many times. So to make sure my statement is loud and clear, Alien is fine as an M-rated film. And The Holdovers is a film that feels more like a mature Dead Poets Society. Although The Holdovers doesn't have it still does have use of the F word and sex depicted through a historical artifact, but it's not that graphic in my opinion, so I agree with the Australia's decision. Plus, The Holdovers is a pretty good film. Watch it if you have the chance. I know I have discussed Killers of the Flower Moon situation with the Australian classification board before, so I'll keep it brief. Even in its uncut form, it should have been M, not MA15+. After Sun, or How Wrong You Were Treated by the MPAA. The only reason that this film got an R rating in the United States is because the counter is at a 5, which, come on, this is basically a PG-13 movie in my eyes. Even the UK agrees by giving it a 12 rating. But did the UK agree with me on Little Miss Sunshine? I think they somewhat agreed with me. I think that the Australian decision was better because while this film has strong language, a scene where someone overdosed on some Peruvian, and a scene with a lot of sex references in it, it is still a very light-hearted film at the end of the day, so unrestricted 15 plus, or at the very most restricted 13 plus. Probably the most famous MPA R-rated fuck-up was with The Matrix. This is the film you'll see people bitching about the most not being a PG-13, because the film's sci-fi violence is portrayed in a way that's very in line for PG-13 standards, and the only thing that pushed it into the R territory was the fact that one of the songs in the credits uses the F word 3 to 4 times, which is kind of bullshitty in my opinion. MPA, just give the film the PG-13 it deserves, then we'll be on good terms, I promise. But I'm not holding out that much hope that Nope is a PG-13 film. The main factor to its R rating is the language, because everything else in the film is very PG-13. Although, it does have a pretty funny and kind of unique reason in Australia. It was rated M in Australia because of sustained threat and coarse language. I know Reality has a similar reason, but Nope came out first, so Nope's getting the original points. Which isn't true, because Jurassic World Dominion was rated earlier with the sustained threat. And that isn't even the actual truth, because on February 23rd, 2022, the Batman was rated M for sustained threat. Okay, moving on from sustained threat, let's talk about memory loss. Eternal Sunshine of the Spotless Mind is M, and that just felt right to me. There's nothing in Eternal Sunshine that feels over the M line to me, aside from the depressing themes and swearing. And the final movie I want to talk about extensively in this section is the Grand Budapest Hotel. And this one is one of the many times I'm gonna side with Australia, because there isn't anything in the Grand Budapest Hotel that isn't inappropriate for a 14-year-old. And that is all the films that I have watched as of writing this that are rated M in Australia but are rated R in America. Although there are a lot of them I have missed on and plenty of them that I haven't watched. So let me present the in memoriam for the honorable mentions I did not mention or watch. Please enjoy this presentation. Now, I want to talk about something that feels completely worthless to talk about, and that is the existence of the term horror theme, which makes sense on the surface, but when you think it's pretty fucking weird. Like, what the hell does the term even mean? Does it mean that it has horror elements? doesn't mean that the film is scary or scary themed. I honestly don't know why it exists. Just make a term like disturbing violence or horrifying violence, or just keep the term horror violence. I am fine with the term horror violence being a thing, but I think it's time we got rid of horror themes as a term, because all the term translates to is just warning, the film that you might want to watch is scary, according to us. So if you don't like scary movies, then this one is not for you. Like, Hereditary should be MA15 plus for horror violence, not themes. And like, how is Hereditary's violence on a PG level? Like, what type of Colombian were they snorting to make that decision? Like, there's a scene of a bloody suicide and 2 scenes of decapitation, like, Now, we had previously been through all of the films banned from the Walter administration to when the Australian Classification Board was formed, and that was from the late 1920s to the very late 1960s. But now, what I want to do is go through the films that the Australian Classification Board banned in their post-fetus era. And the film that made the Australian Classification Board relapse was John Waters' Pink Flamingos. It was charged with offensive content which included, quote, exploitation, sexual violence, incest, adult themes, and animal cruelty. And how did it plead in February of 1976? Guilty. Then, in June of 1976, Pink Flamingos was declared innocent when 4 minutes of the film were cut and received an R18 rating. Then, in September of 1981, it pled guilty, but it was speculated to be the American version, not the Australian version. But then, in June of 1983, Pink Flamingos was once again declared guilty, with the version being submitted speculated to be the British version. And then, in July of 1983, Pink Flamingos pled guilty again, with the 93-minute version being submitted. Then, when the X rating was introduced, Pink Flamingos finally pled innocent in June of 1984. But then, something changed. The X rating guidelines changed to be for porn only, and Pink Flamingos was once again declared guilty in 1997, with this version re-adding the once deleted scenes. Then, they cut only 2 minutes of the film, and for the final time, Pink Flamingos was declared innocent with an R18 rating. After Pink Flamingos, the Australian Classification Board's next target would be the Texas Chainsaw Massacre from 1974, although this was a much simpler story than Pink Flamingos, where the Texas Chainsaw Massacre was first submitted to the Australian Classification Board in June of 1975. It got denied. Then this would continue in December of 1975, and what was the reason given for the times it was banned? Excessive violence was the reason that the Australian Classification Board gave. It was then banned again in July of 1981, and then in January of 1984, the film was finally allowed into Australia with an R18 rating. And like every other time the film was submitted, the film passed with an R18 rating, with the submission in January of 1991 gaining the consumer advice of frequent graphic violence, which then was changed in July of 2007 when the film's consumer advice changed to high-level horror violence. And then, when it made its debut on Australian free-to-air television on SBS2, it got an MA15 plus uncut for stronger horror and violence. The next film that the Australian Classification Board targeted was a film called Vers de Noces, or Wedding Tro in English. The film was banned because the Western Australian government bullied the Australian government into giving it a ban, and they said the reason was because of obscenity and graphic depictions of bestiality and other content that is offensive and abhorrent. It was temporarily unbanned to be played at the Perth International Film Festival, and after that screening, the film went back to being banned. It was then again banned in 1976 and 1977, and in 1977 was the last time the film was submitted for classification, which means that Vers de Noces is still banned to this day. Fine, I'll talk about Solo. Solo, or the 120 Days of Sodom, is one of the most notorious films, not just by the Classification Board, by the entire human population. It's one of the most commonly well-known controversial films, and the reason it was controversial is because of the plot for Solo. and the plot consisted of an Italian fascist realizing that the war is ending and spending the last 120 days of the war abusing teenagers. The teenagers are abused in all different types of ways of what could be considered abuse. Solo had a very complicated but interesting classification history in Australia, and if you really want to get into the details of Solo's battle in Australia, I would really recommend reading the refusedclassification.org listing on Solo, but here is the Australian Classification Board history of Solo for dummies. It was first banned in Australia at its release in 1976 because of exploitation and sexual violence. It was upheld until 1993, where the film was given an R18 rating, asterisk, for sex, high-level violence, disturbing adult concepts. The reason I say asterisk is that the R18 rating was only applied for the cinema release and could not be applied for home releases of the film. Then, a lot of Australian states individually banned Solo. Then, in 1997, the Australian Classification Board then again rated Solo an R18 for adult themes of high intensity, strong depictions of violence, strong sexual references. Solo was then again banned by the Australian Classification Board a year later. The ban on Solo remained until 2010, where the film was unbanned with an R18 rating, asterisk, for scenes of torture and degradation, sexual violence, and nudity. It was meant that the film could finally be sold for home viewing in Australia, but there was another catch to this unbanning. That catch was that the film has to be sold with some bonus features. This was basically done to contextualize the film and say, hey, this is not real. This is just a film. We ain't actually abusing no teenagers. Also, all the teenage characters in the film were played by adults anyways. So it was then shown on SBS World Movies in 2016. Like I said, there is a lot more I could go over, but I have other films to cover, so on to the next one, which is 1977's In the Realm of the Senses. This film has a similar history to that of Solo, but slightly different. The film was first shown uncut at Sydney and Melbourne film festivals, but when it came time to actually release the film, it was refused classification for sex and violence, although they got a cut version through the Australian Classification Board, which was the version that was released into Australian cinemas. This version was rated R18 with no reasons. The film was once again banned in 1981 and in 1993, and then in the year 2000, In the Realm of the Senses was finally allowed into Australia uncut with an R18 rating for high-level sex scenes, medium-level violence, adult themes. It was then re-rated R18 again in 2005 for high-level sex scenes, high-level violence, and high-level themes. And if you want to go even further, the film Moonlight's Daydream featured a 2-second clip of a sex scene from In the Realm of the Senses, and Moonlight's Daydream was awarded with an M rating. The next film to be banned by the Australian Classification Board was 1977's Last Cannibal World. It was first banned in 1977 for violence and indecency. It was then released censored with an R18 rating with no reasons given. The cuts for the film resulted in almost 10 minutes of the film's content being removed. It was then given an M rating with no reasons given in 1984 for a home video release, which many consider to be a mistake, but the M rating was the last time this film was rated. So Last Cannibal World technically sits at a censored M rating to this day. The next film to be banned was 1980's Caligula. Caligula was first banned in March of 1980 for explicit scenes of sex and violence. It was then released in 1981 censored with an R18 rating with no reasons given. Then in 1984, the film got an X18 plus rating, uncut with no reasons given. After the change to the X18 rating in 1984, the film was once again banned in its uncut form, where it remains into this day. Until the 15th of November 2023, when Umbrella got the film unbanned and was rated an R18 in its uncut form for high-impact sex scenes, nudity, and sexual violence. The next films that the Australian Classification Board went after were the Faces of Death films, with the first one being banned in 1980, the second one being banned in 1983 because of scenes of actual death. Jump to 2008, where Umbrella tries to release all 4 films in Australia in their uncut forms, but only the first film is passed with an R18 rating for high-level violence, disturbing images, and themes, with the rest of the films being banned. The The next film that the Australian Classification Board went after was Cannibal Holocaust. It was first released in 1981 in Australia with an R18 rating with no reasons given, with heavy cuts. It was then released by Umbrella Entertainment in 2017, where the film was given an R18 rating uncut with no reasons. 2 years later, the Australian Classification went after what is arguably the most famous cannibal movie, Cannibal Holocaust. The film was first banned in Australia in 1983, with the film's censored cut also getting banned. The film was unbanned in its uncut form in 2005, with an R18 plus rating for high-level sexual violence, high-level violence, animal cruelty. In 2013, the TV channel World Movies showed Cannibal Holocaust uncensored, and it's not changed since then. The next film that the Australian Classification Board went after is the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2. It was first banned in 1986 for violence. Then, in 2000, Foxtel showed the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 as a censored version. 6 years later, the Texas Chainsaw Massacre 2 was unbanned and released in its uncut form with an R18 rating for high-level horror violence. It was then again shown on SBS Viceland in 2023. In 1987, the Australian Classification Board banned the film The Last House on the Left because of sexual violence. Then in 2004, the film was unbanned and released in its uncut form with an R18 rating for strong sexual violence, medium-level violence. In 1989, the Australian Classification Board banned Man Behind the Sun because of its graphic depictions of war atrocities. Then, in 1992, Man Behind the Sun was released in a censored form with an R18 rating for graphic reenactment of war atrocities, resulting in 4 minutes of the film being cut. 1992 was a big year for the Australian Classification Board as they banned 2 films. The first was called Blue Omega, or Beyond the Darkness in English. It was banned because of high-level violence and necrophilic content. The ban was unlifted in 2014 when Umbrella released the film uncut with an R18 rating for high-impact violence, blood and gore, and disturbing sequences. The other film that was banned was called The Beast in Heat, which was banned because of excessive sexual violence and still remains banned to this day. The next film that they banned in 1997 was the film Freeway. It was first released as the censored version with an R18 rating for adult themes, medium-level violence, sexual references. It was then banned in 1997 when it came to the home video release because of explicit suggestions of sexual activity, and the uncut version still hasn't been unbanned in Australia. In the same year, the Australian Classification Board banned the film I Spit on Your Grave because of sexual violence, with the film previously having been released in 1984 and was unbanned in 2004 with an R18 rating for strong sexual violence. It was then again rated in 2011 with an R18 rating for high-impact sexual violence. 2 years later, the film Romance was banned because of explicit depictions of actual sexual activity and sexual violence. It was then unbanned with an R18 rating for high-level sex scenes, setting a precedent to allow actual sexual activity in R18 films, something I might get to later. 2 years after the turn of the millennium, the film Base Moai was banned for explicit depictions of sexual violence, although the film was allowed with an R18 rating 1 year later for strong sexual violence, high-level violence, actual sex, adult themes. It was then banned again in 2013, although SBS World Movies showed the film censored the same year with an R18 rating. After Base Moai got banned a year later, a film called Ken Park was banned. It was banned because of scenes of explicit sex, suicide, and autoerotic annexation. The film was distributed through the internet and illegal screenings in capital cities of the Australian states. Although, when those illegal screenings got raided by police, no one was charged because it would have caused greater public criticism of censorship laws. It would take until 2010 to see another film be banned by the Australian Classification Board, and that film was a Serbian film. It's up there with Salo in terms of controversy and was banned in November of 2010 for high-level sexual violence and graphic violence. It was then released censored with an R18 rating for high-impact sexual violence, sex scenes, and violence. But then, a review in 2011 banned the film, and in 2019, New South Wales submitted a USB drive with the uncut version of a Serbian film to the Australian Classification Board, and they once again banned it. It took until 2011 for the Australian Classification Classification Board to ban another film, that being the Human Centipede 2 full sequence, which was banned because of offensive depictions of violence and high-impact cruelty. It was then announced that a slightly censored version would be submitted to the Australian Classification Board, and then the slightly censored version was submitted to the Australian Classification Board. It got an R18 rating for high-impact themes, violence, and sexual violence, with slightly censored version cutting about 30 seconds of footage. 2012 saw the banning of 2 films, the first of which is Father's Day, which was banned because of sexually violent content. It was allowed to screen at the night of the Horror Film Festival, but when it came time to release the movie for home video, the film was refused classification. This resulted in a censored version being submitted and getting an R18 for high-impact violence, blood and gore, themes, and sex scenes. The R18 version cut 40 minutes of all sorts of fun stuff. The second film to be banned was Found. It was allowed to be shown at Sydney's Dendy's Newtown Cinema, but after that, the film was banned because of prolonged and detailed depictions of sexualized violence. Found was then submitted to the Australian Classification Board using a version where 2 minutes were cut, and it got away with an R18 rating for high-impact sexualized violence, and themes. 2 years later, the Australian Federal Police submitted a film called Children's Island to the Australian Classification Board over child pornography concerns. The Australian Classification Board then decided to ban the film, with it being banned 34 years after it released with an R18 classification. And the final film I want to talk about in this section is a film called La Immortalidad, which was banned because New South Wales Police submitted the film to the Australian Classification Board for review in 2019, and then they banned it. The ban was because of sexual content which depicts in a way that has likely caused offense to a reasonable adult, a person who is or appears to be a child under 18. And that is just some of the films that Australia banned after the Australian Classification Board was formed. I'm sure that there's more out there, but I think I have covered enough. Now, I don't want to talk about movies itself, but the trailers for the movies. And how sometimes Australian cinemas do not give a fuck about what trailers that they show. This has happened many times, some I have personal experience with, and others I've only heard things about. Well, I'll start with the incident that happened in Western Australia on Anzac Day. Basically, the story goes that on Anzac Day 2018 in Western Australia, there was an event cinemas in Interlude that was doing a screening of the film Peter Rabbit. And since Peter Rabbit is a family film, this meant that there were a lot of children and parents. And when the lights dimmed and the reel of trailers started showing, and the first film that they showed was for the Ari Aster film Hereditary, which Hereditary is an MA15 plus rated film for strong horror themes, and Peter Rabbit is a PG rated film for mild themes and violence. Surely a fun experience for the whole family. According to the eyewitness accounts, the parents were yelling at the projectionist to stop. The parents were covering their kids' eyes and ears. Some of them just left the cinema with their kids, and some of them tried to get staff members to fix the situation. Eventually, a senior staff member came in and shut off the projector, and as compensation, everyone got free movie tickets for their next movie at Event Cinemas. But there was a twist. The free movie tickets expired on the same day that they got them, and Event Cinemas did issue a statement saying that the free movie tickets would work for 12 months and would be recognized on their system electronically. Even A24's Twitter account got in on the story, saying that they will consider subsidizing their child's therapy. And there was a comment saying that Peter Rabbit was a pretty disturbing movie because of its food allergy scene, to which A24's Twitter account responds by saying, unlike the Rabbit movie, Hereditary takes kids with food allergies very seriously. Now, this is something that I've only heard about. Now, I want to share some of my own experiences of Australian cinemas fucking up the trailers that they played. And I have had this happen about 4 times, and they were all at the same cinema, which the name of said cinema shall remain a secret. The first time I can recall this happening was when I saw Baz Luhrmann's Elvis biopic with a friend, and they showed a trailer for Damien Chazelle's Babylon. Although Babylon wasn't rated at the time, the trailer made it seem pretty hard R18. And remember, Elvis was an M-rated film in Australia, and then I was shocked when I saw the fact that Babylon got an MA15 plus rating. I guess that they're both films about the entertainment industry, so it kind of made sense why they would show the Babylon trailer, but still, why the fuck would you do that? The second time this happened was when I saw the film After Sun and it had a trailer for Beau Was Afraid. And remember, After Sun is rated M and Beau Was Afraid is rated R18. Now, Beau Was Afraid was not rated at the time when I saw After Sun, but still, it's kind of funny to think about. The third time it happened was at Taika Waititi's Next Goal Wins, when they showed a trailer for the movie Wicked Little Letters. To reiterate, Next Goal Wins, PG, Wicked Little Letters, MA 15+. At the time, I thought Wicked Little Letters would be M, but no, it got an MA 15+ 3 months later. And the fourth time this happened was when I saw Michael Mullen's Immaculate, when they showed a trailer for Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey, which, mind you, is not as egregious of an age rating jump as something like Beau Was Afraid or Wicked Little Letters, but still, did the cinema expect Winnie the Pooh Blood and Honey 2 to be MA 15+? Because I didn't think so. There was another time that this sort of thing happened, and it was at a different cinema where I got a trailer for The Boys 2023 spin-off show Gen V at a showing of Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Mutant Mayhem, which, may I remind you, Gen V is an R18 rated show for high-impact graphic violence, blood and gore, high-impact nudity, and Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles was rated PG for mild science fiction themes, animated violence, and coarse language. That's an even bigger age rating gap than After Sun and Beau Was Afraid. At least with Beau Was Afraid, no one knew or could have guessed what the Beau Was Afraid was going to get rated unless they read the script that got leaked. But with Gen V is a spin-off of The Boys. What did they expect Gen V to get? Do they think it was going to be a House of the Dragon situation where the main show got R18 and the spin-off got an MA 15+? And that concludes this main section on movies. Now I want to talk about probably the shortest section in the entire video. The section on the Australian Classification Board and television. Let's do this. Switching the channel over now to TV, I'd like to talk about one of the most important things when it comes to television and the Australian Classification Board, and that is the Free TV Guidelines. Free TV Australia is an industry body that was founded in 1960 that is supposed to represent the major free-to-air TV networks in Australia. This included 7 Network, 9 Network, Network 10, and their subsidiary networks. The only major networks that is not a part of the Free TV body is the Special Broadcasting Service, or SBS for short, and the Australian Broadcasting Corporation, or ABC for short. And the reason why those two networks aren't a part of the Free TV body is because they are both government-funded networks. Free TV works somewhat similar to something like the ESA works to video games, a body that is supposed to regulate itself so the government doesn't have to intervene with them. And they have something called the Free TV Commercial Television Industry Code of Practice, or what I called earlier the Free TV Guidelines. Basically, the Free TV Guidelines are a set of rules that the major free-to-air TV companies have to follow to air content on television. And there's 2 sections that are very interesting to this current topic at hand. And that is Section 2, Classification and Prescribed Material, which runs for about 4 pages. In there, they specify about what times programs with certain classifications can be played, which are as follows. G and PG rated content can be broadcasted at any time. M rated content can usually only be shown between 7:30 p.m. to 6 a.m., except for school days where they can be also shown between 12 p.m. and 3 p.m. And M rated films can only be shown between 8:30 p.m. and 5 a.m. on a school day. And MA 15+ content can only be shown between 8:30 p.m. and 5 a.m. And MA 15+ films can only be shown between 9 p.m. and 5 a.m. on any day. Now you may be wondering what rules apply to non-program content, stuff like the news and sport. Well, they have their very own special rating called E, which I will save my elaboration of the E rating for later. Also, films rated PG or above and TV shows rated M or above will have to show a warning screen before the program starts, informing the viewer of the rating that the content has been given and why it had got that rating. And the other interesting piece of this document is Appendix 1, Television Classification Guidelines, which outlines what content falls under what ratings. And yes, TV networks can apply their own ratings whenever they want, which is something I will get to a bit later. Something unique that TV has is that they have two ratings that are exclusive to TV. Those ratings are C and P, which stands for children and preschool respectively. And yes, I did not make that up. Those two ratings have their own set of rules that are based on the Australian Communications and Media Authority's Children's Television Standards, which outlines what is and isn't allowed and protections that these programs have for the sake of the children, which includes protection from FOMO marketing, competitions, premium offers, advertising in the P rating, prizes, unsuitable material, maximum advertising time, separating advertisement and sponsorship announcements from the program, repetition of advertisements, promotion and or endorsements of products by popular characters, and advertising of alcoholic drinks. And also, they provide a list of programs that were rated C or P in the years of 2020 and 2024. And if you want to know what those programs are, here they are. You happy now? Another thing that I find interesting is that the classifications actually expire for programs that are rated C or P, which lasts about 5 years from when first classified. Going back to the free TV guidelines, the major difference between movies and video games and the TV ratings is that the R18 rating doesn't exist in TV, which I think is because that they don't want to put on any program that a child couldn't watch in some way. But like I already said, there is one exemption for the R18 rating, but I feel like it's more so done for the safety of the major companies. So if they show something really f***ed up, people don't sue each other. The way that TV classifies programs is mostly the same as what the Australian Classification Board classifies movies and video games, but they add two more factors to the list. One of those factors being suicide, which can go from whispers of it in the G rating to fully showing it in graphic detail, but not realistically, in the MA15+ rating. The second and third unique factors are dangerous imitatable behavior and other, which only appears in the G rating. And for classification, other just refers to things having tension or being scary. And if you're around watching Australian free-to-air television between the years of the late 90s to 2015, there was a certain rating that was around that I haven't talked about yet, and which I will now address. And that is the AV15+ rating, possibly the most why the f*** rating of all time. Standing for Adult Violence 15+ and sporting a purple logo, this was a rating that's only purpose was to denote content with MA15+ levels of violence. But why have something like this where you can put a tag on the MA15+ notice saying strong violence? Because they really needed to use the color purple that week. And plus, they can put other reasons in the AV15+ category, which makes it even more why the f***. I think this could have worked as like a soft R18 type rating by increasing the age to 16 and showing movies with an R18 ratings but are pretty close to high-end MA15+ ratings, or show the uncut versions of R18 movies that they always get played on regular TV with MA15+ ratings. Movies like Apocalypse Now, Pulp Fiction, or or even show slightly censored R18 shows. But what do I know? I'm not a TV industry body representing free-to-air Australian television networks. There is also a variant of AV15+ called MAV15+, which retained the same color scheme as MA15+, stood for Mature Audience Violence 15+, and was only used by one network, that being SBS, and had the horrible same death as the AV15+ rating, with both ratings being discontinued in late 2015 and being merged in the MA15+ rating, and now only exist as the reason strong violence, which is how the way it should have been from the very beginning. Damn it! Now, I want to talk about the state of R18 plus content on Australian television. Currently, no Australian TV network is allowed to show R18 plus content on Australian free-to-air television because of a little rule saying that R18 plus content can't be shown publicly, except for 2 channels, one of them being SBS World Movies, which has shown films like A Clockwork Orange, Martyrs, Old Boy, and Shame completely uncensored and with an R18 plus rating in tow. And the other one is Adults Only, which is ran by Foxtel, even though they have such a special privilege, they still don't know how to use it. Now, if you're in this situation, what's the route you're gonna take? Are you A, just don't show the movie and pick another program that fits into the age category of MA 15 plus or below, or B, censor the out of it? And if you're at the point of view of most free-to-air networks, you would have picked option B, of course, which is something that can lead to these versions looking like the real movies to a viewer who has never seen the movie and is not familiar with the movie until that point. Or it could become the laughingstock for the people who have already watched and know the movie. But there is technically a loophole when it comes to option B, and this only applies to people between the ages of 15 and 17 years old, as technically there have been times where free-to-air networks will air R18 plus films with no changes and apply an MA 15 plus rating onto it, meaning that people under the age of 18 can watch what are R18 films that have no compromises to them completely legally as long as they deal with this. Some examples of this include the non-world movies versions of SBS airing A Clockwork Orange, Erotica, Shame, and Pulp Fiction with MA 15 plus ratings with nothing changed to them whatsoever. And there was that one time that Channel 7 aired Last Tango in Paris with an MA 15 plus rating with no edits made. Although there is probably some more examples out there, I think those examples convey the point across. Just another thing I want to point out is that on SBS, On Demand has a lot of MA 15 plus content that is actually R18 plus for some reason. And out of the ones that I've watched, they don't seem overtly censored, and if they were censored, it was done very sneakily. Here's just some of the ones I've come across on the platform. And by the way, the movies on screen may not reflect what's currently on SBS On Demand. And hey, that's the house that Jack built. That was definitely a fun experience watching that with my dad. Okay, back on topic. I now want to turn your attention to what happens to the ones that are not graced with being aired on SBS, but the ones that are aired on the other side. That's where option B becomes way more accurate. Now I want to show you some of my favorite TV edits that happen when R18 rated movies aired on the Australian free-to-air networks that are not on SBS. Some examples include ruining a joke in 7, the ED-209 in the first RoboCop movie just stops shooting and reloads earlier. This also happens at another point in the movie where they just stop shooting earlier. The same thing happens in Seven Mates' version of Goodfellas.
No, still alive. No.
Kill Bill Volume 1 on 9 Go had some pretty good ones, where this girl gets stabbed, falls down, and the sword magically is removed. There's a scene where a girl gets stabbed in the foot, and then 0.2 seconds later, the bride magically has the same weapon in her hands at the bride's head level and swinging it at the girl's head. And they straight up just not show the tomahawk bit in the fight. And another very abrupt cut here. And one where everyone except for the bride and a random person just randomly falls to the ground. And no sound effect when this random goon gets stabbed in the leg. And a similar thing happened in this scene in 9 Go's showing of Rambo from 2008. I also find this cut from 7 Mate's showing of Ninja Assassin 2009 to be really funny in my opinion. And also, I like how in this scene in the original, the sword slash actually slows down the character who was slashed. Meanwhile, here in the TV edit, the victim looks like John Wick in how he handles it. Another funny one is in the 7 Mate's showing of Charlie's Farm, where this man seems to scream because he just rotated his sword and then it just disappears.
Right, Mel. I think he's a bit retarded.
And in NITV's showing of From Dusk Till Dawn, there's a scene because of abrupt cutting, just makes it far worse than the scene actually is. Also, this scene where you don't see who this guy shoots is pretty funny too, in my opinion.
I swear to God in Jesus Christ's name.
Oh my God!
Now, I would like to thank the Australian Movie and TV Censorship YouTube channel for preserving these national treasures of ours. Now, you may ask about the ones where the films did not get an R18+ rating. Were they not censored? Oh, you sweet summer child, they were censored too. Let's have a look at some of the funny edits to films that didn't need the censorship, but they were censored anyways. Okay, this time I'm opting for a digital montage with these ones to cut straight to the point and you have a break from my yapping for a bit. So these are some of my favorite TV edits Australia has to offer for movies that didn't need them. Please take a look.
I'm sure you can make it out of the casino. Of course, lest we forget, once you're out the front door, you're still in the middle of desert.
You ever hook up with that girl from the bar the other night?
I chickened out.
Really?
Yeah, I don't know.
Let me ask you something, Alex. If you made a promise to a girl's dad that you would not see her anymore, would you consider that like a binding promise?
Absolutely.
Yeah?
But then again, there are always ways around such things.
Tuesday.
Der österreichische Grand Prix ist in vollem Gang. Normal wäre... Take it over! Come on!
Paralysis. muscles enter a state of catastrophic seizure, leading to a very nasty death within 12 hours. But I have good news to the millions already affected. It doesn't have to be this way.
You ask God for help, and I'll stop the moment he shows up.
Hey, boss. Remember our old friend Patrick?
Patrick the rat prick? No, don't! Hold on, stop!
Okay, boss, what do you want to do?
Hey, you know what I want to know? I need you to help me out on this, Dr. Hudson, because you're the expert now. How would a fuck knocker like me take out a dumb guy like this, huh? Would you stick him? Huh? Or would you shoot him? Stick him or shoot him? Shoot him, stick him. I can't... I can't decide. But I think I'm just gonna go ahead on and do both.
Look, you get out or I call 911.
Off-world. I have everything I need to make you talk.
Come on, Will Cox, pick up the damn phone.
Would you please go see which part of the word quietly they did not understand?
Yes, sir.
As the door opened wider, I saw that it was... Oh, God.
first day of health class.
Don't have sex, because you will get pregnant and die.
Why don't they...
Okay, since now I have bitched about something, maybe I should inspire a reform. Since protest usually achieves nothing, maybe I should talk about the Australian Classification Board's reforms and more specifically, the ones about TV age ratings in 2024. Basically, what happened is that in March of 2024, the guidelines for TV classification was updated. This updated many things, but one of the more important ones is the fact that classification applied to TV shows when they air on TV can now be classified to other releases of the TV show, like a DVD/Blu-ray release or a streaming release. I think this is a pretty good change, but I kind of find it funny that there's potential to abuse these new rules. By movie companies putting uncut versions of R18 rated films on TV as MA15 plus programs, then apply that rating to their Blu-ray/DVD releases or like a theatrical re-release. So that means they can just completely bypass the Australian Classification Board for a re-rating. But the likeliness of this happening is slim to none. I just wanted to point this out as a quick little side note. I just thought that this was a funny, interesting, and good change to the way TV shows are classified. Now moving on to Australia banning Have a Pig. I always knew something was up with that pig and her friends. Banning TV show episodes is a common thing that happens all around the world, and each country has their own standards of what they consider ban-worthy, like Japan not liking the fact that the Pokemon anime caused more than 600 children to be taken into hospital because they wanted The Weeknd's Blinding Lights a whole 23 years before the song was released. And of course, Australia has their own standard of what is allowed and what isn't allowed on television. So I thought I would go through who got the firing squad placed on them for trying to enter the Australian television space. First off, there are some TV shows that only get one episode banned off of television in Australia, and the rest of the series is condemned to burn in the lake of fire. Like the TV show Australia's Naughtiest Home Videos. This spin-off of the TV show Australia's Funniest Home Videos only has one episode before it got to the guillotine. The premise of the show was that Australia's Funniest Home Videos had a lot of submissions that didn't fit into the Nikkei 30 family-friendly agenda that the show was going for. So they created Australia's Naughtiest Home Videos in 1992, which is a way to show the home videos that were too hot for TV. Now, this show is infamous in modern Australian history because the show got taken off of the air about 30 to 40 minutes into the program by Kerry Packer. Basically, the situation went like something along the lines of he got a phone call about how explicit current show running was. He went onto the TV and saw the explicit content and then called 9 Network and famously shouted, "Get that shit off the air!" The show was eventually given a rerun in 2008, 3 years after Kerry Packer had died, with some modern changes to fit more modern Australian TV standards. Another show that faced some turbulence trying to get onto the air but succeeded in the end is the TV show Round the Twist, which got pushed back from one episode called Lucky Lips, because the episode was about magic lipstick that attracted the hoes. A show called Danger 5 had its season 2 premiere be in the same state as Rockstar Agent and was permanently delayed to TBA due to concerns about how the ISIS crisis was handled. You just hate to see it. And there are TV shows that have had multiple episodes banned in Australia, like the anime Interspecies Reviewers, which had its 3rd and 9th episode to blame for its ban from being shown uncensored in Australia. This was because of child pornography concerns. There was the docuseries Underbelly by Channel 9, which was banned by a judge temporarily for showing a person who was a part of an ongoing investigation. The series was later reinstated, but had to be heavily censored to comply with court orders. A similar situation happened to the crime drama miniseries Blue Murder, which was banned in New South Wales between the years of 1995 and 2001 because of the ICAC hearing and Ned Smith being charged with murder. The anime
Ojamajo Doremi,
and Parallel Paradise were banned because of concerns of sexual content in them. There was also the 2-part episode Edith's 50th birthday from the TV show All in the Family, which was banned after viewers complained about an attempted rape scene in the episode. What was worse is that the character who was attempting the rape was dressed as a police officer. Then we have Doctor Who with the episode School Reunion, which had a scene where a school was blown up to kill some aliens. This was taken off because of a similar situation happening in real life where 5 school students were killed by a bomb by another student. There are some other episodes from Doctor Who that were censored for violence. Those episodes were The Smugglers, The Underwater Menace, The Master Terror, and Fury from the Deep. Now we get into another layer of the banned TV show episodes in Australia. Banned episodes from kids shows, which were banned for the reason that they were too inappropriate for kids. Like the episode Murder from the Looney Tunes show, which was banned because the main plot of the episode is Daffy thinking that Porky wants to murder him. Thomas and Friends had an episode called Henry Spots Trouble, pulled because the episode is about Henry fearing about getting chickenpox, and the ABC got complaints saying that the episode was for the anti-vaccination campaign. Well, I don't know how you can get to that conclusion because I don't think trains have veins to inject to anyways. Plus, I'm pretty sure that trains don't have fingers or hands to inject with, so this makes absolutely no sense to me at all. Shows that were aimed towards older children like Adventure Time and Regular Show had multiple episodes taken off of the air, with Adventure Time having the episodes His Hero being banned for promoting violence. Jake vs. Meow was banned because of the plot being about an assassination attempt. Ghost Princess was banned because of its violent, mature themes and for showing 2 on-screen deaths. And the episode Love Games for its strong sexual themes, and the fact that the episode was about Finn and Slime Princess having to prove that they are in fact the average high school couple, so that Slime Princess would be the next to be queen, not Slime Princess's sister. And for Regular Show, we have the episode's Muscle Woman banned for its strong sexual themes. Jinx was banned because it referenced Bloody Mary, also known as the thing I say 3 times in the bathroom every night. Go Viral was banned for supposed imitatable behavior. Grape Size was banned because of large amounts of zombie violence, with the episode's high impact violence including zombies being decapitated and impaled. And My Mom was initially banned because of bullying concerns, but it was later unbanned and now as uncensored. Now there is a giant pink colored moon cheese loving elephant in the room, to which I now address the situation regarding the popular gangster culture series Peppa Pig. Basically, the Mr. Skinny Legs and Spider's Web episodes were banned in Australia, and it's something where I actually agree with the censorship. I know, shocking, right? I will explain myself. Basically, the episode is about the gangster herself, Peppa, who learns to befriend spiders and see them as totally harmless creatures that can't hurt you whatsoever. In Australia being a country with a lot of different spiders that can in fact hurt you and even kill you if your skin and sugar lips even get close to kissing distance of each other, I can see why this was taken off of the air, and I actually agree with it. Because who wants to see the Australian child death related to children trying to befriend dangerous spiders statistic go up because of the pride of Peppertown right here? Okay, everything I have gone through has been somewhat in order of what format it is. But now, everything after this point will be kinda messy in terms of how it's ordered. So, bear with me. But now, these are the oddities about the Australian Classification Board that are related to 2 or more mediums of media entertainment classification. And the first oddity that I want to mention is the Australian government's weird relationship with anime. It seems like that they have this reluctant acceptance/hate for the medium. What do I mean by this? Well, it seems like the Australian Classification Board has a separate set of bipolar guidelines for what anime gets what Australian age classifications, which are as follows. The G rating is exclusively for Ponyo and nothing else. The PG rating is where it starts becoming no man's land in terms terms of violence, just as long as you don't show any gore. This also goes to the sexual content and nudity department. You can have fan service, but as long as there's no nudity shown in that fan service, you're fine. And if you do show nudity, no matter what, do not, and I repeat, do not contextualize it in a sexual manner. The M rating is even more no man's land, as now you can have violence with actual gore now, and plus, now you can have fan service with actual nudity now. The MA15 plus rating is the real no man's land, as you can basically have hentai as long as there's a plot attached to it. And also, this is the rating where you can finally accompany the very mature and adult anime series known as Azumanga Daioh, the animation. This was the same rating that was given to seasons 3, 7, and 8 of Game of Thrones. And the R rating is only reserved for whatever the Australian Classification Board is feeling like it that week. And that is the very bipolar guidelines that the Australian Classification Board has for anime. And sometimes these guidelines are applied very inconsistently that make me feel weird about certain animes getting certain age classifications and consumer advice. And out of the 2 animes that I've actually finished, the one that makes me feel the most weird is Neon Jellyfish Evangelion. Hold on, wait a minute, I can explain. I'm only going to be bitching about the TV series here, not the movies, whether that's the 90s movies or the rebuilds. Is that clear? Okay, I think the crowd has died down a bit. Let the bitching begin. Okay, so I feel kind of weird about Neon Genesis Evangelion's Australian age rating. While I do agree that the series as a whole is worthy of an M rating, I think that the M rating wasn't applied to certain episodes that probably needed it. Like vague spoilers incoming, but and still have it be PG for just adult themes. Although it was raised to M when it came to the box set of the Platinum editions of the Evangelion episodes. And I do agree with the raise to an M rating, but it still says mild animated violence, which just rubs me the wrong way still. Also, the absence of mild nudity is kind of weird to me, because this series does have its fair share of titty shots, even if most of the time it's not detailed. And although the consumer advice for the Blu-ray box set does have the term moderate sexual references, I think it's more so for the one sex scene in the main series and the yoga incident in the hospital in the end of Evangelion. But provided it still does have an M rating, so at least it's a good decision on a fundamental level, even if the reasons for the decisions are a bit limited per se. Okay, now I want to move on to 2 more examples of bullshit anime age rating decisions, one of which is Spirited Away, which is a movie that is rated PG and has a surprising amount of blood in it for a movie of that rating. The other bullshit anime decision was more on the other end, as the Australian Classification Board can sometimes overreact to anime. One example that's relatively low-hanging fruit to bully is My Hero Academia, which is given an MA15 plus rating for strong animated violence in its first, 4th, and 6th seasons. The same rating and reason was also applied to the My Hero Academia movie, World's Hero's Mission. And I have confirmed with people who actually know shit about anime that this decision is indeed bullshit. But now I want to turn your attention from the Australian Government Department of Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development, Communications and the Arts all the way to the regular old vanilla Australian Government Senate, where we meet this little guy called Sterling Griff. He was a South Australian senator from the years of 2016 to 2022, representative of the party Nick Xenon team, Central Alliance. And what this guy is known for, aside from a pretty creepy smile, was one day in particular, a day in Australian politics that lives in infamy. It lives among the greats, like when Scott Morrison brought in a single lump of coal into Parliament House. This happened in February of 2020, when Sterling gave a pretty infamous speech. The speech was on the subject of anime and how it shows sexual exploitation of them in the medium. And if you don't know what I'm talking about, here's a clip to remind you.
The worst anime my office discovered is Ramanga Sensei. The plot is beyond what any person would consider as normal or appropriate.
Yeah, it's that guy who thinks it's reasonable for the Australian Classification Board to review every single anime media that has ever been rated. Surely the last time someone asked for the Australian Classification Board to do an unnecessary review, it always goes to the senator's way. Now, the anime that Sterling name-dropped were Sword Art Online Extra Edition, No Game No Life, Iramanga Sensei, and Goblin Slayer, which he claims are all examples of how anime is child abuse content and is something that only pedophiles enjoy and that it should be banned. He also claimed that these anime, in particular the animes No Game No Life and Iramanga Sensei, have heavy incest themes, which all of these claims are simply not true. Firstly, from what I researched, there is no actual incest in No Game No Life, and that the couple is more platonic than romantic or sexual, and if they took incest seriously, then Game of Thrones would be given the banhammer by now. And with Iramanga Sensei, the two characters aren't actually biologically related, so you can't really make the case that it's incest. And as this article from High Impact Classification points out, the main two characters did not have any kind of relationship with each other before they realized they're working on manga together. Secondly, he mentioned that Sword Art Online has a graphic rape scene where a defenseless girl is raped and a boy is forced to watch. By the way, may I remind you that the definition of rape is a type of sexual assault involving sexual intercourse or other forms of sexual penetration carried out against a person without their consent. And in the scene that Sterling mentioned, there is no actual rape here. There is the threat of rape and attempted rape, but no rape actually happens. It's a slightly more graphic version of that attempted rape scene in Back to the Future. And also, he paints the picture that Sword Art Online endorses and glamorizes rape, which is a ridiculous claim to make because Sword Art Online doesn't endorse or glamorize rape. It is using rape as a way to tell its story. And by that logic, media such as Gone Girl, The Evil Dead, and Midsummer should be out of Australia. Also, in the case of Goblin Slayer, he says that the children are being sexually abused, which is not true because Griff thinks that a child is someone under the age of 30 and thinks that someone enjoying being sexually assaulted is yelling for help while in fear. After the speech, it has seemingly had a consequence within the Australian Classification Board being a lot more sensitive when it comes to the presentation of children and anime entertainment, with the Australian Classification Board banning the uncensored versions of the already mentioned interspecies reviewers, and people discovering that a game called El Territory, The Adventure of Ireland, got re-ratings in 2013 and 2018 for PG for mild violence and infrequent coarse language to an R18 for references to sexual violence, which apparently got the R18 rating for what anime fans would consider as tame fan service. So it seems like Australia needs to pick a side here. Do they want to be on the side that thinks that drawing needs to be banned because that's something that they think is inappropriate, or do they want to give anime some leniency because of the nature of the medium being, animated, which lessens the impact of the content since it's something that is purely fictional and never happened in real life? So Australia, what's your choice gonna be? Also, as a quick side note, why the would you admit that you were watching hentai in Parliament? Just a question. So, during the 2010s and the 2020s, the Australian Classification Board has been adding more and more descriptors to their consumer advice repertoire to their ratings. And in theory, this is a no-brainer, because when new things come out that might be present in media that the Australian Classification Board rates and might find objectionable to people under the age of 18. And so, they haven't straight up added new categories, but they have been using older categories to update them to be up to date with different types of violence, sex, nudity, coarse language, and drug use. But there is one I forgot to mention, which is especially important in terms of adapting to the modern times, and that is themes. And one of the things that was given a spotlight in the 2010s is mental health, particularly with the topic of suicide. And what the Australian Classification Board did to tackle the issue of suicide in mediums such as movies, TV shows, and video games is denoting suicide as a descriptor if it has anything got to do with suicide, with the Australian Classification Board usually using the terms suicide scenes, suicide references, references to suicide, self-harm, and or references to self-harm. Now, this is a good thing to do because suicide is a sensitive topic for some people, and if someone wants to watch a movie, TV show, or play a video game and is sensitive to suicide, they deserve to know if there are elements, references, or scenes relating to suicide. This is good in theory, but this has an unintended side effect that might be just as important as what they are fighting for, and that is spoiling the media. I know that this may be considered as a joke, but in some cases, denoting that a piece of media has suicide may be detrimental to the experience of the media, especially since in the 2020s, the Australian government has introduced new guidelines that means that if a movie, TV show, or video game has any references or scenes to suicide at all, it has to be declared in the consumer advice. Even if the suicide content in the media is at a PG level, while the most offending content is at an MA 15 plus level, it still has to say suicide references and or suicide scenes, which can totally spoil something that uses suicide as a plot twist. Like in Sean Durkin's The Iron Claw, which uses suicide as an important part of the story, and it's something that the audience wouldn't want to know going into it because it ruins the overall emotional weight of the Iron Claw. It also can be for something that is not at all plot crucial and is in there for less than 30 seconds or a minute into the film, with an example being Oppenheimer, which literally shows a dead body by a bathtub for less than 10 seconds. So I wouldn't say that it's a suicide scene per se, but rather suicide references. But it can't be a rule in the Australian Classification Board if it isn't applied inconsistently. Here come Yorgos Lanthimos' Kinds of Kindness to prove that point. The film was given an MA 15 plus rating, as expected, for strong themes, violence, sexual violence, and sex scenes. You may think that the consumer advice is representative of the film's mature content. Well, it's not, because there are scenes where people cut their fingers off, extract from their own liver, and intentionally jump off into an empty pool. You could say that all of these scenes just maybe trigger the suicide/self-harm radar a little bit, but nope, they are just relegated to the theme section of the rating. Although it is nice that the Australian Classification Board did acknowledge the self-harm content by putting it in the more information about the content of this film section of the listing, but by their rules, Kinds of Kindness consumer advice should have a bit of text denoting yes, there is self-harm or suicide in this weird clusterfuck movie that you might enjoy, but sometimes it can not only happen once, but happen twice. What I'm talking about is media originally not given the suicide warning, gain the warning when they get re-rated or a remake of that media comes out, like Atlas's remake of Persona 3 Reload, which not only ups the rating from the original release of Persona 3's M rating for moderate violence to the remake's MA 15 plus rating for its strong themes and visual references to suicide and self-harm. This is due to the fact that one of the main mechanics of the game, summoning personas, is done by shooting yourself in the head with a gun. Although the gun is fake because otherwise it would be a very short game if the gun was real. Also, I think that Persona 3 Reload's consumer advice is a bit redundant. Like, I think that we get the point when you say visual references to suicide. I think that the better consumer advice description would have been something like strong themes, visual references to self-harm. Because, like I said, I feel like suicide and self-harm feels a bit redundant to me. Now, in terms of a solution to the problem, I think I have to commit the deadly sin of envy and look at the UK's BBFC movie and TV show age ratings, where, over there, they play something called the black card before every movie shown in a cinema. It basically shows the age rating and the reason for the age rating of the movie just before you watch it. And the BBFC has a term for suicide, with it usually just simply being labeled as just suicide or suicide references. And what do they do if suicide elements are important enough to the plot? They will put it in the age range descriptors on the poster and on the website, but they'll exclude it from the black card. And I think this is a good way to mention if a piece of media has suicide elements without giving away the forbidden spoilers. It could maybe stretch to TV shows, but it's practically impossible to implement with video games. So will we ever find an answer? Honestly, I don't know, but I'm remaining optimistic that one day we will find a better answer in some way, shape, or form. Okay, let's get to something a bit more lighthearted now, and that something is Netflix. Interesting company. Netflix is a streaming service for TV. I think you get the point by now. Netflix is the biggest paid streaming service in Australia, with Forbes reporting that in 2024, over 65% of Australian households have a Netflix subscription. And now, because the nature of something like Netflix, where they release their own shows on a very regularly consistent basis, how does the Australian Classification Board keep up with rating all this content? Gotcha! Back in 2016, Netflix was quite young in Australia, with it only being 1 year old, and the Australian Classification Board had a problem. The Australian public wanted to get Netflix content at the same time as everyone else did, but the workload that the Australian Classification Board had from all the content that Netflix had been sending them was getting a bit too much. So, in December of 2016, Netflix announced that they would be teaming up with the Australian Classification Board to create a tool that would allow Netflix to self-classify their own TV shows and movies using the ratings and reasons as the Australian Classification Board does. Now, this sounds like a good idea because first, Netflix are the ones producing the shows, so they don't know what's in the show, therefore they could accurately rate it. Secondly, it takes away the workload from the Australian Classification Board so they can actually rate the movies that will appear in cinemas or on digital marketplaces at a reasonable time and pace. And thirdly, it makes sure that the Australian public gets the Netflix originals at the same time that the rest of the world gets them. So it's a win-win-win, right? For the most part, it was. As after a 17-month trial period, the Australian government approved the use of this tool by Netflix, with the Australian Classification Board occasionally checking up on them to make sure that they didn't wildly differ from the Australian Classification Board guidelines. And on September the 16th, 2024, the Australian Classification Board expanded its self-classifying tools to Amazon to let Amazon Prime Video self-rate their own programming. And from my experiences with them over the years, they have mostly made pretty good decisions. But there is always room for f***ups. And they made plenty of use of that room. F***ups are bound to happen with these sorts of things, but Netflix has seemingly made the most out of all of the streaming services and digital storefronts when it comes to applying the correct Australian Classification Board ratings to the content on their platform. This is because of their before mentioned power to do whatever the that they want to in terms of rating the content on their service. Because there is one small tiny detail that I conveniently forgot to mention in the last section, that Netflix doesn't only classify their own content. Netflix can also classify content that they haven't produced but is on their service, which can lead to them re-rating some movies different ratings that are way too high, because Netflix would rather rate something too harshly than leniently. Some of the famous examples brought to you by Refused Classification on Twitter include the 2018 Halloween reboot, where the rating was changed from the original MA15+ rating for strong horror themes and violence to an R18 rating for high-impact blood and gore, high-impact horror themes, high-impact horror violence, and horror violence. The Little Stranger being re-rated from an M for mature themes to an MA15+ for strong horror themes. The final cut of Blade Runner being re-rated from an M rating for moderate violence, moderate coarse language, to an MA15+ rating for strong themes, strong violence, strong blood and gore. And Moonlight being re-rated from an M rating for drug use, coarse language, sex, and violence to an MA15+ rating for strong themes, strong coarse language, strong drug use, strong sex scenes. Some other ones I have seen personally included One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest being re-rated to an MA from an M rating, the 2017 version of Murder on the Orient Express, with it initially being rated M for mature themes, and Netflix coming in and re-rating it to an MA15+ for strong self-harm. Kenneth Branagh, why does it always connect back to him? And Spy X Family on Netflix as a whole of the first season got an MA15 plus rating on Netflix for strong animated violence, despite it only getting an M rating for mature themes and animated violence. Also, there was a time when Netflix overreacted about a documentary about rats and it showed actual IRL rat gore, with the Australian Classification Board overturning Netflix's decision to give the documentary an R18 rating for high impact violence and instead give the documentary an MA15 plus rating for strong themes. There's some more other examples I want to go through regarding Netflix not knowing what the fuck to do with the Australian age ratings. One of them is the film Inside, the Willem Dafoe one from 2023, to where Netflix just didn't bother with a reason and just said that the film is not suitable for people 14 years and under. And similar to the Murder on the Orient Express situation, Netflix gave the movie Glass an MA15 plus rating for strong science fiction themes and violence. And it goes without saying, but Glass did not have that rating in Australia. In fact, it had an M rating for mature themes and violence. Also, according to the rating system wiki on fandom, there was one point where some streaming service, assumedly Netflix, gave Avengers Infinity War an MA15 plus rating for strong themes. Although there is no citation or evidence to back this up ever happening, I still find it pretty funny whether it is real or not. And Netflix is not out of the trenches yet, as they gave a film called Skywalkers, a love story, an R rating in America, an 18 rating in the UK, and a casual M rating in Australia. There are examples of Netflix not using the most recent rating of a film and using an older one instead. The one that comes to mind with this topic is Reservoir Dogs by Quentin Tarantino, where Netflix labeled the movie with an R18 rating despite it being re-rated to MA15 plus in 2019. Fucking Stan got this right, why can't you guys get it right? But hey, the physical release that came out after the re-rating used the R18 rating on the box, and all this just doesn't apply to Netflix, as other streaming services have also up when it comes to applying the right classification to their content, like iTunes/Apple TV giving Saw and Smiley Friends an R18 rating despite them being rated MA15 plus elsewhere. And then there's also the incredible fumbling that iTunes did with the Australian age ratings for Better Call Saul, where seasons 1, 2, and 3 were all given R18 ratings despite them only getting M ratings. Season 3 and 4 were given M ratings when they actually had MA15 plus ratings, and season 6 is the only normal season here with it having its original MA15 plus rating. Another funny iTunes/Apple TV fumble was giving the 1987 version of RoboCop an M rating despite it still being an R18 film by the Australian Classification Board. And what's funny about this case is that this rating change is also seen on Amazon Prime Video. Well, it used to be on Amazon Prime. And while on the topic of Amazon Prime Video, they are weird with the Evangelion films. So the only correctly rated Evangelion films on Amazon Prime Video Neon Genesis Evangelion Death True Squared, and Evangelion 3.0 plus 3.01 Thrice Upon a Time. Meanwhile, Evangelion 1.11, 2.22, and 3.33 all got MA15 plus ratings for strong violence and nudity, despite the fact that Evangelion 1.11 and 2.22 were both given PG ratings, and Evangelion 3.33 was given an M rating. And what's even more extreme is that the fact that Amazon Prime Video gave the end of Evangelion an R18 rating for high impact animated violence. And yes, while I am the biggest advocate for the Australian classification for end of Evangelion should not be M group, I think R18 is too high. Personally, I believe an MA15 plus rating would suit it more. Moving on, the Google Play Movie/YouTube movie store gave Sam Raimi's Spider-Man 3 an MA15 plus, which is silly considering it was rated M by the Australian Classification Board. Also, there was a time on Amazon Prime Video where American Psycho was rated R18 for mild violence, mild sex scenes. And then there was the 2018 Halloween reboot, once again on Amazon Prime Video, to which Amazon Prime Video decided to ignore the original rating it was given and slap it with their own 13 plus rating on it. It's been fixed now, but I still found it quite funny when I first saw it. And speaking about Amazon Prime Video not following the rules when it comes to Australian classification, there have been 2 times where they have put something onto the service and have not applied an Australian classification board rating to it, but instead they just apply a not rated on it and called it a day. And these movies that I noticed with a not rated tag on them were American Fiction when it was first on the service, and a movie called Beautiful Wedding when it first came to Amazon Prime Video. But this doesn't just apply to movies and TV shows. This can also apply with video games, with the Microsoft Store saying that Gears of War 2 on Xbox 360 was an MA15 plus rated game for very mild sexual themes, and the Nintendo eShop rating for the first 2 Portal games was an MA15 plus rating for strong violence, online interactivity, users interact, despite the fact that Portal 1 is rated M for moderate violence and Portal 2 is rated PG for mild themes, violence, and coarse language. And for some final examples, we have a few movies that got rating f**k-ups by the 2 biggest cinema chains in Australia, Hoyt Cinemas and Event Cinemas, and those were Star Wars Episode 3 Revenge of the Sith, Maxine, Deadpool and Wolverine, and Alien Ruminus, 4 of the most frequent witnesses in court. With Star Wars Episode 3's case, the Hoyt's website displayed that the film was suitable for a PG rating for moderate science fiction violence. In the case of Maxine, Hoyt just straight up leaked the rating of the film way before the Australian Classification Board even put it up on their website. But it seems like the reason it was up on the Hoyt's website way before the Australian Classification Board website was because the ACB's website was facing some technical difficulties at the time and couldn't publish the ratings until way later on. And for the cases of Deadpool and Wolverine and Alien Ruminus, Events and Hoyt's put up the ratings a day before the Australian Classification Board put the ratings up on their website. And that can be attributed to the fact that the Australian Classification Board only publishes ratings for media that they rated like 2 or 3 days before that they're published. So really call the Deadpool and Wolverine and the Alien Ruminus situation a f**k-up per se, but the Maxine one, that was definitely a f**k-up. But it wasn't Hoyt's fault, that's for sure. And I know there's more f**k-ups out there, but I don't really want to get into it, but I think it gives you the general idea of the Australian Classification Board screw-ups that happen on streaming services and digital marketplaces, especially on Netflix, Amazon Prime Video, and the iTunes Movie Store and the Apple TV Store. The next thing I want to talk about is the other side of the Australian Classification Board, the Australian Classification Review Board. This is the board that applicants turn to if they get pissy about their decisions given by the regular Australian Classification Board. And many people have gone to this board to see if they can get some sort of redemption for the rating that they wanted. And the bitching method can go multiple ways, with this method being somewhat successful, with 56% of applicants getting their appeal approved. And that 56% is only for movies, by the way. So it's basically a 50-50 dice roll and slightly leaning towards your favor. At least that's somewhat nice to hear. So let's go through the bitching to see if it worked or they got sent straight back down to hell. Also, we'll be only covering movies and TV shows here, as all the video games that were reviewed by the Australian Classification Review Board I have already talked about, and I would be breaking the oath that I made with myself again, so forgive me. And another thing, I will skip over any movie or TV show that I've already talked about in detail in terms of its classification history. So you won't be hearing about Solo, Almost Famous, Base Moe, Ken Park, a Serbian film, and the Human Centipede 2 again in this section. So enough with the waffling, let's start at the beginning of time, 1997. 1997 had 5 films for the Australian Classification Board to, review. The first one to be reviewed is a film called Primary Colors, which was successfully appealed its MA15 plus rating down to an M rating. This was because of the use of while being frequent was not considered gratuitous and was contextually justified. And if you want to know, the count for this movie was about 68. So close, yet so far. The second film to go through the review board was a film called The Devil's Advocate, which appealed its MA15+ rating and the bitching failed. This was because the scenes of violence and sexual content were, quote, gratuitously detailed and or prolonged. But something worth noting is that the bitching eventually worked, as the film was re-rated in 2012 to an MA15+ for strong themes, violence, and sex scenes. The third film to go through trial of the review board is a film called Fairy Tale: A True Story, which complained about its PG rating and was successful in getting a G rating because of its treatment of themes was discreet enough to not stress children. The fourth film is the classic Men in Black, which failed in its rating appeal to change the rating from an M rating to a PG. This was due to the fact that the violence in Men in Black was too frequent to be in a PG film. The fifth and final film that the Australian Classification Review Board reviewed in the year of 1997 was the 20th century film Anastasia, which tried to send a memo about it should be G-rated instead of PG, but it seems like the review board ignored their pleas because the film remained a PG rating. This was because of the fact that some of the scenes were found to upset small children. Just a question out of the blue for you, the Australian Classification Review Board. Can I see the source or the study to prove that Anastasia makes small children cry, please? It would be nice to know. After the gifts that 1997 gave, 1998's harvest would be a bit small with only 4 films being reviewed. And those films were Hurrah, which won its MA15+ appeal because the sexual content in the film was shown in a way that mitigated its somewhat graphic impact. Passion, a film that did the exact opposite of what Hurrah did. This is because of the sadomasochistic behavior that simply could not be allowed in an MA15+ rating. Saving Private Ryan is one of the films that most people wouldn't recognize as an R18 film, but it was at one point. Saving Private Ryan's appeal from an R18+ rating to an MA15+ was one because of the fact that the prolonged and graphic scenes of violence were not considered gratuitous or frequent, and also the fact that the film had a pretty strong anti-war agenda. This would lead to Saving Private Ryan getting the iconic consumer advice of graphic war scenes. But something that was way less well known was the film Analyze This, which tried to fight for an M rating but failed as a review board felt that the bad language in the film would be considered too aggressive for M standards. But like The Devil's Advocate, the bitching and moaning did eventually work as the film was re-rated M in 2003 and has stayed that way ever since. Now let's add that year count by 1 and see what the Australian Classification Review Board had in store for the final year of the 1900s. 1999 had 8 decisions made by the Australian Classification Review Board, and it all started off with a film called Madness, which starts us off on a bad note as this film failed to get rid of its pesky refused classification rating. This was because of the film's explicit sexual violence. Hopefully the next film can be better for us as a successful decision is surely incoming. Son of a bitch. Tarzan was up next on Judgment Day and it did not get the decision it wanted, that being a re-rating from a PG rating to a G rating. The reason for this judgment was because of the several menacing themes that were too scary for a G rating in the review board's opinion. Well, I think that human traffic would be perfectly fine as a G rating. Why does this keep happening to me? The reason that it's not in a G category but in an R18 category instead of an MA15+ category was because of the fact that it promoted pure Colombian as an escape from life's problems. Well, to be fair, pure Colombian can be an escape from life itself and could lead you towards death. But when it comes to life's problems, I think there's better things to do than escape life problems, like watching The Iron Giant, which was another film that the review board looked at in 1999, which made the case that it should be G-rated, but it was denied a G rating because a lot of the scenes in the movie were considered too scary for younger audiences. But a movie that was definitely too scary for younger audiences is a movie called The General's Daughter, which was rated R18 and was successful in getting its MA15+ appeal. This was because the film's theme of sexual violence was not considered strong enough for an R18 rating, and that the scene of sexual violence did not show that much. But a film that wasn't subtle enough with its theme was which was the reason why it couldn't live within an MA15+. I think that could live in an MA15+ if it got another look, but I'm not supposed to talk about So let's move on to Eyes Wide Shut, which surprisingly tried to get an MA15 plus rating but failed, as the sex scenes were considered too realistic to belong in an MA15 plus rated film, and to which I say it's absolutely hilarious that they even tried to get an MA15 plus rating in the first place. But I think that we had a lot of failed applicants. Hopefully that will change with the final movie reviewed in 1999. Son of a bitch, it actually did happen. The final film that the Australian Classification Review Board reviewed in the year that one Prince album didn't release in was The Blair Witch Project. The film was initially given an MA15 plus rating because the characters could not get enough of saying the word fuck. But after a review, it was given an M rating for horror theme, frequent coarse language. So what made them change their minds? Well, it was because the characters were only really indulged in using excessively in 2 scenes, which was seen as infrequent enough to gain them the M rating. Now let's leave behind the 90s in the past and move on to the 2000s. And to start off the 2000s, the Australian Classification Review Board only looked at 2 movies. One that being The Colour of Paradise, which was able to be bargained down to a PG rating from an M rating. This was due to the fact that the themes could be understood by young children. And the other one was The Monkey's Mask, which wasn't able to be bargained down to an MA15 plus rating due to the theme of fetishes not being handled more discreetly enough for the rating. Moving on to 2001, where we multiply the amount of movies reviewed in 2000 by about 3.5 to get 7 whole movies that were reviewed, with the first one having a bit of a story behind it, but I promise you the story will be short. So it goes something along the lines of a film called Hannibal getting an MA15 plus rating when it first got rated in February of 2001. But then this guy, the Attorney General of Darrell Williams, did not like the decision and thought that the classification board was being too lenient in this case. So he brought it up with the Australian Classification Review Board, and he was successful in getting the film its newly earned R18 plus rating in about 15 days from when it was first rated. But all of Darrell's hard work would go to waste as it was re-rated back down to an MA15 plus rating in July of 2009 for a Blu-ray release. The next film to go through the review board successfully was a film called The Mexican. It had its MA15 plus rating reduced to an M rating because the frequent violence lacked injury detail. After The Mexican, we have Series 7, The Contenders, which failed miserably at getting its R18 rating moved down to an MA15 plus rating because the violence was too realistic for an MA15 plus. Even its satirical tone failed to move it down, which is a similar fate that Pokemon 3 the movie experienced, which failed to go down to a G rating because its themes and violence were too much for a G rating to handle. Like, how could it lose when it was blessed by the Pope? After Pokemon losing its appeal, we had Captain Corneli's Mandolin, which also lost its appeal too, which resulted in the consumer advice being changed to occasional strong violence, which is a similar fate that Joyride faced, with the MA15 plus rating staying the same, but the consumer advice was changed to violence may disturb. Now, before we move on to 2002, there are a couple more films that also had reviews in this year, but can be lumped into the same group, which is... These were Eurorangel's Hardball 6 Manic, Totally Jill, A Little Piece of My Heart, Fame as a Whore on Butt Row Pink Hotel, Joey Sevilla's Butt Row Unplugged, the Butt Row series White Men Can't Iron, Second Dream Quest, and Plays. All these are porn films that tried to get an R18 rating and failed. There was also a book called Pictures that was submitted to the review board by a South Australian police commissioner, which ended up getting a Category 1, which just translates to an R18 rating, for its depiction of gay liberation movements in the 1970s and 80s. And don't worry, we'll get back to book age ratings soon enough. So that's 2001. Pretty big, right? Let's see what 2002 has in store for us. And the first review that 2002 had in store for us was Great Moments in Science, which thankfully successfully appealed its PG rating to a G rating. This was because the violence was in an educational context and the fact that blood is rare to see here, which is something that Black Hawk Down can and can't say. With it originally debuting with an R18 rating, it was re-rated to an MA15 plus rating because of the same reason as Saving Private Ryan. It had a strong anti-war message. I think there's been a lot of success lately, so I want to bring the mood down with the review of the 20th anniversary edition of E.T. the Extraterrestrial, which failed to get a G rating because some of the scenes were again considered too scary for young ones. The next film to be reviewed was a film called Australian Rules, which feels like a staple in English high school classrooms across the country. It was lowered to an M rating because the pure Colombian violence and swearing were instrumental to the message of the film. Now, the next film that the review board took a look at is a documentary called Three Ballerinas, which isn't even an hour long, which won its appeal to a G rating as the use of themes and language were considered mild enough to fit into the rating. And the final film that got the review board to take a look at it in 2002 was an animated kids film called Spirit Stallion of the Serum, which got away with a G rating by not being too scary for the little kids to watch. Starting off 2003, we have Phone Booth, a film that got re-rated to an M rating because the language in it was not considered gratuitous by the review board. And with the second film, we already have a failed attempt at a review with the film City of God, which failed to reduce the R18 rating because of how realistically the violence and the drug use was portrayed, which leads the way into the next failed attempt at a re-rating with Legacy of Silver Shadow Volume 1, with its violence only being containable in a PG rating, even with its educational context. But if we want to turn context into a thing that can save a film's re-rating, we can have a look at Ned Kelly, with its historical context saving it from being labelled with an MA15 plus rating. But a film that couldn't escape the label of an MA15 plus rating is the film Basic, with its militaristic violence being too strong for an M rating to handle. One video game I forgot to mention was Silver Ball Product version 8, which was banned on the grounds of sex and nudity being related to incentives and rewards. It was then successfully appealed to an M rating. This was because of the fact that the developers argued that the images of sex and nudity were incidental and were not related to incentives and rewards. Going back to films, we have 13, which got its MA15 plus re-rating due to the fact that its depiction of teen drug use and self-harm was treated in a way that was non-exploitative and was compassionate. And the final film that the Australian Classification Review Board reviewed in 2003 was a film called One Perfect Day, with its strong anti-Colombian message making sure it won its appeal to an M rating. Before we move on to 2004, there are two more things I want to mention that went through the Australian Classification Review Board. Those being the sexualization of girl children and adolescents on the internet, which was banned because of pedophilic content, and the other being McLennan's Daughter, A Dry Spell, Frees a Crowd, The Bride Walt, To Have and To Hold, Home is Where the Heart Is, said to be Series 2, episodes 28 to 32, which had an application sent out to review, but Channel 9 was out of time and did not provide a good enough explanation for the delay. The rating ended up being M, by the way. Now that we are in 2004, it's only natural that the Australian Classification Review Board reviewed Disney's Haunted Mansion's M rating and turned it into a PG rating. It was only natural for it to happen. But I'm not sure if it was natural for Troy to be re-rated to an M rating, which won because of its historical context. But did Harry Potter and the Prison of Azkaban need historical context to lower its rating to a PG? I don't think so. The film's stylized nature mitigated the scariness of the film. Now, we can go back to another time where an Attorney General tried to get a film's rating changed. And this time, it was the Attorney General Phil Roddick and the film Irreversible, which Phil tried to get the review board to ban. And did it go that well, or come back to bite him in the ass? I think it came back to bite him in the ass, as the review board determined that the film has serious artistic merit and kept its original rating of R18+. Speaking about Attorney Generals pressuring review boards to get what they want, the next film that the review board took a gaze at was Brat's starring and styling, and lost its appeal to a G rating due to the treatment of the theme of peer pressure that couldn't wouldn't fit into the rating. Remember when I talked about irreversible about a minute ago? Well, that type of hostage situation is back, but instead of an attorney general this time, it was an association, a Australian Family Association, if you will, which disagreed with the fact that a movie called Anatomy of Hell could be available to watch in Australia and went out to the Classification Review Board to see if they could help out with their cause. And the Classification Review Board decided to go against the Australian Family Association's cause because they recognize the serious artistic merit in Anatomy of Hell. If we continue going down the path of art house, we can get to a short film called Shadow Theatre. It was a film that went through the review board because it wanted to lower its X18+ rating to an R18+. It was successful in its endeavor because the use of silhouettes and distorted imagery made it harder to discern whether the sexual content was real or not. Another film that went through the review board was a film called Collateral, which did not get its M rating because the violence in the film was that strong. And another film that failed to get its M rating was a film called A Very Long Engagement. And that was because it had too gory gore and was too scary for an M rating. And the final film that the Australian Classification Review Board took a crack at was a film called Sideways. And it was successful in this venture this time as it won its M rating due to how it treated its themes of depression and alcoholism. Now, let's move on to 2005, where we have a review of Fantastic Four, and I'm happy to report again that this review was a success, with its stylized violence taking home as the MVP in this situation. Next up, we have 9 Songs, which is another win so far in 2005, which was given an R18 rating from an X18 rating based off artistic merit. And also there are some rules regarding fetishes that the review board conveniently chose to ignore in this case. So, guess who the next one is? It's Guess Who, which was our first loss of the year as the sexual references were just too frequent to be accommodated in a PG rating. Up next we have Constantine, the one with Keanu Reeves, which was awarded an M rating due to the violence being undetailed and stylized. And personally, I've always found Constantine getting an MA 15+ rating just to be a bit odd. Just like I find it a bit odd that a film called The Gore Girls exists, which tried to get unbanned but failed because of the long and disturbing scenes of removing limbs from Lego people but in real life. At least Wedding Crashers didn't have to deal with that problem. But it dealt with the problem of trying to get down to an M rating, which the review board gracefully helped them out with the reason given the sexual references were only at a moderate level. I think we can take a tone shift now, as the next film the review board had a look at was Wolf Creek, which adds another rejected appeal to the board as the film failed to get its MA 15+ rating and was stuck with its original R18+ rating because of how in real life and frequent the violence in the film was. And if we want to stay on the theme of R18 films failing to get MA 15+ ratings, we have Palindromes, which couldn't get the MA 15+ rating due to its themes of pedophilia. But Kingdom of Heaven was able to get its M rating, and that was because of its historical context. And by the way, I have another story about Phil Roddick, and this time it was about the film Mysterious Skin, which Phil tried to ban. Predictable, Phil. And the review board said, "Silence, Phil. The film did not promote and or glorify child sexual abuse. Rest your case now." And the final film that the review board took a look at in the year of 2005 was A History of Violence, which won its appeal because the in real life looking violence was rare in the film. There was also Tras El Cristal, which was banned. And now we're in the year of 2006, where the cool thing to do was question the Australian age rating for Big Mama's House 2 and change who was in charge of the Australian Classification Review Board. Yeah, the Australian Classification Review Board is now owned by the Attorney General's Department, where its previous owners were the Office of Film and Literature Classification, or what the Australian Classification Board used to be called before it was rebranded in son of a bitch the same year as this change in ownership. And if we want to go back to Big Mama's House 2, it got a rating change of M to PG because of how comedic the violence was. And if we're talking about M to PGs in 2006, we have Harry Potter and the Goblet and Fire. Gotcha! It tried but lost due to the dark theme of the film. And coming up, we have another animated children's film with Ice Age The Meltdown, which lost the battle to get the film certified G-rated by having too much menace for a G audience. And if we want to get away from the G audience, we got River Queen, which got what it wanted with a rating change to M, and what helped it was, say it with me, historical context. And if we want to go back to M to PG films that lost, I have two prime examples for you, with the movie Stormbreaker and Aragon, which both lost because the violence was just way too frequent for the PG ratings taste. And that's 2006 for ya. That was quite short compared to the other ones. Maybe this will be a theme moving forward. Actually, I lied. There are actually more movies that the Australian Classification Review Board took a look at, but most of them are just pure porn movies, which are Extremely Nasty Nymphs, Buster Beauties, Ben Dover's Bummed Out in Britain, Ass Fetish Volume 3, and Viva Erotica. And then there are some other non-movie slash TV show slash video game related ones, which are L04/1407, T04-4445, Join the Caravan, Defense of the Muslim Lands, The Ideological Attack, The Criminal West, The Absent Obligation, The Quranic Concept of War, Islam and Modern Men, Jihad in the Quran, and Sunnah and Jihad or Terrorism. Anyways, let's get back to the show. And now, here's 2007 for ya, with a failed rating appeal for Sea Patrol Season 1, which failed to change its M rating because it showed blood for too much time. And now, what about a film that shows way too much blood for its own good? That's where Saw 4 comes into the picture, with it initially getting an R18 rating. The distributor, which was Hoyt at the time, argued that it had similar content to previous entries, which were all given MA15 plus ratings with no issues whatsoever, which the board agreed with and gave Saw 4 its MA15 plus rating. And now, let's go from MA15 plus, from being the target rating to the rating that wants to be escaped from. We have 2007's remake of Sleuth, which got its appeal to an M rating despite it having too aggressive uses of c***. But the thing that got it over the line was the fact that it was used sparingly. And then we get to Notes on a Scandal, a film that failed to get an M rating because it has sexual content and minors in the same sentence, even if the sexual content was more implied than shown, which did lead to the consumer advice for the film being strong sexual reference involving a minor, strong adult themes. 30 Days of Night was another film that was reviewed at this time, with it winning its battle for an MA15 plus rating because of the clear fantasy context and that the main character did a halo and bleed a different color than red, with them ending up going with black that time. And then we get to 300, the movie that got misquoted in that one Kanye song, which had an R18 rating at first, but was taken down to an MA15 plus rating because of how unrealistic the violence and the CGI effects were. This would lead to a film being blessed with one of the most funny consumer advice descriptions of all time, with it reading, and now there are some other films that got challenged by the review board in 2007, which were The Peaceful Pill Handbook and Shoot 'Em Up. Now let's switch that number to the year of our Lord 2008 and see what did the Australian Classification Review Board reviewed in 2008. You gotta be kidding me. Yeah, if we don't count all the porn and hentai that was reviewed in July and the fact that I've already talked about Fear 2, the only two things to be reviewed by the review board was Space Chimps and Open Season 2. And now I'll give Space Chimps some credit because it actually won its case, but I won't give that same leniency to Open Season 2 because it lost its appeal. But hey, when 2008 gives you hell, there's always 2009. Which I can guarantee does not have a review for Space Chimps, but it does have a review for Stone Bros. And sorry to start on such a disappointment, but Stone Bros failed to get its MA15 plus rating change. Why is it worth living at that point? And its appeal was rejected because there were scenes that showed you how to form the stones, even though the movie was very anti-stone. Moving on, The Loved Ones, everyone. A film that got its R18 rating and was replaced with an MA15 plus rating because of how funny it was to the review board members. And now we get to Julie and Julia, which shows how much of the Australian Classification Board can be hypocrites at times because they broke their own rules about swearing. Where they allowed a PG movie to not only swore, but swore one of the most heinous words of them all. Granted, the word was only used once, could fly over people's heads easily if they weren't paying attention, and was contextually appropriate to the scene. But how dare they swore? I better tell best trends about this heinous war crime against humanity that a government-funded board, mind you, did. So fucking ridiculous, man. Moving on, we have the Friday the 13th remake from 2009, which tried to get an MA15 plus rating, but God said no, because of the frequency of the violence dwells on gore. And the final film to be reviewed in the 2000s was a film called Charlie Wilson's War, which again has the story about a politician trying to get what he wants and ultimately making an ass of himself in the process. This time, the politician was Bob Debus, the at the time Minister for the infamous Home Affairs Department, who was in place for the Attorney General of South Australia at the time, which you know is Michael Atkinson, and he didn't like that Charlie Wilson's War had a boob in it. The review board thought that the scene was important to the movie and decided to not change the rating, but just add the consumer advice of partial nudity in the description. And before we turn to the next decade, there was one more thing that the Australian Classification Board had a look at, and that was a board game called Hydro Lord the Game, which was a Bob Debus referral, and it came back with a recommendation to give it an R18 rating because of its references to green booger sugar. But when the review board had a looked at it, they decided that the green nose candy references were more M-worthy than R-worthy. And now that the 2000s are over and done with, let's see what the 2010s have in store for us. The damn chimps are at it again. So if you thought that 2008 was pathetic, take your eyes and have a look at this, where 2 films were reviewed. Guess they were too f***ing busy f***ing off with Kanye. And out of the 2 films reviewed that year, one of them is Solo, and I think no one wants to hear more Solo talk from me. And then there was the other film that the review board reviewed, The Karate Kid, and it wasn't even the good one. Karate Kid 2010 basically wanted to lower its rating from an M rating to a PG rating because the violence wasn't moderate enough for an M rating, to which the review board agreed with. Surely, after 2010's abominable showing, 2011 will have something better. Okay, that's a little bit better at least. So, in 2011, there are 3 things that the review board reviewed that I can talk about. The first thing was the Twilight Saga Breaking Dawn Part 1, which was given an MA15 plus rating at first because of a childbirth scene. But then the film was given an M rating due to the fantasy setting of the film. Now, I haven't watched any of the Twilight films, and I always associate them with being M/PG-13 rated films. To see one of the films getting an MA15 plus rating, it just doesn't sit right with me. The second thing that the review board had a crack at was Happy Feet 2, which was able to get a G rating because it wasn't too scary for a G rating. Not sure why they gave, out of all films, Happy Feet 2 a PG rating, but okay. The final thing that the review board reviewed was We Dare, which was a Nintendo Wii and PlayStation 3 game where it had a minigame where you spank your partner with the Wii remote, the definition of peak video gaming. As you may suspect, this was a referral from an attorney general, but this wasn't from Bob. It was from a federal one named Brendan O'Connor, which wanted to get the game's age rating higher. And could you guess the Australian age rating of a game with a Wii Remote spanking minigame? Well, if you did and said a PG rating, you would be correct. Which in America caused some controversy as it got the equivalent rating of E10+, or Everyone 10+, and the backlash was so large that it didn't even release in America. And when it comes back to Australia's review of the game, they decided to keep it at its original PG rating, as they determined that the Wii Remote spanking minigame was only mild in impact. And that was 2011, overall an improvement, but I just have the feeling that only one game got reviewed in 2012. And my gut feeling was wrong, as the only film to be reviewed in 2012 was the Ridley Scott film Prometheus, which originally got an MA15+ for the sci-fi violence being a bit too strong, with them noting that the birth scene in the film was a major element for the rating. But it got a review as they gave it an M rating because of the medical context of the scene. If we go to 2013, it was a year that the Australian Classification Review Board actually reviewed more than 2 films, with the first one being Behind the Candle Bearer, which got its MA15+ rating dropped to an M rating due to the fact that the use of the book of sugar being shown to be a bad thing and the fact that the sexual content was considered discreet in their eyes. The next 2 films that the Australian Classification Review Board took a look at both had their MA15+ ratings dropped down to an M rating because the aggressive coarse language was considered infrequent by the review board, and those 2 films were American Hustle and Inside Llewellyn Davis. And the final film to be reviewed by the review board in 2013 was Rampage from 2009, featuring Dwayne "The Cock" Johnson, which was again another case of an Attorney General referral. This time, the request was made by George Brandis as he tried to get the film's MA15+ rating higher, but the review board noted that the violence was never glorified, and that's what kept it in its MA15+ territory. And like with the other years, there are some that are only really documented on the review board's website. This time, the cryptic ones being an issue of the Australian Penthouse, which had some lesbian stuff in it. And a title that looks like it's an SCP than a media title. And this would be the final time they would ever make a review title this cryptic. I think they just gave up in 2014. They only reviewed 1 film, and that film was called Blended, which was converted from an M to a PG because the sexual references were discreet enough for the PG ratings taste. And then 2015 is a bit better in my opinion, but still pretty pathetic in my opinion, with the amount of reviews being increased from 1 to 2, with the movie's Boy Choir getting the whole M to PG treatment granted to them, and Blinky Bill the movie getting its treatment of PG to G being granted to them. And then if we look at 2016, we have again 2 more films to talk about, with the film that kicked off 2016's classification board reviews being X-Men Apocalypse, with it initially getting an MA15+ rating. Wait, what the f***? This is equivalent to the Five Nights at Freddy's movie getting a 15 in the UK, with it sensibly getting reduced to an M rating because of the lack of gore in the film. The next film to get the review board hammer was Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Out of the Shadows, with it getting a rating change from M to PG, yet again because of the lack of gore or dead bodies. And then we get to Blair Witch. Not Blair Witch, Blair Witch. And it tried to get an M rating, but for the first time in a while, it got rejected because of how scary the film was. And the final film to be reviewed in 2016 would be a film called Embrace, which got its appeal from an MA15+ rating to an M rating because the use of nudity was educational and was in an educational context. Okay, 2017 is slightly worse, but it's not as bad as the Space Chimps. With films being reviewed were split, with the referral coming from Mental Health Western Australia because they thought the M rating of the film couldn't accompany the content and the complex mental health themes of the film, which was ignored by the review board because the themes and content were only moderate according to the review board. And then we get to Jigsaw, which put a Saw 4 and decided to appeal its R18 rating. Unlike with Saw 4, they were successful as the film had the same lighting budget as 7 and the most gory images were only shown very briefly. And then we get to the final film that was reviewed in 2017, The Nut Job 2, Nutty by Nature. What the f*** is that title? It was able to get down to a G rating due to the humor and its positive message, but is it just me? But I don't think a film called The Nut Job 2, Nutty by Nature shouldn't be in a G rating. That title sounds like it's like a porno or some shit like that. And then 2018 we only had 1 film reviewed, that being Bumblebee. Its appeal process was a bit weird as the original cut got an M rating and then a censored cut also gained an M rating, and then Paramount Pictures appealed the censored cut of the film and it was successful in doing so, with the censored cut of the film now having a PG rating. And now 2019 rocks up into the building with 2 reviews. The first one being for the 2019 version of Hellboy, which failed its appeal to get an R18 rating down to an MA15+ rating. And then there's Rocketman, the Elton John biopic that I promised I would tell the story of. Okay, it goes something like this. So, it started when the film was first rated and got an MA15+ rating for strong coarse language. This was because of the use of the word and then Paramount Pictures decided to appeal the MA15+ rating, saying that the way that was used was non-aggressive, not directed at anyone but the person who said it, and was in a reflective tone. The review board agreed and gave the film an M rating for mature themes, drug use, sex scene, and frequent coarse language. Okay, there's the story. Are you satisfied now? Like previous years before it, 2020 only had one film being reviewed, and that film was called Cuties, which at the time of release was controversial, and that can be put down to how Netflix marketed the film, and it raised the eyebrows of a lot of people, including the people of the Australian Christian lobby. And they wanted to appeal the original MA15+ rating the film had and banned the film because of child pornography concerns. And what did the Australian Classification Board do in this situation? Well, they stuck to their guns and did what they know best and ignored every single request that was not made by the distributor and decided to keep Cuties its original MA15+ rating. Hopefully that went down well with the people at the Australian Christian lobby. And then we get to 2021, which had 4 films that the Australian Classification Review Board took a look at. The first one being Ascendant, which had its MA15+ rating taken away from it and was replaced by an M rating. This was because of the film's fantasy context, setting, and theming. And then we get to another Saw film with Spiral from the Book of Saw, which was the first Saw movie to have its appeal rejected by the review board. And to add salt to the wound, they applied the term blood and gore to the consumer advice description. And then the review board made one of the most confusing yet funniest choices in the 2020s, and that was giving the 2021 James Gunn Suicide Squad film an MA15+ rating. But it was because the Suicide Squad's original rating of R18 was appealed because of the silly and comic book tone of the gory violence, which led to one of the most why the f*** decisions of all time. Then we get to a film called The Children in the Pictures, which had its MA15+ rating dropped down to an M rating because of the educational value of the documentary on the dangers of child exploitation. And then we get to the final film that was reviewed in 2021, which was Ghostbusters Afterlife, with it initially getting an M rating but was brought down to a PG rating because of the film's focus on humor and science. Okay, so that's all of the ones from 2021, and now with 2022, I can say that good luck to you, Leo Grande got a review, with it going down from an MA15+ rating to an M rating because the sexual content was important to the narrative and they were moderate in impact. The other 2 films that got reviewed in 2022 was Sissy, which changed its rating from R18+ to MA15+ because they decided that it wasn't too gory for the MA15+ rating, and Pieces, which was rejected in its appeal to an M rating because of how strong the mental health themes were treated in the film. And then we get to 2023, where only one film was reviewed, and that film was The Carrera Story, which was submitted to the review board out of protest with the film's MA15+ rating and wanting it banned, to which the review board replied with a "nuh-uh" and left the rating be. And then they reviewed a book called Genderqueer, with it gaining an M rating because the sexual content was contextualized, important to the narrative, and had educational value and was nothing above moderate impact. And I think that's all of the Australian Classification Review Board decisions I can handle at the moment. It's been a good ride with some good years and some lacking years. But it's good to see that the applicants will usually get the rating that they usually want most of the time and don't have to spend precious money arguing with an Australian government board. So anyways, I want to move on now. I think I went into a bit too much detail there.
Oh!
With this section, what I want to talk about will sound something familiar to the section of M-rated films that are rated R/TVMA in America, but this is slightly different. I want to talk about media that has gotten PG ratings in Australia, but have a PG-13/teen rating in America, and not vice versa, because I need to prove a point about Americans. And the first example I want to point out is Fortnite Festival, with it being rated teen in America for lyrics, users interact, in-game purchases, and it is given a PG in Australia for mild drug references and sexual references, online interactivity and chat, and in-game purchases. Still think it was incredibly stupid that they never applied to get the language area for the teen/PG rating, but maybe that might have caused conflict with other countries' age rating systems, but anyways, I don't care, it was still a stupid decision. Another weird example I want to bring up is Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare from 2007. You may be confused on why I bring this up, since it's a game known as being this rating and having ding ding ding. Well, I'm not talking about the main versions that were released on the PC, Mac, Xbox 360, PlayStation 3, and Nintendo Wii. I am talking about the version that released on the Nintendo DS that released on the same day as the other platforms. But they are only really similar in name and gameplay, as the DS version is very different in things like story and modes offered. And one of those differences was the age rating of the game, with the DS version dropping down from an M-rated experience in America to a teen-rated nightmare of a game. And in Australia, the DS dropped the game's age rating from an MA15+ all the way down to a PG. Aside from Call of Duty 4 Modern Warfare, Call of Duty World at War on DS is the only other Call of Duty DS game to be rated PG in Australia, as the rest of them were all given an M rating until they stopped making them. Obviously, it was because the DS couldn't run those
new dog model.
And those are the two main ones I wanted to talk about, but there are way more than just two, such as And for movies, the two major examples I want to highlight are Barbie and The Boy and the Heron from 2023. With Barbie, the PG rating was kind of divisive in Australia, as some thought that the rating was deceiving to the fact that it implied that Barbie was a kids movie, even though the rating description of the film says that the film may not be of interest to children, but it was more so for the mature themes that Barbie tackled, particularly when it came to themes of gender roles and stereotypes. Now, I don't really want to get into my opinion on how these films present these themes, but many people think that these themes don't belong in a movie that they believe was targeted towards children, even though I wouldn't really consider Barbie a film that was especially made for children, as I think Barbie was more so a film made for the adults in the room, but something that the kids can also enjoy and understand. Because I believe that there isn't anything in Barbie that goes outside the boundaries of the PG rating. In fact, I think it's one of the best encapsulations of what content should be allowed in a PG rated film in Australia. Content that kids can watch, enjoy, and understand, but may need some explanation about certain ideas, concepts, and themes that the film presents that they may not fully understand. Some parental guidance, if you will. And if we go over to the world of 2D animation with The Boy and the Heron, this also encapsulates what I believe should be PG content in Australia. But this one is a bit more uncomfortable to put in a PG rating because of the use of blood and gore in the film, which is probably the reason why America opted for a PG-13 for both movies, because they thought that these topics and imagery would be too scary and uncomfortable for children to handle. But I think these are films that children can handle but need some parental guidance with. So overall, I think that these two films really drive home what the PG rating should really mean. But that doesn't mean that those two films are the only films to get a PG rating in Australia and a PG-13 rating in America. Some other ones that follow the rules include Overall, this was a pretty interesting thought experiment. Now, I want to go on to something that I think completely f***s up an art form.
Oh!
dssa, an art form that doesn't really see that much recognition because it's something that a lot of people don't really take note of. Like, when has someone gone, damn, I really love the dssa, but god, I hate the gameplay? While some disc art can be good, it's something that I think about only never. But there is something I do notice when it comes to disc art, and that's how the age ratings can be an absolute clusterfuck sometimes. Like most of the time, it's a small thing on the disc that doesn't really take up that much room, and it looks nice and presentable and looks like it'll get me back home by 9 o'clock. But other times, it can look like gingivitis. Now, this doesn't really happen in countries like the United States of America because usually they'll get stock tailored towards them and only them. But in Australia, we have to share with the rest of the power regions most of the time. And that means we get age ratings from all across the power regions on the disc, which means that the Australian age rating can look really silly right next to all the other age ratings. Like, I look at my 4K disc for The Thing from 1982 and it has all these warnings saying, please don't watch this if you're under 18. Please don't watch this if you're under 18. I swear to God, please don't watch this if you're under 16. But if you're 12 years and older, you're good to go. I just think it's a really funny sight to me personally. But don't think that I just have my 4K disc of The Thing from 1982 as my only example. No. I have other examples. One of which being my PS4 disc for Planet Coaster, where you have a cluster of different numbers. Like this one from the USK says it's okay for people that are fresh out of the womb, but the Peggy one says you have to wait 3 more years to murder people with roller coasters. But then this one, without any sort of indicator of what organization it's from, saying I have to wait another 3 years to murder people with roller coasters. But then we have this one in the bottom left corner where all it says is G, which last time I looked, G is not a number at all. So who the do I follow on when should I let my child murder people with roller coasters, damn it? And if we look at chicken shoot, it says that babies straight out of the womb can shoot chickens with a gun, but if you want to shoot humans in World War II with a gun, oops, guess you're gonna have to wait another 15 years to do that. And if we continue in the rabbit hole of video games, almost none of my Nintendo Switch game cartridges have an age rating on them, except for 2. Those are Super Smash Bros. Ultimate and The Legend of Zelda Skyward Sword HD, which both say on the cartridge that I have to be 12 years or older to play the game, but the front of the box says I have to be PG years or older to shoot Kirby with a gun. Also, on my copy of Halo Wars on Xbox 360, it has the thinnest PG rating logo I've ever seen on a disc. I honestly think a grain of rice is bigger than that PG logo. And then we have my copy of Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns Up Patriots on PlayStation 3, where aside from having sensory overload on the box art, when I open the case, I get sensory overload 2 Electric Boogaloo with a new age rating label that looks more like a product safety warning than an actual age rating logo. And the same product safety warning is on my Australian copy of Wii Sports on Nintendo Wii. But this time it comes with the added what the f am I looking at, as the label is transparent with the rest of the logos, which sure makes it really hard to make out what the hell I am reading. Now, if we shift our gears over to movies again, which I will say are not that egregious from my experience in terms of shoving age rating labels down my throat on the disc art, with most of them just opting to exclude it from the disc art altogether, not even a transparent one. And then there are some who have anxiety over whether to have the age rating label on the disc art or not, and then they just say, F it, do both. This is my copy of Terminator 2 Judgment Day on 4K Blu-ray, as the Blu-ray disc has a transparent M rating on it, but then the 4K disc doesn't have any rating label on it whatsoever. Then, if you want the opposite of minimalism, there's the Blades of Glory disc. Jesus Christ, just give the logo some space, some air to breathe at least. And then we have this little age rating label in the center left corner here, and it looks like a label I would see on a bottle of a dangerous element in science class. And if we want something with less claustrophobia but a bit more funnier, here is the disc artwork for the Blu-ray release of Cape Fear from 1991, where it looks like the blue and red age rating logos are playing a game of Splatoon Turf War and seeing how much of the area of the disc artwork they can cover. And then we get to the Blu-ray disc for Kick-Ass, where it looks like the red age rating logo are in a gang and gotta jump and attack the blue age rating logo. Also, I find it funny that it implies that the blue 15 rating is the real life rating of the movie and the only rating that matters in real life at all. And for a final example, we have the disc art for my Blu-ray copy of Django Unchained, where the MA15 Plus logo turned 90 degrees to the right, and the only other things that are facing the right way is the copyright text at the bottom of the center of the disc and Django and Dr. King Schultz just walking together. Overall, age ratings on disc art is an interesting something often overlooked part of the age rating experience. But now, if you thought that this section was a bit messy in terms of how things were organized, well, the next section is going to be the 8th level of hell, and I'm going to be way more general with things about the Australian Classification Board, starting with... Now, I want to talk about something that Kanye West fans would be very familiar with, and that is cancelled projects. And I ain't talking about an album that the Australian Classification Board was putting together. I'm talking about a proposal for a project that would be part of a whole plan to modernize and maturize the Australian Classification Board into the new age of the 2020s. And that would be adding a new rating. A first in 27 years after Paul Keating thought that Cape Fear and Crocodile Dundee shouldn't share the same age rating and birthed the MA15 plus rating. This rating was proposed in February of 2020 in a review of the Australian Classification Board and would be dubbed YP or Young People. This rating would act like an actual PG-13 rating and would break a barrier between what content should be considered in a PG and M rating. According to the Classification Board themselves, the content of the media given a YP would be mild plus an impact. Basically, this is a rating that would allow for M without the mature side of M, which meant movies with lots of fantasy violence could roam free in this rating. Movies with a modest number uses of M-level language could also roam free in this rating. Basically, the Australian Classification Board would have to create their own variation on the MPAA's famous one fuck rule for the PG-13 rating of Australia. Also, this is the terrifyingly low resolution icon that was made as a temporary logo for the YP rating. And hey, would you look at that? YP already looks like if it's part of the family photo. And the Australian Classification Board did provide examples of what content would constitute as a part of this YP rating. Some of these include La Voyage de Fanny, or Fanny's Journey in English, for its mature themes about Jewish children running away from Hitler. Mawaugi, Miss Peregrine's Home for Peculiar Children, and Maleficent were all talked about due to their dark themes and the fact that these films might be too scary for a PG audience. The film My Spy was also talked about in relation to how they could cut it to get it from an M rating to a PG rating, and with the YP rating, that film would go without edits to a widely accessible audience. The last one that they talked about was Taika Waititi's Jojo Rabbit, with the document saying that the film allows older children and young people to explore issues like war and genocide in a safe space. They also decided against naming the rating PG-13 because they would feel that a non-restrictive category should not reference the age in the logo. Also, this would have a domino effect on the PG and M ratings, as they would slightly be changed to accompany the arrival of the new child in the family, with the descriptions being removing any reference to ages in their descriptions of the PG and M ratings. That means they would only use numbers when referring to MA15+, R18+, and X18+, i.e. the ones that are kind of important to have numbers on them. Now, I feel that this would be a great addition to the classification lineup of ratings because Australia has needed a definitive PG-13 rating for a while, and I think that this would have been a solution to the problem. Like, New Zealand has an R13 rating, and I think that works wonderfully. But since this February 2020 report, the Australian Classification Board has sort of not spoken about this rating, which is a shame in my opinion, as I think it should totally be a thing and only makes common sense to do so in my opinion. The problem with YP that I see is that it could blur the lines between what comes to M and MA15+ content. But overall, I would like this to happen, but if some things are unpredictable, maybe they were right in the end for not having this rating. Now, I would like to turn our attention to our neighboring country. No, not West Papua, over to the right and down. Yeah, they're in New Zealand. Yeah, New Zealand is a nice place and all of that, but I need to discuss how New Zealand plagiarized part of our great nation, the most important work of our nation's entire history. Yes, I'm talking about our age rating system here. Yeah, the New Zealand age rating system is a thing, and at first glance, the first few ratings in the New Zealand age rating system look scarily similar to their big brother's homework. Yeah, Australia and New Zealand share the same rating with each other, with them sharing the G, PG, and M ratings. Now, New Zealand do have separate ratings for the restrictive categories, as instead of our well-known MA15+, R18+, and Porn 18+, New Zealand uses R13, R16, and R18, with variations having RPs, which are basically works like MA15+, but they can apply to all categories of the restrictive kind. This variation is only usually reserved for important stuff like women talking and 13 reasons why. But there is a weird little system that Australia and New Zealand have with each other, and that if anything is rated a G, PG, or M in Australia, the same rating will be automatically applied in New Zealand. Now, the chief censor in New Zealand does have the power to veto the automatic Australian age rating, and they have done that a couple of times, with the famous one in my head being Jordan Peele's Nope from 2022, where in Australia, the film got an M rating for sustained threat and coarse language. New Zealand saw the Australian age rating for the film for Nope and thought to themselves,
that's not good enough!
And they changed the rating in New Zealand from M to R13 for violence, horror scenes, and offensive language. But sometimes New Zealand does make some baffling decisions in comparison to Australia, like giving Metal Gear Solid 5 The Phantom Pain and Doom Eternal an R16, but then giving Fallout 4 an R18. Overall, New Zealand should be more original and create new ratings for the G, PG, and M ratings, and Australia should steal the R13 from them. Now, on to the revolution that could not be televised until now. This time, I want to have a look at a revolution within the Australian Classification Board, one that happened in the 2000s, the same year as late registrations and Demon Days' release, and how the Australian Classification Board modernized themselves into the beginning of the 21st century. Now, we've got to start with what was the Australian Classification Board before the colour-coded revolution of 2005. Before 2005, the design of the age ratings were more primitive, and most importantly, they separated the designs of the age ratings between movies and TV shows and video games. The age rating designs for movies/television looked a lot more transparent than what it would become, and it was a lot less colorless, as all of them could not be recognized from a distance. And they still have the core design that you see after 2005, with the classic letter in random shape design that a lot of countries use for their age ratings. Comparing them to their video game counterparts, the designs are much more noticeable and in your face about it, probably because they forgot to pick the transparent background option when whipping it up together in an afternoon in Photoshop. Also, there was a major difference at the time when it came to Australian movie/TV ratings and Australian video game ratings, and that was with the second rating. On the movie and TV front, the second rating is called PG and would be the one that would survive the 2005 revolution, and on the video games front, the second one would be called G8+, which I think is much more clear on what the the PG rating actually means. But I will admit that this gives massive everyone 10 plus vibes to me personally. Maybe the ESRB saw that rating and said, well, I know what I'm doing tonight. Although it did not survive the 2005 revolution, it did have a second variant where it looks a lot less bold, and the G and the 8 had a divorce, with the 8 getting custody of the child. Another thing that was exclusive to the pre-2005 era was the fact that the M rating was called M15+, which I think is a good thing, as the old one looks like a gun name with the plus being added as an attachment being marked. And there was one final major difference when it came to the pre-color-coded revolution, and that was the language that was used on the consumer advice description. In this time, content would be measured on levels, as you would see things like medium-level violence, high-level language, and my favorite one, low-level sex scene. Now, what did the 2005 revolution do to almost 30 years of work at that point? Well, it gave the family photo some color, assassinated the G8+ rating, and changed the language of the consumer advice to measure in impact instead of levels. And most importantly, it unified the language of Australia's age ratings across video games and movies/TV shows. And it was a step forward to unify the Australian Classification Board as a whole. Something else that I want to talk about is the weird, irregular occurrence that used to happen a lot in the 90s but is seemingly fading out of existence, and that is the states not agreeing with Big Daddy's instructions. This can happen because the Attorney General of a state can just veto a rating and apply what they think is the appropriate rating, with a notorious example going to South Australia and how they contributed to this beautifully concoction of Tom. This is Wild Wild West, featuring personal favorite rapper Will Smith, and it has 2 ratings on the box. One for the PG rating, as that was the rating that the Australian Classification Board gave out for the movie, and another one that is an M rating, and this only applies to Guess Who. It still remains a mystery on how the this happened, and it has kind of become a legend in Australia of sorts. But surprisingly, Australia hasn't been the bitchiest state when it comes to complaining about film age ratings. And the award for bitching the most about Australian film age ratings goes to Queensland, and they have bitched a lot. One of the more famous examples is a film called Bad Taste, directed by a young Peter Jackson, a guy who would go on to make the most long and goriest PG-13 movies a human could ever see, and a 7-hour documentary about 4 guys singing about wet dreams. How the story goes is that Bad Taste was submitted to the Australian Classification Board, and they didn't like it because it was a bit too gory for their taste. At the time. So they cut it down and it got passed through the Australian Classification Board with an R18 plus rating. Then Queensland didn't like the fact that the film existed at all, and their Queensland Film Board of Review got together and banned it. Talking about beating it when it was down, the decision was put plainly was stupid. It got some flack from Big Daddy himself, and it even got flack from New Zealand's Classification Board as they called it unprofessional and offensive that Queensland would do such a thing. This led to the Australian Bad Taste marketing team having a field day with the marketing as they saw how Life of Brian was marketed and said, well, I know what I'm doing tonight. As they marketed the film as banned in Queensland as a cheeky little nod to how Monty Python's Life of Brian marketed itself as being banned in Ireland. Another example I want to give is The Last Temptation of Christ, otherwise known as the movie where Willem Dafoe plays Jesus, gets sent to die by David Bowie, and then has sex in a dream before he actually dies. You know, the classic Bible stories. The film was initially rated R18+, which was then appealed and then re-rated down to an M rating. But then, when the Queensland Church heard about this, they got pissed and decided to submit an appeal to get the film back to its R-rated glory, or better yet, smite it from the surface of the earth. What resulted from the bitching and holy water being thrown was that Queensland banned the title, Western Australian Northern Territory kept its original rating of R18+, and nothing was changed in the rest of the states and territories. Now, there are plenty more examples of Queensland's bitching, including this list here composed by Rod Williams on Letterboxd, but I think you get the point that Queensland used to hate movies a lot, and that the states could not agree on anything really when it came to age ratings for films that they didn't like. Now, this all faded away mostly with the death of Queensland's Film Board of Review in 1990, and now we can look back at this knowing that this was all just a memory or a line of a Wikipedia article, and this sort of thing would never come back from the States, right? Okay, here is something even more lighthearted than the film where Willem Dafoe plays Jesus, funny age rating reasons. Now, every country has had its fair share of funny reasons to rate something, particularly when it comes to America, where you can make 10 Watch Mojo videos on funny age rating reasons from the MPAA alone. Like, how can you compete with traditional Godzilla violence? But with this section, I want to prove that Australia has some funny age rating reasons too. And for a while, I've been collecting what I think are the funniest and most unique consumer advice descriptions that the Australian Classification Board has given out over its tenure of its existence. So, starting us off, we have the Human Centipede 3 final sequence, with the film getting an R18 rating for high-impact sexual violence, sex, and disturbing scenes. The same reason of disturbing images was also given to the best A24 film of all time, Tusk, with it getting its MA15+ rating for strong horror themes, violence, and disturbing images. And a similar reason can be found on the Blu-ray for the film Rabbit Proof Fence, with it getting a PG rating for for some distressing scenes. An even more kind of similar yet different reason was applied to Penguins of Madagascar, with it having a G rating for just some scary scenes. And while on the topic of horror, we have The Silence of the Lambs when it got re-rated to an M rating in 1991. And the reasons for the M rating were occasional graphic violence, disturbing concept. There are some other films that have used a similar term of adult concepts, with some examples being Max Mon Amour, Max My Love, The Right Man, and that's it, which will also added the term sexual scenes in its consumer device descriptions, which is something that was applied to showgirls, with it having the reasons of sexually explicit language, nudity, violence, sexual scenes, and Salo, or the 120 Days of Sodom, with its full consumer device for the 1993 R18 rating of Salo being sex, high-level violence, disturbing adult concepts. And while on the topic of Solo for the final time, there is one that I didn't cover, which is the 1997 R18 re-rating of Solo, which got the R18 rating because of adult themes of high intensity, strong depictions of violence, strong sexual references. But it is also worth mentioning again the 2010 re-rating of Solo with the consumer advice of scenes of torture and degradation, sexual violence, and nudity. And if we want to continue down the rabbit hole, we have the movie Evil Clutch from 1989, which got an R18 rating for horror. Ooh, spooky. We also have Killer Under the Bed, with its consumer device description of violence, horror themes, horror violence. It reads more like a math equation rather than reasons why a film was given a certain age rating. And if we are talking about consumer device descriptions feeling the need to repeat themselves, we have Haunted Season 2, which has the consumer device description of strong violence, strong sexual violence, strong blood and gore, strong horror themes, strong sex scenes, horror violence, which would be repeated for the John Wick chapters 1, 2, and 3 box set, with it having the consumer advice of strong violence, strong action violence. I think we get the point by strong violence, and if we want to repeat ourselves in a less obvious way, we can go to the consumer advice of the 2015 M re-rating of Dumber and Dumber 2, where it mentions that the film not only has crude references, but has sexual references as well, but ain't crude references sexual most of the time. And to round out the horror consumer advice descriptions, we have Amulet from 2020, with the consumer advice of strong horror themes, violence, and a brief scene of sexual violence. And on the topic of sexual violence, we have Revenge, Our Dad, the Nazi Killer, and Turning Point, The Bomb and the Cold War Season 1, with them just saying that it has references to sexual violence. But there's more to unpack here, with Turning Point having an action-packed consumer advice description of references to sexual violence, injury detail, nudity, war themes, medical procedures, violence, and mature themes. And for Revenge, Our Dad, the Nazi Killer, it has a somewhat unique term of Holocaust themes in its consumer advice, with another being Jonathan Glazer's The Zone of Interest. And with the documentary Billy the Early Years of Billy Graham, we have a similar term being used, with the term Holocaust images being used instead. And we have the TV show 50 Ways to Kill Your Lover Season 1, and yes, these are all real titles, with the show gaining an M rating for mature themes, violence, and dark themes. And while on themes, we have the movie The Big Blue, Killers in Eden, with it warning that it only has mild theme. And if that's too basic for you, we have Jim Carrey's The Grinch movie, which only makes it slightly more interesting to look at with the consumer advice of just adult themes. And just a quick side note, this one has always bothered me because this is in the PG category, and when I think of adult themes, I would typically think of movies rated M or higher, but nope, it was a PG movie. My god, what has this become? Side note over. And if you want to get slightly fancier, we have movies like History of the Tank and World War I, The First Modern War, and the video game Call of Duty Modern Warfare from 2019, which includes the term of war themes in the consumer advice. But World War I, The First Modern War is a bit more unique because it has the term of battle violence along with it also appearing on the consumer advice of the video game Titanfall 2, and that movie that Kanye misreferenced on that KKK song. I can't just remember the title of the movie at the moment. I'll get back to when I remember the title of the movie, please understand. But continuing on with the theme of unique words before the word themes, we have suicide killers with the consumer advice of strong violence theme of suicide bombing. We also have martyrs from 2009 with the consumer advice of high impact violence and torture themes. The Life of Pi has mild survival themes, which was also given to Naked and Afraid in 2014. We also have 50 Shades of Grey with strong sex scenes, sexual themes, and nudity, and the best one, Mad Max Fury Road with strong violence and post-apocalyptic themes. Another one also to mention is Juno with its teenage pregnancy theme descriptor. But if we go back to 50 Shades of Grey for a minute, its bonus disc has a really funny age rating and descriptor, with the bonus disc of the film getting a PG rating for mild themes, sex, and coarse language. Similar thing happened all the way back in 1994 and 2016 with the films Eat, Drink, Man, Woman and The Choice, where Eat, Drink, Man, Woman was given a PG rating for medium level sex scene, low level coarse language, and The Choice being rated for mild themes, sex, and coarse language. And if we want to go even more out of place for particular ratings, we have Tomb Raider from 2018 with it having an M rating for action violence and sense of peril, and Twisters from 2024 having an M rating for just sense of peril. Should have maybe been intense depictions of very bad weather, but a man can only dream, right? We also have the South Park COVID specials, with them having an M rating for strong crude humor, violence, drug use, and nudity. Mona Lisa Smile has a PG rating for mature themes, sexual references, low-level coarse language. The United Colors of Naturalism has a PG rating for nudity throughout. And for one where the material doesn't make sense with the rating and consumer advice, we have the Illuminations, Minions and More Volume 1 being rated M for drug use, which is just weird to me personally. Reminds me of when a Blu-ray version of Cars 3 got an M rating for coarse language because of a bonus feature. It doesn't make sense. And if we go back to Minions and More Volume 1 for a minute, I'll just knock out the ones related to drug use, which includes movies The Trip, which was just rated R18 for drug abuse, and Predator 2, with its initial R18 rating being for some graphic violence, drug abuse, assaultive coarse language. What, is there a gun that shoots out coarse language according to the Australian Classification Board? That would be neat. Reminds me of movies like Pulp Fiction and Rise of the Foot Soldier Marbella, where they are rated R18 plus because of their language. And speaking about reasons, just when I thought that a movie couldn't get an R rating today but coarse language, we have Lieutenant Jangles in 2019 being rated R18 plus for high impact crude humor, violence, and coarse language. Another one that has a somewhat common thread between movies is the consumer advice of crime themes, were appearing on media like Notorious Serial Killers, James Ellroy's LA City of Demons, and Saints Row the Third. But you gotta be extra careful with Saints Row the Third, as it doesn't just have crime themes, it also has strong sexual themes as well. And then we can upgrade to something like Born to Kill, where that actually has actual crime scene footage. Now we can go through all the ones that are blank violence, which includes things like The Running Man from 2008, where it's an R18 rating just for violence. But on a more serious note, we have things like Barbie from 2023 with its slapstick violence alongside its mild crude humor and innuendo. We also have things like A Pong, which has strong war violence. A History of Violence has strong realistic violence. The Passion of Christ just has graphic violence, while Houseboat Horror only has occasional graphic violence. There's also Born a Champion with its strong sporting violence. Meanwhile, the Born to Hunt Pigeon Hunting DVD Australia Issue 6 has strong hunting violence. Grimm Season 2 has strong supernatural violence, and The Killer Who Wouldn't Die has frequent low-level violence. Of Gods and Men just has strong violent scene, and Guardians of the Galaxy Volume 3 and Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice both have intense sequences of violence. Meanwhile, The Hunger Games Mockingjay Part 2 only just has horror sequences. And what happens after violence? There's an injury. An injury detail is probably the most popular uncommon consumer advice the Australian Classification Board uses, with it appearing on media such as River Monsters Series 4 and The Impossible. and there's different variants of the injury detail descriptor. We have the autopsy of Jane Doe and Crossing Jordan season 1, replacing the term of injury detail with autopsy scenes/procedures. We also have ones that are medical blank in their consumer advice, with Bite Me, with Dr. Mike, with variations of this with media like Grey's Anatomy season 7 disc 1 to 3 with its surgical themes rather than medical themes. And then we also have movies like Final Cut from 2023 and Smoking Causes Laughing from 2022, which uses the term of comedic blood and gore in their consumer advice descriptions. Also, there have been a surprising amount of times where the classification board has mentioned animal slaughter/death in their consumer advice descriptions, with the Wild West with Ray Mears being rated M just for scene of animal slaughter, Of Horses and Men being rated MA15+ for strong themes, animal slaughter and sex scene, and Inside Nature's Giants season 1 being rated M for scenes of animal dissection. There are also some pretty good ones that relate to sexuality and nudity, with some of the best ones including The Eternal Evil of Asia being rated R18+ for just sexual references, nudity. Rainkiller being rated R18+ for occasional sexual activity, graphic violence, and High School DxD Born Season 3 series collection being rated MA15+ for strong sexual references and frequent animated nudity. A Dangerous Summer being rated M for moderate violence, brief incidental nudity. And finally, we have The History of Pornography from 1989, which was rated R18+ because the classification board was completely concerned with sex. A couple of the more miscellaneous ones, including the Blu-ray for Deadpool adding the term of coarse language to the film's consumer advice. Same thing happened with Longlegs, as the physical releases, more specifically the Blu-ray and 4K releases, added the term strong horror themes to the original consumer advice of strong horror violence, which when added together equals the consumer advice of strong horror themes and violence. This is because the Blu-ray and the 4K releases of Longlegs included a bonus disc which got the strong horror themes rating by the Australian Classification Board. On an unrelated note, one common yet equally weird term that the Australian Classification Board used to use with video games is a term that goes along the lines of gaming experience may change online. It used to be used a lot during the Xbox 360, PlayStation 3 and Nintendo Wii generation, but as gaming moved into the Xbox One, PlayStation 4, Nintendo Wii U/Switch generation, the term was simplified to just online interactivity. Moving on, Fallen Leaves was rated M for mature theme and incidental coarse language. And then we get to the final road of funny and weird consumer advice descriptions, the ones where they just make up shit for that movie. Some of these using sustained threat/tension from movies like the 2022 Batman movie, Jurassic World Dominion, Fall, Kong Skull Island, and Reality. Then Saving Private Ryan, which was given an MA15+ for graphic war scenes, Lord of Chaos having an R18 rating for high impact suicide scene, Stunt Rock was rated PG because of its dangerous stunts in it, Lords of the Fallen was given an MA15+ not only because of its strong fantasy violence, but because it has online interactivity, in-game purchases, and chance-based purchases. We have Gami, which has the reason of human experimentation attached to it. A DVD and Blu-ray release of Monty Python's The Life of Brian in 2007 was rated MA15+ because of satirical humor. We also have One Perfect Day, which was rated M for medium-level violence, drug, and death themes, medium-level coarse language, which leads us to the granddaddy of the funny, unique, and weird consumer advice descriptions, the one that I finally remembered, which was the Zack Snyder 2006 film 300. When 300 was successfully appealed from an R18 rating to an MA15+ rating, the film was given an MA15+ for, quote, strong computer-generated battle violence, death, and war themes. Yes. This is a real description that they gave to a film. It's probably the closest the Australian Classification Board will ever get to America's traditional Godzilla violence. So that is just some of the funny and weird consumer advice descriptions that the Australian Classification Board has given to media over time. I'm sure that there's more out there, but I think that this list covers most, if not majority, of the ones out there, so you can get a majority of the full picture of what the Australian Classification Board is capable capable of. I'm bored now. Let's talk about vandalizing art. Hooray for art vandalism! Now, I want to talk about how big the age rating logos can be on the boxes, and how they can just destroy the boxer, all because you need to warn me that the movie I'm about to watch has someone taking some pure Peruvian booger sugar. Like, I have an American DVD for the movie 8 Mile, and I am envious of the Americans, where the age rating is only on the back as a little notice, as it's there for people who want to read it, and better yet, it doesn't ruin the artwork. But Australia's not only put a big ass logo on the front and the back, they also have to put one on the side. And the rating logo on the side was something that had only been implemented since 2005. Like, isn't it too much effort just to read the front of the box? And you know what's worse? When Australian stores get an import of a game, they have to put a sticker on the front to make sure that the Australian age rating gets into your mind. It just looks disgusting to me, and something that could be a huge turn off for me buying something. Like, I walked into a used video game store one day and I was looking for Metal Gear Solid 4 Guns of Patriots on PlayStation 3. I looked around and I found it not only to be the American cover art, which looks god awful compared to the PAL cover art, but they had a sticker on it denoting it was MA15 plus for mature themes. Like, yeah, it is the rating that Metal Gear Solid 4 has, but son of a bitch, it's not even the rating reasons that the game was given. And plus, mature themes is a M-rated term, not an MA15 plus rated term. Another funny one I have, courtesy of the same store, is my copy of Grand Theft Auto 3 on Xbox, where there is normally no rating on the box for this version of Grand Theft Auto 3 on Xbox. And when the previous game store that used to house this game got the game and had to give it an age rating sticker, they said it and gave it an M rating for moderate violence and themes. And they even committed to the bit by putting an M rating sticker on the spine of the box, which, when I first saw this, I knew I had to immediately get this because this is just too goddamn funny to pass up in my opinion. And there's an even funnier case of this happening when I bought my copy of Cabela's Big Game Hunter 2005 Adventures on Xbox, where the cover art has an M15 plus rating on it for low level animated violence, but there is a sticker denoting it is now a G8 plus rated game, and this makes no sense, and I don't have any sense. Maybe at this point I should just kill myself. Okay, let's move away from the stickers. One example that's not related to the stickers, I promise, that I've come across in the wild is the Dying Light 2 Stay Human cover art, where they just extend the consumer advice box by an uncomfortable amount and they put it up so high that there's enough blank space to make a motherfucker scream, why do this? Also, why is Australia the only country to feel like that they need to put the consumer advice on the front? Like, it can look ugly at times. And this is a double-edged sword, by the way, because there are ones that complement the cover art quite well. I think that the R18 rating really fits the cover art for The Last of Us Remastered, and the MA15 plus rating fits really well on Persona 5's Royal cover art, as the cover art uses a lot of red, and the MA15 plus logo is red, and the consumer advice box doesn't feel too out of place because the cover art has the use of white on it. Now, how about something that feels totally out of place? This is my copy of Rebecca on DVD, and can you spot the difference? If you said yes, then congratulations, you win a sense of pride and accomplishment. Good on you, because on this DVD's cover art, the font used for the PG logo was changed to this for whatever reason that they came up with that week. It honestly looks something from wish.com. But the point of this section is that I'm asking, why didn't Australia get its own custom poster for Strays? I think it would have fit way beyond belief. It would have fit more naturally than the UK one. Also, the Australian Classification Board has not only vandalized the box arts of video games, DVDs, Blu-rays, and 4Ks, they've also entered into the field of vandalizing gift cards with their calling cards. I've seen this most commonly at stores like Kohl's or Woolworths, as they have gift cards where you can buy Fortnite bucks, World of War bucks, or just straight up buy the full game of Minecraft. Okay, I think that's enough bitching about art vandalism that I can handle at the moment. I need something different to bitch about now. And now, let's go to something that you wouldn't expect for the Australian Classification Board to rate, and that is books and music. Asterisks. You see, there are certain events that have to happen for these mediums to get age ratings in Australia. Let's start with books, or as the Australian Classification Board likes to call them, publications. Now, publications was a part of the Australian Classification Board that I've kind of rejected to talk about or fully address it. Like, I did mention them when reviewing publications when I was talking about the decisions of the Australian Classification Review Board, but other than that, this is a totally fresh subject for the video. And the Australian Classification Board ratings for publications goes as follows. We have unrestricted, which is basically most books and magazines on the market. Anyone can buy these without any problems or weird looks from people. There's not even an unrestricted label on most, if not all, of unrestricted publications. Then we get to unrestricted mature, which acts like the M rating for films, TV shows, and video games. It's recommended for people 15 years or older. You might get weird looks from people if you're under that age, but anyone can still buy these, and these publications will have a label on them that reads unrestricted M mature, not recommended for viewers under 15 years. And then we get to the spicier ratings, the ratings where the number actually matters. The first category we have is category 1 restricted, which means that they're still available to the public, but not the public that are under the age of 18. These publications will commonly have images of sexualized nudity, and the funny thing is about these is that they must be displayed with a plastic sealed wrapper over them, with this rating actually present on the plastic sealed wrapper. This is to make sure that no little grimy hands even get a taste of what the book is like, and that means you should probably do some research into these ones, as you can't preview the book in stores and have to be committed to purchasing them before opening the first page. The most well-known book with this rating is undoubtedly Bret Easton Ellis's novel American Psycho. It has kind of become something of Australian legend on how American Psycho was handled in Australia, as the plastic sealed wrapper status that the book has is now outdated, but has kind of become an iconic part of the book. Also, Queensland bans any publication that is rated Cat 1 or above. Just saying. Now with category 2, this is where things go even further. Just like with Cat 1, Cat 2 is not available for the part of the population that hasn't lived 6,574 days yet. And the main difference between Cat 1 and Cat 2 is that Cat 2 can only be displayed in places that are 18 plus shops, and Cat 2 is just straight up porn. Although that they do specify that the sexual images present in Cat 2 have to be between two consenting adults. And I don't have any examples of Cat 2 because you get the point of what the rating is. And then we get to the Australian music age ratings. Now, the explicit warning that is on music ain't handled by the Australian Classification Board. They're handled by the Australian Recording Industry Association, which used to have a classification system on their own with 3 ratings, which were warning, moderate impact, warning, strong impact, and restricted, high impact themes. The last one kind of acted like an R18 plus rating for music, as they can't be sold to people under the age of 18. And then they scrapped it in 2020 to make way for one label, just explicit, which is more in line with what streaming services like Spotify and Apple Music do for explicit content. But this is not what the section is talking about. It is talking about music that includes things like DVDs and Blu-rays, which means we have the Australian Classification Board ratings on music, like with this copy of My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy by Kanye West having an M rating for coarse language and sexual references. This is because this copy of My Beautiful Dark Twisted Fantasy has a DVD copy of the short film Runaway included on it. Another example is this copy of American Idiot by Green Day having a PG rating for low-level coarse language, mature theme. And if you think about it without looking into it too much, it implies that the entire album album is PG, which is just really funny to me. And this would be hypothetically the hardest PG I've seen in a while. It would really give Amadeus Director's Cut a run for its money, but the PG is for the DVD documentary included about the songs Holiday and Boulevard of Broken Dreams. Now, if you want an Australian age rating on a music CD that doesn't lie to you, just take your eyes and make them look at the release of Eminem's single Stan on CD, where if you look at the bottom left corner of the CD, you can see the Please Fuck Off sticker saying that it's MA15+. Now, the reason why the Please Fuck Off sticker is present on the CD is because you can insert the disc into the computer disc drive and the music video of Stan will play, with the option to play the radio edit version or the director's cut version of the music video. But either way, it's still video content, so the Australian Classification Board has to lay their hands on it. The final example I'll give of the Australian Classification Board rating weird things is the classification of eSafety NIV 2024-23721. Now, you may be wondering, what the f*** is this, and how the f*** did it get an R18+ rating for high impact themes? And that was my first question when I first saw this, but as I dug deeper, I just scrolled slightly down the page. I found that it had a more information about this content section to it. And once I clicked the button, all of the pieces of this puzzle were joined together in my head, as it revealed that eSafety INV 2024-23721 was in fact, drumroll please, 2 photographs, and in fact those photographs, the Australian Classification Board saw dead people. And if you look further into the listing, it states that the photographs are presented in the context of a real life event whereby a shooter allegedly attempted an assassination of a US political leader who was then fatally apprehended, which, given the context of the time the Australian Classification Board listed this listing, which was July 22nd, 2024, this real life event could be referring to the attempted assassination of former US President Donald Trump that happened on the 13th of July 2024. But hey, the violence is only MA15+ worthy, and that is all the other weird shit that the Australian Classification Board has age rated. Now, I feel like I need to give my opinions on something that is completely meaningless. Oh, I know just the thing. That is to review the Australian Classification Board's website at www.classification.gov.au. And since I have only made websites through Google sites, you know I'll be a good, valid, and reliable website critic. I don't know any child that has leaned so far forward at that time that they have made the top of the seat of the person in front of them. And plus, the seat looks more like a couch rather than an actual cinema seat in my opinion. Also, that is a demonic laugh from the lady behind the child. Now, when we scroll down, we have 2 options for how we want to enter the world of the Australian Classification Board decisions. We have option A. We can view all the latest Classification Board decisions that the Australian Classification Board has made in regard to quote-unquote computer games for all platforms, even the Nokia N-Gage. And then we arrive at option B, where we can review all the latest Classification Board decisions that Australia has made in regard to quote-unquote films, Blu-ray, and on-demand entertainment. If we click on these buttons, we are sent to purgatory, where it's just an endless wall of titles, ratings, and their consumer advice descriptions, with the options to filter computer games, films, which also includes TV shows, not specified, which all it is just a listing for Marcel the Shell with shoes on. Not sure why it needed that own filter, but sure. And then we finally have publications, which we already went over. There is an option to filter if you want to include quote-unquote adult and refuse classification material. Basically, this is the area you'll spend most of your time if you're visiting the website. And hey, there's always a search bar in the top right to make it much easier to find a decision that they've made. Like, are you seriously gonna go through the entire classification database just to find the decision for f***ing 6 minutes to midnight? Fortnite. And if we go back to the main page, we have a set of videos to which I'll say the following. We'll get back to that later. It's neat that you get to download the transcripts of the videos just in case you need to confirm what they are really saying. And then we get to the latest news section, which only updates when Bethesda drops the next Elder Scrolls game. And if we scroll to the very bottom, we can go to a variety of different places that are separated into 3 major categories, that being classification ratings for industry and about us. Overall, I'll give a website a light to decent 6 out of 10. Needs to look a bit more visually interesting in my opinion, and needs more ways to filter between different media that are classified. Now, there's one part of that very bottom section I would like to get into. Let's see what dumb shit science the Australian Classification Board has done. Reveal yourself. Despite what you may think, the Australian Classification Board has actually done some research over the years. Now, it may not be as extensive as something like the BBFC's research or New Zealand's Classification Office research, but the Australian Classification Board has still done its research every once in a while, i.e. whenever they feel like it. Now, if you go to the research and publications section of www.classifications.gov.au, we see that their research is divided into 4 main sections. The first section we have is community research, which is where the majority of the research lies, with it mostly looking into topics like how well the Australian Classification Board is doing and video games, with some of them raising such topics as, why does the Australian Classification Board use the word mature in a way that everyone else doesn't? Are loot boxes bad? And how the did The Legend of Zelda Breath of the Wild get an M rating for fantasy violence? The second main section of the research section is the research reviews. This only has 3 reviews, all 3 of which are about video games, and 2 of them are about video games causing violence. And the other one was about the Star Wars Online Casino game. What was it again? Oh yeah, Star Wars Battlefront 2 and its loot boxes. The third main section of the research section is Parliamentary Committee reports and submissions, which compose of 4 total release reports, 2 of which are about the House of Representatives questioning billboards and outdoor advertising in 2012, and the other 2 are of the Senate Committee questioning the National Classification Scheme in 2012, and the Senate looking into the classification process, the X18 rating, and the refused classification rating in 2016. The last section of the research section is the Australian Law Reform Commission report. It is a singular report released in March of 2012 about the Australian Reform Commission looking into content regulation and whatever the hell convergent media is. So that's all of them, and I think it's time for me to bitch again, but about my own opinions now. Okay, it's that time of the video where I start to bitch about things that probably won't change, but still, I want to bitch. And this time, I want to go through what I think are personally some of the misfires of the Australian Classification Board. And this will be separated into 2 main areas. The first main area will be dedicated to the ones where I think the rating has been outdated because of how poorly the film has aged and more explicit content has slipped through lower ratings. Basically, these are going to be the movies that are circa 1970 till 2005, and the second main area will be dedicated to the ones that are circa 2006 and onwards. This is just going to be me bitching about what movies past the year 2006 got the wrong classification rating. Okay, let's start with the old shit, and the movie that's going to start my bitching is Halloween from 1978. This is one of the most notorious examples of a rating being outdated as all hell, as the film was given an R18 rating when it was first released in 1978 and has kept that rating ever since, which is straight up confusing because the violence is a PG to M at best, and the sexuality is at a solid M level. So I propose we change the rating for the 1978 version of Halloween from an R18 rated film for medium level violence to an M rated film for horror violence, a sex scene, sustained threat. I think this would be a pretty uncontroversial decision, as even IMDb agrees with me on this change. Maybe also add the original Friday the 13th and Texas Chainsaw Massacre into that category, but maybe only reduce them to an MA15+. Now, I think it's time for a change that might not be more universally accepted. I think that the Full Metal Jacket rating should be revoked from R18 and be brought down to an MA15+. My reason for that is that the final cut of Apocalypse Now was given an MA15+, MA15+ rating, and these films are pretty similar to each other content-wise in terms of classifiable elements. Maybe the final cut of Apocalypse Now is even more graphic than Full Metal Jacket in terms of the violence department. Plus, the BBFC has given it a re-rating from 18 to 15, so I think it's time we follow in the BBFC's footsteps in the re-rating. By the way, you might be hearing that argument being used a lot. So in terms of what Full Metal Jacket's consumer advice would change to, I propose an MA15+ rating for strong bloody violence, war themes, a suicide scene. You may notice that language is not mentioned here, and that's because I think the language in Full Metal Jacket is in line with M standards, not MA15+ standards in my opinion. So moving on, we have the film Do the Right Thing, which I think should move down from an R18 to an MA15+ purely because Reservoir Dogs got re-rated to MA15+. And in terms of the thing that is keeping Do the Right Thing in the R18 category, the language, they are pretty similar. And plus, this is one of the times where the film has been re-rated by the BBFC from an 18 to a 15. So I say that Do the Right Thing should get an MA15+ rating for frequent strong coarse language. And my next example, I have One Dead Poet Society, which I would like to re-rate, please. Okay. So, in my opinion, I think that Dead Poets Society should be re-rated from a PG rating to an M rating. This is because I think that Dead Poets Society would be the perfect embodiment of what an M-rated film should be. A film that is not restricted to younger audiences, but is heavily advised that the film requires a mature outlook, which is the description that the Australian Classification Board gives to what the M rating means. So why aren't you following your own damn rules, Australian Classification Board? And I believe that Dead Poet Society has mature subject matter and things that would definitely require a more mature outlook on life. So I think that Dead Poet Society should be rated M for mature themes and the scene. And on the topic of films that need to be re-rated from a PG to an M rating, we have the original Star Wars trilogy. Now, this may get some disagreements, but I'm not sure how the hell they got away with some of the gore that they showed, especially Luke Skywalker getting his hand cut off. So overall, the original Star Wars trilogy should be re-rated to M. Another film that I think should be re-rated is The Shining from 1980, where the film currently holds an MA15+ rating. I think it should go back down to its original rating of M, because to be honest, it's very tame for an MA15+ rating. So I think The Shining should be M for horror violence, coarse language, and nudity. And on the topic of Stanley Kubrick, how the hell did 2001 Space Odyssey get a G rating? It's one of the most bizarre rating decisions looking back, as I think it's the film that should have gotten a PG in my opinion for its opening sequence alone. But I do understand that it was rated at a time where modern age rating systems were quite new and didn't know what films went where. But still, I think that if it's removed from its original context where the movie was rated, it should be PG for mild themes, violence, and some sequences or scenes may scare young children. Now, I'm going to name off a couple of other films that have the R rating and I think would fit fine under MA15+ guidelines. These films are that's another case of the BBFC re-rating it to a 15 syndrome. 7 because the Saw films exist and majority of those films get off with an MA15+ rating. Kill Bill Volume 1 because the Suicide Squad has an MA15+ rating and it would fit in with Kill Bill Volume 2's rating. And on the topic of Tarantino, if SBS was allowed to show Pulp Fiction with an MA15+ rating without any cuts and be fine, I think that the Australian Classification Board should re-rate it to an MA15+. And the final movie I'll mention in the speed round is Boogie Nights by Paul Thomas Anderson. And for a movie about the porn industry, it's pretty tame in terms of how much of its sexuality it's shown. Like, nudity in the film is kept to a minimum and the sexuality is contextually appropriate. It shows how the character's indulgence in dangerous behaviors can have major consequences. So basically, I'm using the Rocket Man excuse here. Look, if something like Ty West's X can get an MA15+ level of sexuality, Boogie Nights can go down to an MA15+ rating for strong themes, sex scenes, nudity, drug use, and violence. Now, there are two more examples of movies being inaccurately rated that I want to give. One of them is The Running Man from 1987, and for being in the era where movies like Predator and Blade Runner were getting M ratings, The Running Man getting an R18 rating feels odd to me. Like, Predator is honestly more of a graphic movie than The Running Man. Plus, Predator has a strong horror element to it, which is something that The Running Man does not have to to Predator's degree. Plus, New Zealand re-rated it to M, so I think Australia should follow in their footsteps with The Running Man. And the final film I want to give, that is pre-2005, is Spirited Away, and my reasoning behind that one is that there's an uncomfortable amount of blood in it for the PG rating. So I personally think that Spirited Away should be M, but hey, that's just how I feel. Okay, that's all the ones that were pre-2005 that I wanted to cover. I'm sure that there are other ones that I didn't include, and that's probably because I don't care about it or I don't know that much about it. And to start off the circa 2006 era, let's go to bitching about some video games. And to finally answer the question, the first one is how the did Breath of the Wild get an M rating? It's probably one of the tamest M rated games in existence that I have seen in some time. It should have been given a PG rating in my opinion. Now, all the other games I'm gonna bitch about in this section are games that got MA 15 plus ratings and I think should be brought down to an M rating. Examples of these games include the Uncharted games, XCOM 2, Apex Legends, the original Call of Duty trilogy, and Injustice games. Like, all these games got teen ratings by the ESRB, and I agree with all of them. And while on the topic of America giving something a teen rating and Australia giving it an MA 15 plus rating, we have Stranger Things Season 3. Now, I think that Stranger Things Season 4 is perfectly fine for an MA 15 plus rating, and I'm not bitching about that. But what I am bitching about is Stranger Things Season 3 getting an MA 15 plus rating. And I think it's because it's on the border between the borders of the M and the MA 15 plus rating, and then Netflix will like and wanted to be safe and not anger Big Daddy over there. But I think it should have been an M rating personally, as the gore is not that detailed and doesn't feel that big of a jump in terms of what seasons 1 and 2 had content wise. And both Stranger Things seasons were rated M in Australia. Other things that I think belong in this category are films like No One Will Save You, The Boogeyman, and Werewolf by Night. Moving on to things that were made for American young teenagers, we have Parasite, which I think should be re-rated to M because I believe that the violence isn't strong enough for an MA 15 plus in my opinion. So Parasite should be M for mature themes, sexual references, or sex scenes, it could go either way, violence, and coarse language. Other films I think that should get a re-rating are Roma, as I think the nudity and themes are not MA 15 plus level and are more M level, especially the nudity, and 1917. And that's because of the war context contextualizes the images of dead bodies enough to earn it an M rating. The final film that I want to talk about in this section that I believe should get a re-rating is the Ari Aster's film Beau Afraid. Now, I do have strong feelings about this film's Australian age rating, but all I'm going to say is that if Babylon, Poor Things can get an MA 15 plus rating, so can Beau Afraid. Even the BBFC agreed with a 15 rating for Beau Afraid, for the reasons of strong sexual themes, sexualized imagery, nudity, violence, coarse language, a suicide scene, and domestic violence. And that is all the bitching that I've got in me to bitch about movies getting the wrong age ratings. But I think there's still some more bitching still left inside of me, so I'll see if I have one more to go until I can't bitch no more. Okay, now I'm going to suggest some improvements that I think the Australian Classification Board could make in order to become better at what they do. The first suggestion is to add that proposed PG-13 type rating, as I think it will be very beneficial in order to reduce the amount of bullshit age rating decisions that we get around the PG/M mark. Or, if you don't want to add a new rating, just change the M rating to be something like a 13, as that's how most Australians view the M rating as, a PG-13 rating. Also, I wouldn't really mind if an added PG-13 rating would be considered a restricted rating, as New Zealand has a system and I think it works very well. Although this could lead to some confusion of what the difference between the Australian Classification Board and the New Zealand Classification Office are. Also, could you reduce the age from PG from 15 to 8 like it was for video games pre-2005, so people aren't confused why it's recommended that you have to be 15 years or older to watch Minions: The Rise of Gru? Another thing that I'd like to suggest is loosening up your guidelines on what is considered refused classification content. Like, I think loosening up on the violence, drug use, sexual violence guidelines could really get more games into Australia and without having to worry about the classification fees of trying to appeal the game's age rating to be able to be released in Australia. Well, in a perfect world, we wouldn't have to worry about any form of art or entertainment being banned, but this ain't a perfect world, so it would be nice if the Australian Classification Classification Board could loosen up a little bit in those areas. Also, on the website, could we please get an option to filter between content that has been rated by the Australian Classification Board themselves and content that has been rated by external sites/APIs? This would be very much appreciated. Also, Australian Classification Board, could you try and release ratings normally on the website instead of putting them through a game of match the tiles to find out what you just rated? The last suggestion that I'll say is this. I think it's time to retire the consumer advice of the term themes on its own. It's a general catch-all term at the end of the day, and it just tells nothing about the actual content in the film itself. A replacement term could be specific types of themes, like suicide themes, which the Australian Classification Board are already using, and this is the system that New Zealand uses for their consumer advice, as they only mention things like sexual themes or suicide themes. So I think that the consumer advice of themes on its own should be retired. Okay, I think that's enough suggestions for now. Maybe I should start to wrap this thing up by now. Now it's time to talk about everyone's favorite topic. Porn is something where a lot of people will indulge in it, but will take the fact that they watch it to the grave. And if you feel less secretive about your porn habits, the Australian Classification Board has you covered. Kinda. See, Australia is kind of weird when it comes to porn, where their rules are considered strict by the rest of the world, but seemingly don't really go after millions upon millions of what they would be considered as illegal porn by their standards. So, what are Australia's porn standards? Well, they would fall into the hands of the Australian Classification Board, but also state and other federal laws. But for this section, I'll be talking about the Australian Classification Board's porn standards, as it starts with a rating that I have mentioned but never really elaborated on until now. May I present the X18 rating? Thank you, you're welcome. Now, what is the X18 rating? Well, the X18 rating means that it's restricted to people 18 years and older. But what makes the R18 rating different from the X18 rating, you may ask? Well, the R18 rating is for the plot, and the X18, there is no plot, it's just straight or gay porn. Basically, X18 plus films are exclusively porn films intended for sexual entertainment, with the big thing that the Australian Classification Board pushes is that X18 content has to be sexually explicit activity, including actual sexual intercourse or other sexual activity between consenting adults. Now, what isn't allowed in the X18 rating, aside from movies with actual plot in them? Well, anything got to do with sexual violence, coercion, sexually assaultive language, and fetishes, particularly any fetish that involves body piercing, golden showers, bondage, spanking, or fisting. And also, the Australian Classification Board doesn't really like anything got to do with child pornography in their X18 films, just a quick heads up. And the interesting thing about the X18 plus rating is that it's banned for sale in all Australian states. But that isn't all of Australia, as X18 content is allowed in the two Australian territories, the Northern Territory and the Australian Capital Territory, naturally. But it is legal to own in Australian states as long as you're over the age of 18 and you import it from the two Australian territories. Also, something else I'd like to point out again is that the X18 plus rating wasn't always just the porn rating, as movies with actual plots in them used to call this rating home, until they kicked them out in 1984. Now, it would be really funny if they allowed this type of content in films that are actually rated R18. Oh, come on, I have to talk about them too? Okay, fine. I'll talk about this fun little fact. Okay, so there is a fun fact about the R18 rating, and that they allow actual sexual activity / acts in the R18 rating, which is weird, right? Because all the films with actual sexual activity should belong in the X18 rating. Well, I guess they needed a place for the porn movies with a plot in them aside from them being banned. So, well, the rules for having actual sexual activity / acts in an R18 rated film. The rules are that the sexual content has to be for artistic and or educational value to the film and has to enter strict contextualization. Now, I've already talked about how the actual sexual activity was introduced to the R18 rating, but in case you have the memory of a goldfish, I briefly go over it again. So, the Australian Classification Review Board had to review a decision for the film Romance, as it was banned by the regular Classification Board, and they had a look at the depictions of the film's explicit nudity and real sexual content and decided tried to give a film an R18 rating. They came to this decision because the film's depiction of the sexual acts were brief, and that the rule was that simulation yes, the real thing no, was just a general rule, and the rule had exceptions to it. Now this got some backlash, particularly by the group called Collective Shout. You may know them as the group that tried to get Tyler, the Creator, banned from Australia back when he said,
"Pregnant bitch and tell my friends I had a threesome."
This.
Yo, I'm a fucking homosexual. What?
And this.
My stepfather called me I show him I light a fire up in his ass.
I think you get the point by now. Collective Shout didn't like that 3 hentai films got passed in an R18 rating in 2008. The same ones that I mentioned in the classification review board section, because of the fact that they contained explicit sexual acts. And some others, like Miss Johnston Tereski's over there, think that it's funny that real sex is punished harsher than simulated sex, and that it's disturbing that anyone has a problem with real sex, which is a statement I can kind of get behind. So after this precedent was set with romance, a bunch of films were given this term, such as Yorgo Lanthimos's Dogtooth and Lars von Trier's Nippermatic duology and Antichrist. Okay, can I please move on to something else now? I'm sick or tired of this shit by now. Okay, there is still one final rating I have still yet to cover, and that rating is the exempt rating. Shortened to E, exempt rated media means that they don't need to be classified, because the Australian Classification Board has determined that there is a certain content that they don't need to waste their time on. Yeah, the Australian Classification Board doesn't apply any ratings for material that is considered exempt, because the material is likely harmless. Now, how do you get the opportunity to apply yourself your very own exempt from classification rating for yourself? Well, there are conditions that have to be met before applying the exemption. The first condition is that the content in the exempt media has to likely result in a G or PG rating, which I think is fair, because I don't think that in the M rating it kind of pushes the harmless territory, because it might not be harmless by everyone's standards, and yes, I mean everyone. And the second condition is closely tied to the first one, is that exempt material can't contain any advertisements that promote and have been considered refused classification and or promote media that has been rated M or higher. And the third condition that has to be met is that the media must be any of the following: films or software for businesses and / or trade, accounting, professional, scientific and or education. Now there are about 11 other categories for films alone, which are current affairs, hobbyist, sporting, family, live performance, musical presentation, religion, community and or cultural, and social and sciences, which they refer to as economics, geography, anthropology, and linguistics. Natural history, which is just focusing on the history of natural scenery, and language other than English, which they clarify by saying it's a physical film wholly in another language aside from English, not including infrequent uses of English or English captioning subtitles, where fewer than 500 copies have been imported to Australia for inclusion in a public or tertiary institution library collection. Yeah, that's a lot of excuses, Australia. Cut back on the bullshit excuses, will ya? Now, you may have your natural history film ready for display, but how do you display a film that is considered exempt from classification? Well, there is no right or wrong way to display the exempt rating for your film. In fact, you don't have to declare or display the fact that the media is considered exempt from classification, but if you do want to, the Australian Classification Board suggests using the phrase, "the film is exempt from classification for films," and "this computer game is exempt from classification for computer games." And that's really it for all the ratings. Are there still any more Australian age ratings I need to cover? Oh, there is. What is it this time? Hell, can we just be done? Okay, here's the final set of ratings I'll talk about, the film festival / event age ratings. So since every single piece of media that is shown in Australia has to be age rated, we have age ratings for media events. Now, there are regulations when it comes to showing media at these types of events, particularly when it comes to film or video games that have not been yet classified by the Australian Classification Board. These regulations are required to be followed in order to host these types of events. So, what are the regulations for showing unclassified media at these events? Well, it goes something like this. In terms of who may register the event, the classification website says that anyone working or volunteering for or with the organization holding the event may register an event. And to register an event, you have to declare all unclassified films, video games, or publications that are going to be shown at the event. Now, there are other regulations that have to be followed during events like these. Like, say for example, an event can only show unclassified film for up to 4 times during the event. And that if an unclassified film has an age restriction attached, it has to be shown at the location of the screening of that film. Now, you may be wondering, how does a film that has not yet been classified have an age restriction? Well, it is a requirement for these events to display one of 3 age ratings. They are unclassified all ages, which covers the G to PG crowd, and that everyone can play and or see these. Unclassified 15 plus is the rating for material that is likely to gain the ratings of M or MA 15 plus. As a result of this, no one under the age of 15 can attend these screenings unless they are with an adult. And then we have unclassified 18 plus, which covers the ratings of the R18 category and category 1, and thus no one under the age of 18 can attend these sessions, even with a parent or guardian. And then what about the content that might gain the X18 rating or a category 2 or refuse classification if it was shown to the classification board? Well, they can't be shown at any registered event at all. So if you want to show any of those films, well, I'm sorry to say, but you're shit out of luck. Now, just before I move on, I want to point out something really funny that happened at the Sydney Film Festival 2024 edition in relation to the unclassified ratings business. So SFF 2024, we're going to show a film called I Saw the TV Glow, which was an A24 film that gained itself a PG-13 rating for violent content, some sexual material, thematic elements, and teen smoking. But what unclassified age rating does SFF apply to this film? Maybe an unclassified 15? Well, if you guess unclassified 18 plus, you would unfortunately be right. Like, how? And the bad thing is that the unclassified age ratings is that there's no consumer advice, so you don't know why it's an unclassified 18. But in a funny twist of events, the Australian Classification Board got around to rating I Saw the TV Glow, and they gave it an M rating for supernatural themes, violence, coarse language, and sex scenes. Like, even the classification board said that SFF got it wrong. Same situation happened to the Francis Ford 2024 magnum opus Megalopolis, where it got an R rating in the States and still got an M rating here, even though I think that Megalopolis should have been MA 15 plus though. Anyways, an even dumber version of this happened to Edward Bergner's 2024 film Conclave. As it was shown at the St. Italy Italian Film Festival, it was given a rating of unclassified 18 plus, which what happened with my previous 2 examples where the story differs is that the rating that Conclave got when it got to the hands of the Australian Classification Board, as they gave it the rating of PG. Although it seems that they have corrected this wrong and they have updated the page to display the official PG rating Conclave got, I still think it's pretty funny that it even got an unclassified 18. Anyways, let's move on. I think it's seriously time to wrap this shit up by now. Now, let's talk about one final thing about the Australian Classification Board, their marketing PSA videos. Now, these come in many forms from many decades of history, from the early 90s to the 2000s to the 2010s, all with one message attached to them. Read the goddamn ratings. So I thought it would be fun as a last hurrah and goodbye to the Australian Classification Board to go through a couple of their video PSAs to see if they get their message across. The first one I'll cover is the one that comes up first when you search up the term Australian Classification Board ad on YouTube. And that is the Australian Classification Board ads from the 90s in the video store. The ad starts off with what looks like 4 people in an entire store, but a couple seconds later, this little girl spawns into frame, and that scream that plays in the beginning of the video is more effective ear torture than listening to Baby Shark and lift yourself on repeat for the rest of your life. Also, the mother here looks like a member of the royal family had their eyes removed. Plus, the hat that the little girl wears is probably the goofiest piece of clothing I've seen in a PSA ever. Also, another thing to point out here is that each member of the family just despawns throughout the ad like it's the Ridley Smash Ultimate reveal trailer. And the second the ad gets to the R18 rating, I think the dad looks a bit too interested in what's going on to the point that it actually looks pretty fucking creepy. Then we get to the end of the ad where we see the family has rented enough videos to feed them for breakfast, lunch, and dinner for the next 5 years of their life. So overall, a pretty decent PSA, but pretty creepy and uncanny at times. Now, I want to cover a video that is a PSA on the Australian classifications on TV, which apparently is from 1992, and I don't know if that's true. This is because they show an MA15 plus rating in the video, and like I said in 7 years ago, the MA15 plus rating wasn't a thing until 1993 at the very least. So in summary, I don't get this video's timeline of events. Moving on to the video, we start with a shot of 2 children, and one of them is drinking what looks like milk while either giving the cameraman a thumbs up or pointing them into the abyss. Meanwhile, the other one looks like she's laughing through some war flashbacks she created forever ago. And well, that's a bit too close, guys. Make sure you make room for Jesus to sit. Then we cut to the next scene where the girl is looking like whatever Madonna wore in her latest music video at the time, while the boy may have just discovered his 13th reason why. And then in the next scene, they aren't even watching the damn TV and are just playing bloody Jenga, trademarked. And why is the TV still on at point? Just turn the lights on, turn off the TV, then you can play Jenga in your peace and quiet. And now, to round out the 90s ads, we have the OFLC PSAs where it's time to have your interventions with Phil Collins over there. Except here, he's much older and looks like you're trapped in this room forever with no hopes of escaping, which isn't helped by the excessive white noise that plays all of these videos, which really gives it an absolutely terrifying atmosphere if you watch it home alone at night. You know, kind of the same atmosphere if you watch the BBFC video warnings from back in the day, like while you're home alone, that sort of atmosphere. And also, when watching the one for the G rating, it seems like if you're wearing headphones and watching these, it will just dilute the audio to one ear only, which is really annoying thing to deal with. In the introduction video, he gives some of the most detailed statistic I have seen a video gave me, with some of the most accurate ones including
10,000 car chases, 150,000 love scenes, 200,000 arguments, wagon loads of gunfights, and innumerable people being incredibly dramatic.
Overall, these are decent, if not semi-creepy PSAs that get the job done to keep the ratings while swapping through every single suit that Saul Goodman has in his closet. Now going into the 2000s, we start off with one of the most iconic Australian classification PSAs with this video that starts off with someone's first animation project in After Effects. Then it transitions into one of the most artistic yet beautiful family photos I have seen in ages. Just look at it and take in the beauty of the composition and the costuming and the couch. Now this scene is accompanied by the most upbeat and loyalty-free music I have heard in a video about the Australian Classification Board. And hey, it's the same dad from the 90s video. Hooray! Also, they nailed the personification of the M rating, with him acting like a snarky little bitch, just like the M rating. And hey, that's the Kendrick phrase. Also, why is there the MA15 plus rating personified by the mum of the family here when it's supposed to be a 15 plus and the mum looks 3 times the age of the rating? Right there, that is a making of a fairy. Also, I like the fact that it implies that American Psycho is the only movie that has ever been rated R18, as it's the only movie shown in that section's montage. And to top it all off, we have a poster that looks like someone was really nostalgic towards the 80s and the Back to the Future poster. Overall, I think it's one of the better ones and possibly the best one out of the bunch, but as an overall package, it's just okay. Now, if we jump all the way back to the late 2010s, we have 3 new PSAs. One for the quick overall guide to the Australian Classification Board, another one for the guide to consumer advice, and one final one about the Australian Classification Board and video games. And to start off, we got the one of the most uncanny art styles I have seen in animation, especially with the faces. Yellow Submarine is a close second. Also, remember the scream from the 90s video store PSA? I think the video game noises in these PSAs come close to making me want to smash my computer screen in. Now, the only other thing that is worth mentioning in these PSAs is the amount of off-branding things that are present in these videos. It's to the point where you could fill the entirety of AliExpress or Wish.com with these things. Yeah, When I grow up, I want to be an old woman in a bikini and be in clergy truth and say words like waste and safari. Overall, these are not bad, but not good at the same time. The exact definition of mid in my opinion. I just think the scarring animation style holds it back from being good in my eyes, and that's all the classification board PSAs. I hope you enjoyed them. Now, time for me to say a few more words. Okay, I never thought I would have gotten this far to this point into the video to see this video actually have an actual ending. But I guess this is my time to say thank you. Thank you for watching this video at all. I especially thank you if you got this far into the video. So, I know there are many more interesting things I could have talked about with the Australian classification board, but I think this is a good selection of topics to cover. So, my time is running up now, and before I go, I would again like to say thanks for watching this. Thanks to all the friends and family that helped out whenever they could. And thank you to all of you who have watched me present the beautiful dark twisted fantasy of the Australian classification board. Goodbye.